I call this meeting of the Northeast Independent School District Board of Trustees to order, and the time is 5:33. Yeah. Okay, item 2, discussion. Actually, yep, hang on a second. Not yet. Okay, so, which one? Okay, establish a quorum to call to order. Number 2, discussion and possible action regarding response to COVID-19 pandemic to include possible face covering mandate in schools and facilities. Okay, welcome. Thank you all for coming. On behalf of the trustees, I welcome everyone to this evening's emergency meeting of the Northeast Independent School District. This is a business of the board held in public. Let the record reflect that notice of this emergency meeting was posted pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.045, and that a quorum of board of members is present. We appreciate your attendance and request your respectful attention. If you signed up to address the board on the agenda item tonight, you will have an opportunity to address the board later in the meeting. Please refrain from disrupting the meeting. Anyone who disrupts the meeting will be given a warning, and if they persist, they will be removed from the meeting. We understand that people feel passionately about the issue to be discussed tonight, but we ask that people act respectfully toward one another so that the meeting can be conducted in an orderly fashion. Next item, Dr. Micah. I understand there's some information you'd like to provide the board on this item.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Winkley. So what we're going to do is break tonight's presentation up into 2 pieces. So one, I'm going to ask the attorney that represents the district, Mr. Lopez, to come up first. And then once he is complete and you've had a chance to ask him the questions, I'm going to ask Nurse Kelly from our health services to come up with a presentation. She's already there, but she'll go second. So go ahead, Mr. Lopez.
Of the board, executive staff, guests. In March 2020, Governor Abbott declared a statewide disaster due to COVID-19. That triggered the Texas Disaster Act, which was a law that was originally passed in 1975, and it's located in Chapter 418 of the Texas Government Code. The Texas Disaster Act, specifically Section 418.012, provides that, I quote, "The governor may issue executive orders, proclamations, and regulations, and amend or rescind them. Executive orders, proclamations, and regulations have the force and effect of law."
Sir, I'm going to ask you to please stop with the theatrics. If you'll please just keep your hands to yourself so we can continue. Thank you.
Section 418.016 of the Disaster Act allows the governor to, quote, "suspend the provisions of any regulatory statute prescribing the procedures for conduct of state business or the orders or rules of a state agency if strict compliance with the provisions, orders, or rules would in any way prevent, hinder, or delay unnecessary action in coping with a disaster." Over the course of the pandemic, Governor Abbott has issued a number of executive orders, and they have contained a number of different things that the governor has done in an attempt to address the COVID-19 pandemic. The one that has led to all of the current controversy and the state and now federal court litigation that is pending, and about which I will brief everyone tonight, is GA 38, which was signed on July 29th, 2021. As I'm sure everyone on the board and everyone here are familiar, GA 38 suspends several laws and governs the ability, or that govern the ability of local entities to be able to manage disaster responses. One of those laws, and the one that has generated the most controversy, is of course the mask mandate. Essentially, GA 38 has taken the position that any and all laws that could be used by any local government entity, including cities, counties, and school districts, to impose a mask mandate have been suspended, and he has therefore barred school districts, cities, and counties from imposing a mask mandate. Unlike last school year, the state is also not funding virtual instruction for students as an option for parents who wish not to send their kids to school for fear of the virus. Now, essentially, GA 38 does strongly encourage individuals to use masks, but of course, it has prevented anyone from imposing a mandate. Schools also must provide in-person instruction to students, with the only option that the state has funded is what's called remote conferencing, and that's in the event that a student has to be excluded from school due to COVID-19. Now comes the Delta variant, which has spread throughout many areas of Texas, including schools, as they have opened up for in-person instruction. Children under the age of 12, as everyone knows, are not yet eligible for a vaccine. Based on information that will be discussed by Ms. Kelly tonight, it appears that Northeast ISD is no exception to the spread. This situation, this tension, has given rise to what I can only describe in my near 22 years of law practice as one of the wildest and most confusing legal battles I've ever seen across the state. The legal landscape has been changing almost daily. There have been actions by a variety of state courts over the last week that constantly change. I can tell you as an example, there are still motions that are pending that get ruled upon even late at night. So even as we sit here at tonight's meeting, there could be court rulings that are issued that could change where everything is. At heart, all of these cases really deal with one fundamental question, and that is, does the governor have the actual legal authority to issue GA 38 and to essentially prevent local government entities from imposing a mask mandate? The answer to that is currently the subject of litigation, again, around the state and now in federal court. There have been hundreds of pages of legal briefing filed by a number of entities that are essentially catching schools, school children, parents, communities in the middle. Schools have had to constantly react to all of the issues and all of the things that come up in regard to these legal battles. So what I want to do tonight is summarize where everything is in a way that hopefully clears up some of the misinformation and confusion that has spread about what the effect of everything is. And I'm hoping to do so in a way that it doesn't quite take a law degree to understand. What I hope everyone takes from this is that the issue at hand is not yet been settled by the courts. There are currently at least 6 lawsuits now that are pending in state courts challenging GA 38. As you've read about media reports that summarize all the different dealings, you've heard about things like temporary restraining orders, temporary injunctions, and mandamus. These are words that are not typically familiar to a layperson. And so I can understand where it becomes very confusing to understand the impact of all of that. You have also no doubt heard a lot of political rhetoric going back and forth on the issue between the state, local entities, local leaders, and a variety of politicians. What I'd like to do is start with the City of San Antonio and Bexar County lawsuit that was filed challenging GA 38. Essentially, the city and county filed a lawsuit last week, again, raising similar issues, challenging the issuance of GA 38 and whether the governor has the actual authority to suspend the laws that prevent local decisions being made about the imposition of mask mandates. Essentially, without going into the specifics, the city and county asserted a number of arguments, including additional statutory provisions of the Texas Disaster Act, and has asserted some constitutional issues as well, state constitutional issues. The first thing that happened was the city and county asked for a temporary restraining order from a local district court to enjoin, that is, prevent, the enforcement of GA 38. Last week, Bexar County District Judge Tony Arteaga heard the temporary restraining order and agreed to issue it. You all may have heard a lot of media reports about that. A temporary restraining order is good for 14 days, up to 14 days, and it can be extended for one additional 14-day period. What it does is it looks to become law for that brief period of time. Okay? And so the next step, anytime a temporary restraining order is issued, is that a court will schedule what's called a temporary injunction hearing. And that is a more detailed hearing where evidence is considered, and the decision the judge has to make is whether that temporary restraining order is to become a temporary injunction. That is, that basically Everything that is addressed in the temporary restraining order becomes an injunction until such time as a full trial can be held on the merits of the case. Judge Arteaga had scheduled that temporary injunction hearing for this past Monday. Of course, over the weekend, you may have also seen that the governor, through the Attorney General's office, filed an appeal to the San Antonio Court of Appeals immediately. And what he asked the Court of Appeals to do was essentially not only overturn the temporary restraining order, but also essentially ask for what's called a mandamus. What a mandamus is where you go to a court and explain that that judge did something that he or she did not have actual authority to do. The San Antonio Court of Appeals acted quickly and denied that appeal. Then the governor, over the last weekend, filed the same kind of appeal to the Texas Supreme Court. Late Sunday night, the Supreme Court issued a stay order, staying that temporary restraining order that was issued by Judge Arteaga. Of course, in the midst of all of that, you had seen where Bexar County had issued a mask mandate applicable to all entities in the county. Well, when the Supreme Court issued that stay order on Sunday night, it meant that the temporary restraining order was no longer enforceable. That, therefore, would essentially make the mask mandate not enforceable. However, the Supreme Court did say, well, we're going to let the temporary injunction hearing that was scheduled for Monday move forward. And that's exactly what happened this past Monday. Some of you may have logged on and seen that hearing take place in Bexar County District Court, again, before Judge Arteaga. At the conclusion of several hours of witness testimony, where both the city and county presented evidence as well as the state represented by the Attorney General's office, Judge Arteaga issued a temporary injunction, essentially, again, putting the mask mandate back in place. That temporary injunction is valid. It's legal, except, of course, by Monday night, the Attorney General's office filed an appeal to the San Antonio Court of Appeals of that temporary injunction. It also, that night, invoked a process called supersedious. That's basically a fancy word for saying, hey, this temporary injunction is automatically stayed, again, making it unenforceable until such time as the Court of Appeals decides the appeal. Well, on Tuesday, the city and county filed a motion to set aside that supersedious. In other words, they asked the appellate court to overturn the automatic stay that was essentially put in place. So the San Antonio Court of Appeals has yet to rule on that, which means that the temporary injunction issued in Bexar County is essentially stayed and therefore is not really subject to enforcement. Now, we are expecting a ruling from the San Antonio Court of Appeals at any moment. We don't know when that will issue. That may change it. At that point, the San Antonio Court of Appeals will probably consider the merits of the appeal, and that may proceed ultimately to the Supreme Court. The other thing that we're waiting on is that there is a proceeding pending in the Texas Supreme Court that also could lead the court to issue an opinion basically deciding whether or not GA 38 is in fact the law of the land in Texas. Any questions so far on the Bexar County case? All right. Well, that's not the only one. Of course, as I mentioned, there have been multiple cases filed around the state. You heard that Dallas County also issued.
Mr. Lopez, sorry, can I interrupt real quick? I pardon. Do we know when the Texas Supreme Court, I know you said there's a 14 window, but do they have anything scheduled right now when they're going to, They do not. It could issue at any time. Okay. Yeah, they have not issued an opinion, and they have given no indication when they intend to do so. But is it a 14-day window is the maximum, or are they different rules for them? No, there are different rules for them. I mean, that essentially the temporary restraining order that was issued by Bexar County initially, that's no longer in effect. What it is now a temporary injunction, and that injunction is now on appeal. So if you think about it like a flow chart, it goes to temporary restraining order, temporary injunction. So we're at that temporary injunction stage. The Supreme Court could issue a ruling at any time that could settle a lot of these issues, and that's in effect what a lot of people are waiting on. But in the meantime, there are other state courts that also affect where we are here in Bexar County. So as I said, Dallas County also filed an appeal, or a lawsuit, against the state
essentially raising the same concerns about GA 38. So what ended up happening there is very similar, played out a lot the same as in Bexar County, in that the Dallas County judge issued a temporary restraining order that led Clay Jenkins, who is the Dallas County judge, to issue a mask mandate. Of course, you've seen where some school districts have also followed suit. Well, of course, the same process played out. There was an appeal to the Dallas Court of Appeals by the Attorney General. That got denied. That also went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court issued a stay in that case. Now, the difference there is that the stay of its TRO, temporary restraining order, is still in effect because the temporary injunction hearing in Dallas County is scheduled for August the 24th. So we still don't know what will happen. We can predict what will happen, but in the end, that TRO is currently stayed. The importance of that particular temporary restraining order is that unlike the one in Bexar County, the one in Dallas applied statewide. So the Bexar County one was really intended to apply here. The one in Dallas was applicable statewide. So we also have a multitude of cases that have been filed in Travis County. So we had Harris County file its own lawsuit, again challenging GA 38. They filed that in Travis County State Court. We've also had a group of Rio Grande Valley school districts that filed its own lawsuit, also challenging GA 38 in Travis County. And there's also an organization called the Southern Center for Child Advocacy, which is a nonprofit group that advocates for children, filed its own lawsuit as well, all challenging GA 38. And there's a variety of different legal arguments that they're making. But in the end, it comes down to the same thing. Does the governor have the authority to impose the kinds of bans that he has through GA 38? Should be noted that as of yesterday, Fort Worth ISD is now going to join the lawsuit being filed by Rio Grande Valley School District. Temporary restraining orders were issued by a couple of different Austin state court judges. Those temporary restraining orders have been appealed in a variety of different ways. The Supreme Court denied one of those appeals, but there's another one that is currently still pending. But in the end, those Austin temporary restraining orders, which apply statewide, are still valid. They have not been stayed. They have not been overturned by an appellate court. So in the end, where that leaves us is we do have a temporary restraining order issued by an Austin court that is applicable statewide, that is subject to appeal, but at least as we sit here today, is still valid. So what does that mean for where we are now? It means that because there is a temporary restraining order enjoining the governor from enforcing GA 38, and theoretically there is the opportunity right now for local entities to exercise mask mandates. But I can tell you that in the end, we don't know where all of this is going to end up. To make matters more complicated, there was a federal court lawsuit that has now been filed by an advocacy group called Disability Rights Texas. Some of you may have heard about that. The arguments being made by Disability Rights Texas are very similar in that they are challenging GA 38, but they are different in that what they are doing is claiming that under a variety of federal laws that protect individuals with disabilities, they are taking the position that GA 38 essentially violates the rights of people with disabilities, including school children with disabilities, because it prevents schools from being able to meet their needs. And as an example, if you have a student who has a particular medical condition that makes them more susceptible to COVID, thereby not only requiring them to wear a mask, but perhaps requiring others around them who work with them to wear a mask as part of an accommodation for their medical condition, that's unable to be done under the current GA 38. They have also alleged that the governor's order violates various portions of the American Rescue Plan, which is, of course, the source of ESSER dollars. They have asked the federal court to issue a temporary restraining order. Now, the federal court, at least as what I checked a few hours ago, had not yet issued a time for such a hearing, but it is coming. The case has been assigned to Lee Yackel. He's a federal judge who has been on the bench since 2003. He is a Bush appointee. He is, by all accounts, a good judge and will likely consider this closely, but there's, of course, no way to tell what he will ultimately rule on. If he issues a temporary restraining order, that will also likely be applicable statewide. And if that occurs again, that can prevent the governor from taking action to enforce GA 38. That still, however, does not settle the ultimate issue in the case. Again, as of now, we are still waiting on opinions from the Texas Supreme Court, which for state law purposes is the law of the land. It could issue an opinion that ultimately settles a lot of these issues. If you pay attention to Supreme Court cases that have come out lately where they have been analyzing the governor's authority, they have generally been siding on the side of the governor's authority. Of course, you can't always predict what the court will do, but it is likely, in my opinion, that it will side with the governor. That can certainly affect and should factor into the thinking with respect to the inclusion of any mask mandate, because there's a risk. Even though you can do it now, there could be a Supreme Court decision that alters the landscape. Of course, if there is a federal temporary restraining order that is issued, that's the other complicating factor. No doubt the state will vigorously defend against that, and there could be appeals of something like that if it's issued that reach all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. So you can see that the law on this issue is not settled, and it is still unfolding in real time. Keep in mind that the Attorney General has been very aggressive in enforcing GA 38, even in the midst of all of these different cases that are going on around the state. He has begun sending letters to entities that have imposed mask mandates, informing them that they are in violation of GA 38. Today, in fact, a few hours ago, he filed a lawsuit against the San Antonio ISD over its vaccine mandate. You may have read that San Antonio ISD made a decision to impose a vaccine mandate, which is another ban set forth in GA 38 for its employees. The Attorney General, like I said, has filed a lawsuit here in Bexar County on that. He is seeking a temporary restraining order and a temporary injunction against that enforcement. Another issue I want to address briefly is you may have seen in Paris, Texas, I believe it was Paris ISD, that went ahead and included or took action to include masks as part of its dress code. Again, in a sort of creative attempt to incorporate a mask mandate. Of course, there's been debate about whether or not there's a loophole somewhere that allows that to happen. And again, there are temporary restraining orders currently in place, as I've explained, that would allow that to happen. But in the end, a mask mandate is a mask mandate. I fully expect that the Attorney General will challenge that action. And again, it comes back to the original issue, which is GA 38 says that it suspends any and all laws that any local entity will use to impose a mask mandate. And of course, Paris was taking the position that, hey, Chapter 11 of the Education Code gives us, as a school board, the ability to govern and oversee the management of the school district. So therefore, since the GA 38 order did not specifically suspend Chapter 11, we can do this. Again, that's just going to be part and parcel of the various issues, I think, that will ultimately end up in the court. So all of this legal wrangling has left, as I said, schools, school children, and staff caught in the middle, trying to navigate what is no doubt a dangerous pandemic. The Delta variant is spreading throughout Texas. I don't think anyone, even the governor, would dispute that. Obviously, any board has to keep in the forefront of its mind the protection of its school children and staff. And I understand that that has to be the most important factor in your thinking. However, it's just something to keep in mind that whatever is done here tonight may be subject to eventual challenge, may be subject to different court orders that, again, continue to change in real time. And so certainly we want to ensure that we are trying to be as mindful of that as possible. And my goal here, again, was to illustrate for everyone that this is not an easy situation legally. It will continue to play out, and I wish I could give you a specific time when it will all end and we will have some sort of final decision that can answer this fundamental question. But I can't do that. I just don't know where it will happen. I certainly have my thoughts and opinions on where it may go, but again, until courts actually issue opinions, we really can't know that for certain. So with that, that's my summary of where everything is. If you all have questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions? Ms. Williams?
I have one question.
Yes.
Thank you for that detailed analysis. At the beginning, I almost felt like you needed to put up a flow chart. But
Well, I'm hoping I didn't put everybody to sleep, so sorry about that.
No. Do we have any idea what the penalty could be for violating GA 38?
So if we assume that GA 38 is eventually found to be the law of the state, so to speak, by the Texas Supreme Court, the governor imposed a $1,000 fine for violations of GA 38. There has not been specific detail about how that would be implemented, and to my knowledge, that has not been implemented against anyone yet. Not to say that it won't happen, but there has not been detail as to whether that would be, per violation basis, whether it would be imposed on, let's say, if you had school personnel that were trying to enforce a mask mandate, would it be imposed on them? There really has not been specific guidance from the Attorney General or the governor as to how that would be imposed. But that's the penalty that's been listed.
Thank you.
Mr. Byer?
Thank you. I had one question about sort of the process that a district might go through should they, let's take one of the districts that has already mandated masks and they've been served some sort of notice. What is the process then, and what is the length of that process? What are the steps that that district has to go through to either fight that legal battle or back off? Or whatever?
Well, in the event that the Attorney General is successful in fighting off all these different lawsuits and appeals, and again, if GA 38 ultimately becomes as found by the Texas Supreme Court, and who knows what a federal court will do, if that is found to be a lawful exercise of the the governor's power, then enforcement efforts would be likely the imposition of the fine. The Attorney General, as we saw today, suing SAISD, you can expect that the Attorney General would sue any school district that would try to violate GA 38. Again, once we get past all the temporary restraining orders, temporary injunctions, the state would look to sue, and of course, get an order complying or forcing that school district, that local entity, to comply with GA 38. That can, of course, result in legal fees. That can result in court costs. That can result in expenses to the district. And in the end, if the Texas Supreme Court ultimately finds that GA 38 is in fact a valid exercise of the governor's power, a trial judge would be hard-pressed to try and figure out some way to avoid that. Now, that's not to say that there can't be creative legal arguments. There can't be some other way to try and avoid it. That's a discussion for another day. But if you're asking how the state will look to enforce, I think today's lawsuit against SAISD is indicative of the goal there.
Mr. Layers? Mr. Hilliard?
Thanks, Ms. Winkley. So just to be clear, we're operating as a district under GA 38 currently. That's the current premise we're operating under, which is mask optional.
Well,
I'm just trying to clarify.
I understand. So right now, the temporary restraining order issued by the Austin District Court is still valid, and that applies statewide, and that enjoins the governor from trying to enforce GA 38. So right now, I would say that until there's some action on that, that temporary restraining order operates as an essentially stopping the enforcement of GA 38. Now, of course, as I explained, the Attorney General is still taking the position that, hey, I'm going to win this eventually. So you're still not in compliance with GA 38. But the temporary restraining order is still in place. The other thing that could happen, as I explained, you've got that stay of the local temporary injunction issued by Judge Arteaga that the San Antonio Court of Appeals is still considering whether to lift that stay or not. If that happens, if they do lift the stay, then the temporary injunction is in fact enforceable and would become, for now, law here. Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess the next question I'd have is, if obviously we've talked about the Supreme Court ruling, would you advise us to disobey it? Or maybe that advice might be different, but you've outlined that there are penalties that are likely to happen based on what we've seen with SAISD already. Is that correct?
Yes. I mean, if the state Supreme Court decides that the governor has the authority to enforce the mask mandate ban under GA 38, which has been the big focus of all of the disputes here, if the Supreme Court finds that, then that will be considered essentially the law of the land, at least here in the state. Of course, we still have that other federal court lawsuit that has been filed, so that could also complicate it. But at least as far as the Texas Supreme Court is concerned, if it opines that way, then yes, GA 38 will ultimately control.
Okay. And I think this is important. I know the fellow trustees know, and I believe you do, Mr. Lopez, but when we took our oath, and there's a board operating procedures, but it literally says each of us individually will faithfully execute the duties of the office of school board trustee and will do the best of my ability to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and the laws of the United States and of the state, so help me God. And this comes back to the legal question is, there's obviously some people say just violate this or violate that, which is the reason I was asking where we're currently operating under, because we have a responsibility to the district to be smart. Obviously, we want to get the kids education. There's the safety aspect, all those pieces, but we have taken an oath that we will follow the laws. And that rule of law I would offer is very important as a society in general, but in particular, we can't just pick and choose, which is the concern I'm sure we'll talk about as trustees. So I do appreciate the updates on that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Ms. Huey?
Just a clarification. So if all of this stuff comes down at a state level and GA 38 is upheld, but then a federal court rules against the Texas Supreme, then we're right back to
Yes.
to what?
Yes. So let's say you have the Texas Supreme Court that issues an opinion upholding GA 38, at least with respect to the mask issue. But then you get a federal court that jumps in with a TRO that is applicable statewide. Well, then we're right back kind of in a holding pattern, or at least with respect to the TRO enjoining the governor until such time as that would get worked out.
And we don't have any idea of a timeline there at all, do we?
Do not. Again, the issue for now is that there has been a temporary restraining order requested from the federal court. There will likely be a hearing on that, but I do not know as of now when that hearing will take place. I imagine it's going to be pretty quick. I did check this morning and did not see anything, but that's not to say that that hasn't been updated since. But I spend, as most people might imagine, I spend most of my day checking a lot of the courts, being in communication with the Attorney General's office, trying to just get a sense of where everything is. A lot to keep track of.
Thank you.
Vice President, I have one follow-up question. We've seen a lot of emails from the community referencing they are going to get lawyers and or consider suing the district.
Sure.
And I know one of the conversations is the Texas Family Code 151, rights and responsibilities parents have, education, directing moral religious training, medical dental care, amongst others. And will things like that be used? And there's multiple different laws in the education code, the family code, the Supreme Court. What does that look like if we get 50 or 100, whichever way, because obviously there's people on both sides of the discussion, but what does that do to us as a district? How costly is it? How time consuming is that can get? What does that look like if that happens?
So if that happens, I mean, the school district is in a position where it would have to defend against any lawsuits, whether they're filed by either side of the aisle, if you will, on the issue. That would certainly cost the district money. That would certainly cost time and resources. There's no doubt about that. In effect, though, I mean, you could also say, well, hey, COVID-19 is also costing the district a lot of resources as well. But certainly, So I often tell people, and I know that some of the trustees who've been on with me for a long time, that have worked with me for a while, the executive staff, anybody with a few $100s can file a lawsuit. Doesn't mean that it's colorable,
Right.
doesn't mean that they're going to succeed, but that certainly is a possibility.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Vice President. Appreciate it.
Anything else? Go ahead.
Mr. Byer, you have anything else? Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much, Chuck.
Thank
We
you all
really
very much.
appreciate your informative information. Dr. Micah?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Nurse Kelly, I turn it over to you.
Can you hear it now? Can you hear me now? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. My name is Emma Kelly. I'm the Assistant Director of Health Services for Northeast ISD. I do wish the circumstances we were meeting under were different, but I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today. Tonight, I would like to share some information that we have gathered. I will include some data from last school year so we can see how it compares to the current school year that we've recently started. I hope to make clear what is currently happening to make the invisible more visible. I will then share recommendations that we believe to be the best course of action at this time. The 2020-2021 safety protocols and safety plan were successful. The goal at that time was to open schools and to keep them open. It's not necessarily an easy task, but it was successful. We were able to keep all schools open. We never closed a school related to COVID, and we never had to close the district as a whole related to COVID. So what has changed? It really seems like we are in a completely different situation this year. We learned a lot last school year. A lot of that information is definitely still applicable, but things have changed, and they're changing quite rapidly. I'll discuss the effects of different mitigation strategies, the Delta variant of COVID-19, and the impact that we're seeing both in schools and within the community. So when we look at what has changed, last year we implemented a layered approach to mitigation. There were multiple strategies that we put into place. We saw less than a 1% rate of transmission, with just about 24 cases of what we believe to be transmission that occurred within the school or within the classroom. What we observed is that when students and adults wore masks, we really didn't see spread within the schools. And you can see several of the mitigation strategies that were in place last school year here. Some of the mitigation strategies available have changed for this school year. In addition to that, some of the strategies we have learned are much more effective than others. For instance, we still have plexiglass dividers available, but the current evidence shows that the effectiveness of those plexiglass dividers is really not that much of an impact on the safety of the environment. You see that social distancing is listed here, and although that is difficult to maintain when we have more children in the school building, with all fairness, there were campuses last school year that had a number of children back on campus that it was already difficult to maintain social distancing. And even in those circumstances, we did not see spread of the virus when face masks were worn. We have added 2 additional strategies in an effort to really mitigate spread as much as possible. We have started to offer on-campus COVID-19 testing. This is for students and employees who are experiencing any symptoms or who have been in close contact. Now, just to be extremely clear, any testing would only be done with the consent of the parent, written consent at the time of testing. In addition to that, Department of State Health Services has added COVID-19 to their communicable illnesses chart, and I'll talk about that a little bit more, but that is another strategy we have in place for this school year. Another thing that has changed is the current variant, the Delta variant of COVID-19. This strain of COVID-19 is highly contagious. It appears to replicate more quickly than previous strains. People who are infected with the Delta strain of COVID-19 have a higher viral load, so the number of viral particles present is higher, meaning that when they cough or sneeze or speak in an environment, there may be more viral particles expelled into the area. The R0 is a number that can be used to represent how contagious an illness can be, and it's figured for multiple different illnesses. And this number really does change. As time goes on and more is understood about the spread of a particular strain, the R0 value may change. Currently, there are different expressions of what the R0 of the Delta variant of COVID-19 is. The range tends to be 5 to 9. Recently, the CDC increased the R0 value of COVID, the Delta variant, to 8.5. But like I said, this value is fluid. And what that number is it's the number of people that you can expect to be infected when one person has an illness. And I have a little graphic to help explain that. So as you'll see here, this illustrates how many people the Delta variant of COVID would spread to. So you can see influenza on the far left, that's just seasonal flu, which has an R0 of about 2. So for every person infected with the flu, you can expect that 2 other people may become infected. Now, of course, this number is across multiple cases. So there may be someone who has flu who infects fewer than 2 people, and another person who has flu who infects more than 2 people. The original strain of COVID is believed to have an R0 value of 3, meaning that about 3 people would be infected by each person who had that strain. And as I said, the R0 value of the Delta variant of COVID is believed to be between 5 to 9. In this graphic, I chose to go right with 7. It's right in the middle. The change from the CDC is a recent change, and there's evidence to support a little bit lower and a little bit higher. I think that we want to be very transparent about where we're getting all of our data and make sure that nothing's being exaggerated or inflated in any way. So along these same lines of sharing clear data, this chart shows the in-person student enrollment and the number of in-person student cases of COVID for 3 different time periods. The numbers on the far left come from October of 2020. And so what I did is for each of the 3 months that I looked at, I chose the week of that month that had the highest number of in-person student COVID cases. So we looked at the enrollment for that time and then the percentage of positive cases. January 2021, actually it was the week of January 4th, was when we saw in the school district the highest number of reported student cases for last school year. Already for this school year, when we're looking at which week of August would have the highest number of student cases, this week has already surpassed the week of January 4th through 10th, even when we looked at data only from August 16th, 17th, and 18th. The numbers on this chart for this week include the 16th, 17th, 18th, and then until today at noon. So there have been additional cases reported today, but I wanted to just illustrate that even though we're not through this week already, we've exceeded the number of cases that we had in that highest week of January. So when we were looking at this information, what we wanted to see is When we have more students in person, is the number of cases reported really going to look that much different? Or does it just seem different because we have more students on campus? What we notice is that the elementary level is noticing an increase in the percentage of students who have COVID. We're not seeing that right now in middle school and high school. Again, we're looking at a partial week worth of data. We also know that it takes some time for the numbers to play out, and I'll talk about that a little bit more when we discuss what's happening in one of the schools currently. But vaccination rates of eligible students at middle school and high school may also be impacting these numbers. Another thing that can be different with the Delta variant of COVID, but also that has been somewhat difficult to respond to throughout this pandemic, is the symptoms experienced. We have seen that people who are unvaccinated tend to have more severe symptoms with the Delta variant, but on the other side of that coin is that some people may experience very mild symptoms or no symptoms at all. This makes identifying positive cases quite difficult. People may believe that their symptoms are simply allergies or fatigue, and they may be less likely to respond to those mild symptoms in the ways of avoiding contact with others, wearing a face mask, or staying home. Very recently, on July 30th, COVID-19 was added to the Department of State Health Services Communicable Disease Chart. This comes from the Texas Administrative Code, and it's a list of multiple illnesses and conditions and how schools are required to respond to them. So, for instance, it will list chickenpox and signs and symptoms to watch for, what to do if a student exhibits or has chickenpox, when you have to exclude a student from school, what the return to school criteria are, and the reporting conditions associated with it. So very recently, COVID-19 was added, and what this means is that it now provides us very clear information on what we're required to respond to in terms of symptoms of COVID-19. If the nurse conducts an assessment and determines that a student may have COVID-19 or any other contagious illness, the student will be sent home from school. COVID-19 wasn't added to this list until after Castle Hills was already in session. So even things are changing so rapidly, and because of this variant, we're seeing so many just differences in the expression and what's happening, that even as we're moving along, the support structures that guide what we're doing are being created in real time. So if a student is sent home from school, or if they stay home from school, and we're really looking at students exhibiting symptoms of any communicable illness, and just to speak back to that communicable disease chart very quickly, the number one criteria for determining if someone should be excluded is if there's the presence or if it's believed that a student may have a contagious illness. So we look at a myriad of information, but that really is the number one factor for helping to determine if a student needs to be sent home from school. If they are sent home from school, there are 4 options for their return to school. Options 1 through 3 are the same options that we had in place last school year, and we've added option 4. So if a student is sent home for symptoms or stays home, they can return to school once 10 days have passed since their symptoms began. If they have a note from a medical professional clearing them to return to school and providing an alternate diagnosis. If they have a negative PCR COVID-19 test, they can return to school. Or they can obtain a rapid COVID-19 test from the school clinic or elsewhere. That would need to be obtained no sooner than day 5 after symptom onset to be able to return to school. And the reason for the timing of the rapid test is those rapid tests are really a valuable tool. Right now, we're seeing an uptick in the number of tests being sought out in the community, and people really are struggling to find a test at times. We have rapid tests available in the schools that we can make available to parents and to employees. We do know that they yield a more reliable result in someone experiencing symptoms and once a few days have passed from the onset of symptoms. So to get the most accurate result with a rapid test, it is best to wait a few days after the symptoms have begun. Now, for each of these options, in addition to meeting the criteria of the option, the person needs to also be fever-free for 24 hours without the use of fever-reducing medication, and their other symptoms must have improved before returning to school. Some symptoms will linger. They don't need to have resolved completely. For instance, if someone has pneumonia, their cough may linger for quite a while, but they just need to have had some improvement in those symptoms. So the symptoms of COVID-19, we've seen them all time and time again. And I think we all have recognized that most of these symptoms can be associated with other illnesses as well. It can also be difficult for people to determine if they or their child has one or two of these symptoms, exactly what they should do or what that may mean. One way that we encourage parents and employees to look at the symptoms and think about them is this symptom new or unusual for the person experiencing it? So if you have a runny nose every time CEDAR is high, and you wake up with a runny nose and the CEDAR count has gone up 10,000 points, it's reasonable to believe or, to assume, to think that that may just be your normal response to what is normally occurring around you. If you tend to never get a headache, but you wake up one day with just a very different headache, even though it's just one symptom and it may be mild, it is something to think about just a little bit more, to consider what else may be going on. We do ask parents that if their child is experiencing a symptom or symptoms in a way that is new or unusual for them, for them to keep their child home so that they can be evaluated. And if at any time someone has questions about what to do about particular symptoms or what the best course of action is, the school nurse is a really good resource for them to reach out to, because it is difficult in some situations to know what the best course of action is or what would be recommended. So currently, the impact that we're seeing in schools, even with the rise in cases that we're seeing right now, we know that when students are away from school, whether that's related to a school closure or absences related to symptoms, close contact, or being COVID-19 positive, the loss of direct instruction to students is very impactful. They're unable to access school programs and resources. It also means missed work for parents. It's quite impactful on the family. When employees are away, again, for those same reasons, whether related to school closures or for their own absences, schools aren't able to function as well when everyone isn't there. When there's a number of people out for whatever reason, it really does impact how efficiently and effectively the schools are able to function. There's a loss of continuity of instruction for students, and we really see the potential for impacted transportation, food services, and other services that are provided to students and their families. Just what we've been seeing with the school nurses is that with this higher number of positive cases, they're less able to follow up with families in a timely manner when parents have questions about symptoms or close contact or testing or something completely unrelated to COVID. They're just less able to respond to them quickly. They're also a little bit less able to carefully investigate and identify where spread may be occurring. When conducting contact tracing or trying to determine what has been going on with a particular number of COVID cases, it is quite time consuming, and when the numbers of those cases increase, it just becomes more difficult to conduct. They become less able to detect links between positive cases. When you get to have an overwhelming number of cases, it is just harder to see where those relationships may occur and what may have happened. It can impact students receiving nursing services in the clinic. So when the school nurses are inundated with COVID cases and situations that they're responding to, they still have other students in the clinic that need their care. And so it's trying to balance responding to families and providing them guidance and assistance, but also providing the care to the students at school. The reporting of positive cases we conduct in a few different ways. Each day we report any positive cases we learn of to the health department, and then each week we report any positive cases of people who have been on campuses to Department of State Health Services. And again, when there is an increase in the number of cases, that reporting just naturally becomes a bigger task and more time consuming. So we're really working to always avoid any delay in that reporting. We want to make sure those numbers are reported to the appropriate people in a very timely manner, but it does get quite a bit more difficult to do when the numbers get so much larger. And this isn't true for everyone, but in the past couple of days, we've spoken to several of our nurses who may call just with a question about how we're doing a new thing. They're just looking for guidance or reassurance, and they quickly just dissolve a little bit into tears. And this is a group who you don't have to ask to do the hard work. They will show up and do it every time. And it's been difficult for them to be uncertain of what the direction for them should be, of what guidance they should be giving, of where things are moving. And they're also just really having to answer to people in very different situations who feel very differently about things. And it's just been a little bit taxing on them. Dr. Micah asked how they were doing, and I said, they will never shy away from hard work or a lot of work. They do like that work to feel effective. They like to feel like they're doing a good job and that they're able to complete things in a way that is helpful for the students and for their families. So the impact that we're seeing in the community, I'm sure we've all seen some of this information. It's been widely reported. Hospitalization rates are increasing rapidly. This week, more than 93% of staffed hospital beds were occupied. Texas has the most pediatric hospitalizations in the country currently. About 13 to 14% of new COVID cases in Bexar County are children. The week of August 10th through 16th, there were about 11,000 new COVID cases, and of those, about 1,481 were children. During that week, there were 373 people in intensive care. And if you'll look down just a little bit on that slide, you'll see that in the entire state of Texas, we only have 327 ICU beds available. So the ICU beds in Bexar County currently that are filled are more than all the available beds in Texas for the ICU. There's also a severe nursing shortage. Bexar County hospitals are down about 1,600 hospital workers. When nurses leave, there are not other people to replace them. There are out-of-state nurses and hospital workers being moved to Texas to help provide care for the patients who are hospitalized. But it is becoming a situation where There are beds in the hospital, there just are not people to care for the patients who would fill those beds at this time. Also, as we see more pediatric hospitalizations, the number of pediatric intensive care nurses is quickly getting to the point where they won't be able to meet the needs of the patients that are admitted. So this is a quote from the director of University Hospital's Pediatric Intensive Care Unit. Dr. Wu was saying that they're just waiting to see what happens when schools open. That what's worrisome to him is that this current variant is affecting children and babies and toddlers. We know that no one under the age of 12 is eligible to receive a COVID vaccine at this time. And although the mortality rate in children is very low, and while many of them will survive the virus, we don't know what the side effects or the long-lasting effects of the virus will be for them after they recover. So when we're looking at where spread occurs, just to be very clear, we can investigate all day, but we can never definitively know 100% where someone was exposed to COVID-19. But we can look at the information available, use a preponderance of the evidence, and make a determination on what seems likely to have occurred. So when nurses learn of a positive student or employee at school, these are some of the questions that we ask. Has the student or the employee been exposed to a positive person outside of the school building that they know of? Has the student been in close contact with someone who had tested positive at school? What is the timeline of symptoms and test results within a certain setting? And, you know, just to explain that a little bit, if you had 3 students in a classroom who all developed symptoms on the same day, the likelihood is that none of those 3 students infected each other with COVID because they're developing symptoms on the same timeline. This does have a fairly predictable course of symptom development and timing. The likelihood is that for those 3 students, they either were exposed to someone that we don't know about, who's either in the school or outside of the school, or they could have been exposed to different people. They are not necessarily exposed to the same person. We also look at, is there a rise in cases in a particular classroom or grade level, or are we seeing just a general rise throughout the school? If it were more generalized or scattered, that wouldn't necessarily point as much to in-class transmission or in-school transmission. When we see one class or grade level or setting that we are seeing a rise in cases but not seeing that elsewhere in the school, that leads us more to believe that it may be in-class transmission. We can also look at the student's family and do they develop symptoms or test positive at the same time as the student, before the student, after the student? That kind of helps us know about other exposure the student may have had. And then we can also look at, in an environment, what percentage of people in that environment are masked and or vaccinated. I think it is helpful and helps explain things to look a little bit about what's been happening at Castle Hills. Dr. Micah, in his message to the community, discussed some of the rise in cases at Castle Hills. Before that happened, though, we were really looking throughout the summer at what was happening at different summer programs. So there were about 7,000 students who attended summer school. We had professional development, athletics camps. There were multiple activities going on throughout the summer, all in a masks optional environment. And although we did see cases, it wasn't a number that was increasing. it didn't seem at all like an uncontrolled environment or uncontrolled spread. We continue to, like I said, track those numbers, report them like we always do, post them on our website, and discuss them throughout the summer. When Castle Hills came back in session, the first week of school, there were 4 positive cases. And really, those cases were never in a classroom. They were kind of on the outside, but never within a classroom. The second week, there was 1 case. So a very, very small number for that entire school. Week 3, we saw 9 additional cases. And that's when we just started to, well, not started, but continued to just pay attention and see exactly what was going on. And anytime there's a positive case, we just ask a lot of those questions to try to get an idea about what was happening. Week 4, there were 15 additional cases. So what we saw very quickly is that in the classrooms that had a positive case, you went on to see additional positive cases. In classrooms that hadn't had a positive student or employee, you didn't see any cases pop up there. And then in week 5, we've seen additional cases as well. So you start to see little clusters, either in a classroom or where the students have contact somewhere else, but you start to see little clusters growing once that started to happen. So, and again, that number, what we're seeing can be attributed to that R0 value of the Delta variant of COVID, of just how contagious this is. Now, without placing any blame or anything, just looking at the information, we know that most of the individuals who have tested positive were unmasked individuals in this situation. It seems to have come to a point where,
Please. I ask that you respect no talking, no whispering, just listen, please. Please, Nurse Kelly.
thank you. So it seems that we've come to a point where if the on-campus transmission of COVID-19 is not controlled, schools may close. And that may be related to the number of cases. It may also be related to our ability to have the adults on campus to keep that school running. We recommend implementing a temporary mask mandate for 6 weeks or less. This would allow us to see the rise in on-campus cases slow. We know that it takes time for an implemented intervention to show the effects of that intervention. Hospitalization rates are usually impacted 1 to 2 weeks after a change in the level of community transmission, and that just is indicative of how it does take time once something is implemented or lifted to see how the impacts of that will play out. We currently, on our website, have a medical exemption form for students who are unable to wear a face mask. We know that there are people in the community who cannot wear a face mask, and that would be supported and allowed with the appropriate documentation. A slow in the number of cases or slow in how the cases are growing would allow us to effectively contact trace, to identify close contacts, which would prevent further spread within the school if parents quarantine their children at home. It would allow nurses to make contact with families in a timely manner, to provide guidance and to answer questions. We also request the ability to reinstate a mask mandate at a particular school or even in a particular classroom if we were to see evidence of increasing on-campus spread until that spread was controlled through mitigation strategies. I feel like being more specific with what is being implemented is helpful. When we did contact tracing, instead of last year telling an entire classroom to quarantine, we really tried to be very specific about it and look at who actually met that close contact definition and only require those students to quarantine because we know the impacts that this has. And if we can be more specific about it and limit the number of people that need to be impacted, we truly do want to do that. And how would we look at this information and evaluate its effectiveness? As I mentioned earlier, when the number of new cases slows, we're better able to gather the data and identify where spread is occurring and coordinate solutions with campus administration and intervene as needed. We would be able to pull back on restrictions, which quite possibly would begin in middle school and high school first due to the availability of vaccines for those 12 and older. As I mentioned, it will take additional time to see how this plays out. We know 3.5 days in at middle school and high school, we are not seeing an increase in the percentage of cases, and we would just need additional time to really see how that continued. This is not a situation where we want to wear masks forever. I don't think any of us do. I know I don't. And we would want to be able to evaluate the effectiveness of strategies and pull those back once we were able to. We want students to be in school. We want to accomplish that safely and in the least disruptive environment possible. And that's all my information. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Williams, do you have anything?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for all of that information and the data to help us definitely make an informed decision. One thing that I want to clarify, so early on in your presentation, you mentioned, I'm not sure which slide it was, maybe it was the third one, where you mentioned October, you took snapshots of October, January, and then the last few days of August.
Yes.
Just to note, so in October and January, virtual learning was available to the district, correct?
Yes.
This time, we don't have that as an option. Is that right?
Yes.
Are there other alternatives to wearing a mask that you know of that could be effective?
Yes. And really, my opinion is that masks are not going to be the solution, but they will help us control a situation so that we can move through. There are multiple things that can be done. Vaccination and the other mitigation strategies that were listed on that one slide are all effective in different ways and to different extents.
Okay, but I know social distancing, of course, is one, and a lot of that has been tried, but that has to be limited. I mean, because of social distancing, of course, we can't sit as many people in our room here as possible. And then, of course, vaccinations. Again, that's a choice, and we're hoping that that's just going to leave it at that's a choice. However, it seems that going back to masks, that's the smallest thing and has seen some effectiveness that everyone can do.
Yes, and we did see that masks were effective last school year. Now, I will say, we know that wearing a mask is not an easy ask for some people. But what we've seen already in the short time that this school year has been going on is that we need something to help control the spread within the schools.
Thank you.
Mr. Leos?
Yeah. Can you go back to the slide where it was the breakdown in January and October? I just had a question about your numbers again. I think you explained it, but I just need clarification.
Yes.
So the numbers, those percentages at the bottom, can you just clarify those again? I think I got it, but I just...
Sure. So the percentages at the bottom are just the percentages of the in-person students for that particular week who had tested positive.
I also have some questions, and I'm not sure if you can answer that, or maybe Dr. Mike can answer, but what about, I know we talked about mitigation strategies, and it's very difficult right now because we have more kids in school. I mean, we don't have virtual learning, so we have more kids in schools. But have we, discussed or talked about anything that could help mitigation? And I'm thinking secondary, like with passing periods, or I know lunch is very difficult because we're all here. So, I mean, are there ways or strategies or discussion about even that, how to work that, and use mitigation strategies for those things? Because, we're seeing, I mean, there's pictures out there, right, of not just NEIC, but of a lot of schools, because we're all in session, of these passing periods that are just, massive, students going in, and there's no, I know that's difficult, and there might not be a solution right now. I just don't know if there has been discussion about that.
Mr. Leos, great question, and I will tell you that definitely there's been a lot of discussion about what principals can do at their schools to help mitigate, looking at, like you said, staggering possibilities, but with everything that you try to do, there are some negative consequences. For instance, then losing out in time for the next class, so on and so forth. So we have to look at all those very closely. And we've told our principals that they really need to think sometimes outside the box. And so we're trying to have, for instance, we've asked our schools if they can go outside, for class, if weather permitting, those types of things, that, please do, because we know that being outside is certainly a space that's safer, that you don't have to wear masks. So we're trying different things. So yes, sir, all those are there, and we're always open to different ideas, and just as long as they work with the normal flow of school and doesn't impact our instruction negatively.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Hilliard, would you like to go?
Sure, I didn't know if Mr. Byron, he's got some notes. Okay, no, great, thanks. Nurse Kelly, you may go back to the R0 value
Sure.
chart, please. Thank you. Question on this, when you were showing that, is this for adults, children, or for everybody when you talk about R0?
That's a really good question. This value is just overall for
Okay.
the Delta variant of COVID-19.
Okay. Normally, can you go to the next slide? Just so normally our variants, in this case, we're talking about the Delta 9 or the Delta variant. Are they normally more contagious than the original strains when it comes to viruses, or weaker?
Well, it actually can depend. So a virus is going to mutate and develop different strains to increase the longevity and how successful that virus is. So there are situations where a virus may become less contagious but more severe. Other situations where a variant may become more contagious. It really just depends on how that particular virus is mutating and changing.
Okay, so it's variable from different types
Yes.
of illness. Okay. Can you go to the high school slide? I was going to piggyback on something Mr. Leos. So from what I heard you say is middle school and high school, middle school and high school are not showing, they're actually showing a lower overall percentage, comparatively speaking, with more students, some mass, some not mass. Is that correct? Really, it's the elementary school where we're seeing a higher increase here this first 4 days. Is that correct?
That is correct. I do think that in order to really have reliable data, we would need more than 3 days. Just like what we saw at Castle Hills is that first week we saw very few cases, second week very few. It wasn't until we got really into the fourth week that we saw.
And how's Castle
what
Hills
was
doing this week?
happening.
Are they holding, going higher, lower, up to for the 4 days of data that you have?
They're continuing to have additional cases.
Okay, so more so than the last week? Same number total, or I guess my question, like if they had 15 last week, do they have another 15 this week, or just 5 or
We're on the
25?
trajectory to have the same number
Okay.
this week. Of
Okay.
course, that's a prediction. I don't know what their actual number will be at the end of the week.
The delay data. So we're not seeing it at the higher levels, so it's mainly elementary schools where the big numbers are. I understand your data.
It's where I feel like it's where we've had the time to see what those numbers will become.
Okay. So, but not targeting just the elementary schools necessarily. Okay.
Right.
Can you go to you talked about option 1 through 4 when y'all were talking about the different things y'all are doing with mitigation stuff. Mm-hmm. And I know I emailed earlier so you can just get some answers, but we're talking about the PCR test.
Yes.
And obviously the CDC back on July 21st, and a lot of people know about it, and I asked a question about the lab alerts. It recommends that they transition away and do a multiplex method because there's a problem with detection and differentiation between SARS and influenza. But I know this is one of the options. Is there a concern if we continue to use PCR, people may either get bad results and then either come to school thinking it's negative or not, or flu? Are we concerned about having valid test results or having issues with those? Because y'all sent me an example and I appreciate that, but I'm just trying to understand is if we're getting bad test results, we could be adding more infection or not at all. Keeping people home when they need to be in school and they really aren't because the test maybe didn't facilitate the right detection.
And that is absolutely something that we would want to avoid. We don't want to unnecessarily keep someone out of school ever. For the multiplexed test that you had referred to, that's a type of test that tests for various illnesses at the same time. So it's at the same time of collection, but the test is run for various illnesses. So it's a specific process to detect, for instance, influenza and SARS-CoV. The results are represented of each of the illnesses that it's testing for. So it provides test results for flu. It would tell you negative, positive. In rare cases, it would tell you, indeterminate. And same with the COVID results. It would tell you negative, positive, or indeterminate. I think that absolutely we would always want to try to make sure that we are getting the most accurate and reliable lab results we can. A lot of that functioning is going to be dependent on the lab and whether there are standards for labs and laboratory processes that they're held to. A lot of that information isn't available on the results information that patients are given and then that parents give to the school in order for their children to return to school.
Okay, that answers that question about that. Thank you. For the school nurses, you mentioned that obviously y'all been working very hard and got a lot going on and they're filling that. But we have a lot of ESSER funds, and I know, Dr. Michael, we've possibly looking at options, but hiring other staff that can do the back-end follow-up data entry within the scope of FERPA and HIPAA and all that stuff, because so that y'all can focus on the nursing, the entire community. Is that something that, I know there's a dialogue, Dr. Mike, I think, correct, going on with that, but.
Yes, and I'm glad you asked that. So we have been building as quickly as we can a COVID team. And that team, we've recommended several people to HR already this week, would help with sending notifications to families when there was a positive case identified. They would help with performing COVID testing. They would help with contact tracing. So yes, we really are working to build a support team to handle some of those tasks that are not necessarily restricted to being performed by a registered nurse, so that does free the nurse up to perform those more specific duties.
Okay. So, and that'll hopefully help alleviate some of the pressure.
Yes.
And Mr. Hilliard,
Yeah.
just to add into that, just like, I've shared with you all throughout the summer, it's people right now. They're not easy to find.
Understood.
And so she's going as fast as they can, and we have it set up. These folks will be set up over at the sports park in a pavilion. I believe we just had, 8
pallets of testing supplies
testing
delivered.
and everything is over there. It's just really people, and they're not easy to find right now.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Can you go to the next slide? I know you have a couple slides here, and I'm not sure if I have questions on all of them or not. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Impacts. Okay, next slide. Next slide. Sorry, I'm trying to get this.
That's okay.
This one right here.
Okay.
And we talked about the bed. The real issue is it's a staffing issue, not a bed issue, correct?
That's
That's
right.
what everyone's been saying, is there's just a lack of the medical personnel to fill. There's plenty of beds, but we have actual people to care for the patients. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So we were talking about, you're talking about the ICU and the ventilators in the children. And I guess for us, if you're allowed to give this information, I'll make sure we're not violating FERPA or HIPAA, but have we had any students hospitalized due solely to COVID in the last year that you know of? I'm just asking the question.
I don't feel that that's information that
Okay.
I will share.
Okay. Because we're just trying to figure out, we know there's significant impacts and at the level of where it's going. We talked about mitigation strategies, and I heard Mrs. William. Have we talked about the positive or proactive? Mask to me is a defensive, but the proactive, when the natural immunity, we know obesity is one of the main contributing factors. There's an article today from UT Health or the other day, but a lot of the kids that are having a problem, it's childhood obesity, which is an uncomfortable conversation to have, and there's different reasons for that, and I don't want not to disparage or anything else regarding that, but have we focused on nutrition, exercise, vitamin D, and those, how did each person proactively build their immune system so they have the best response when they get any sort of illness, flu, RSV, COVID-19? I haven't seen any messaging that I know of, but are we going to start doing that, talking about all mitigation strategies, is teaching everybody how to do this? Because not everyone maybe has the same information or ability to access that y'all could push out through health services to our entire community, parents and kids. Has that been considered?
I think each campus, several of the campuses put out campus newsletters, and the nurses have a little article in there each month that usually is tailored to health and wellness. So staying healthy, what are things you can do preventatively to be as healthy as possible. In addition to that, that information is covered in some of the curriculum that students receive in different courses as well.
Understood, but I'm talking about for the parent and the communities. We're talking about every mitigation strategy available. We need to get all the information out there. And we need a strategic message, because each campus may be doing different. You said the nurses are very busy. They may be tracking cases. That a strategic messaging from the high level to help the community for the best results, because now we're doing everything we can to help each person be in the best shape in the event they get COVID, flu, RSV, whatever it is, especially our kids. So I don't know if that's something we can consider for the district to do to help the whole spectrum of issues.
Okay.
Something for consideration. Can you go to, I guess, the recommendations y'all had with the about the 6 weeks? Actually go right there. So the hospitalization rates, are you talking about y'all are going to track citywide, or are you just going to talk Northeast-wise? Because do you have data for Northeast students and employees or not? When you say, I'm just trying to figure out what hospitalization rate you're watching.
No, and I'm sorry, I didn't make that clear, or I didn't speak clearly to that. That information is really just showing that when we see a change in what the community is doing, whether it's an added mitigation strategy, a lifting of a mitigation strategy, then there's some lag in time between when we see a change in the number of cases in response to that action, and then an additional amount of time before we see a change in the hospitalization rates. And so I'm sorry, I was really just trying to illustrate that it does take time once something has been implemented to truly see the impact of that in the numbers. So it's not that the hospitalization numbers would be specifically tied to one way or the other.
Because
to-
obviously not everybody in Bear County may be doing mask or no mask in school, and people
Right.
travel across county lines and all the other reasons. That's why I was asking. That just kind of threw me off. We're talking about hospitalization
No.
rates. So we're not tracking Northeast students, employees. You're looking at data trends is what you're saying?
Community trends, yes.
Okay. So this is the first time any of the trustees that I know are seeing this right here, and we didn't get the normal action item. So there's a lot of questions when you say 6 weeks, and I think you said something about allowing nurses to go beyond 6 weeks and go into individual classrooms and continue on. Did I understand that correctly? Is that the
So-
request or recommendation?
We were recommending a temporary mask mandate for 6 weeks or less. And then in addition to that, after that time period, the ability, not for nurses to reinstate, but to make a decision collectively about reinstating a mandate at a particular school or in a particular classroom if we began to see that large rise in the number of cases there.
Okay, because I think that the community is going to be, there's obviously very strong opinions across the community, and I think we, the board, need to own this. I know Dr. Mike has taken a lot of heat for some of these things, but that's something that I think we meet every 2 weeks pretty much. So anything beyond 6 weeks, if we did that, I think we need to be very, very clear, because I'm not sure all the details that are in here at this point, which is, we just need to know exactly what we're talking about here when we talk about that, but that's a different point. Where else did that? Mitigation. The medical exempt form. So my understanding, if I looked at it right, parent gets a doctor to sign it or a nurse practitioner, whatever, and then health services signs off on it. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Can you give me the rationale for that versus trusting the medical professionals if they do that? Are we not, I guess I'm trying to understand why health services have to sign off if the medical professional says this individual needs it.
We're just the ones who are communicating that information to the campus.
So if a medical doctor signs one, realistically, you're going to approve it. You're not going to sit there and go, no, doctor so-and-so or nurse practitioner so-and-so, we're not sure about that. We're not going to approve it.
I can't say that there would never be a situation where we would request additional information or take it to our medical advisory committee for review, but in general, if that was the recommendation of the provider, then we would go with that.
Okay. Last question, and then I'll hand the floor back. I know I've had a lot of questions. And this is CDC data from last week, and I'm just going to throw out a couple numbers, and then I have the question to follow. So, and I don't want this to be taken wrong by anybody, because if anyone loses a family member, such as a kid, I have kids of my own, it's probably the biggest heartbreak. So no doubt, but so ages 0 to 17 from 2020 through 2021, deaths due to COVID or presumed COVID, 354 out of 70 million with the current estimate of minor children. Pneumonia, 859. Pneumonia and flu, 1,330. And then RSV, there's been 2.1 million outpatients and 58,000 hospitalizations. So my real question would be is, we've never for the flu ever done this. Flu, statistically speaking, once again, if it's your own child or your own family, huge impact. But statistically speaking, we've never done this. So why are we doing this now? And I think that's the question a lot of parents want asked. And so I'm willing to ask the question because, and Dr. Mike or whoever else, I understand the case rises, but people are going, why are we doing this now?
For those children who have RSV or pneumonia, because currently the hospital system is becoming overwhelmed and they won't be able to provide care to any of those children.
Okay, but
So-
each parent has the choice to mask their child if they're concerned about that, right? So parental rights and the parental choices to wear a mask, right? So we, obviously there's transmission, and everyone's going to give us the data tonight on mask, no mask. But the ultimate thing is any parent right now who wants their child to have a mask as a protective mechanism can, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't know if you have anything to add, Dr. Mike. I'm just trying to figure out, because this is a big question in the room, is
Sure.
where do parental rights end?
Yep.
And we're trying to find that line between safety and parental rights,
Sure.
at least in my opinion.
And I think Nurse Kelly and you can speak to this. What we have seen with some employees and some students is that person not wearing the mask, and those people that are, there has been what you have, or you and your staff have determined to actually be transmission between those two, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Last question. So school closures is decided by the district. Metro Health cannot close a school. Is that a correct statement?
I believe so.
Because I know I was asked that question. So what criteria would we use? What's the number or metric we would use to close the schools? I guess my real question. But staffing piece, I
Sure.
get.
The staffing's what's going to do it.
Okay.
Over probably everything. You know, and Dr. Mitchell, you can weigh in on this if my numbers are off. But, you know, I think many people think just teachers. We got to think about teachers, and that's huge. But there are a lot of other people that run a school, custodial, bus drivers. We're already short drivers, and now we have them out with COVID. We're short on custodians because we can never seem to hire enough of those either, and we have those out. So there are other things that are starting to impact the day-to-day operations of our schools. We have one, I don't know, Mr. Jimenez, I know of one school where we don't even have an administrator because they're out. So it's starting to tax the system.
Thank you, Dr. Mega. Thank you, Madam Vice President. Thank you, Nurse Kelly. I'm done. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Byer?
Yeah, I think most of what I was going to ask has been answered. I did want to follow up on one Mr. Leos asked about updating protocols with this. If we're talking about a mask mandate, are there other protocols that will be coming with it? And will we have to meet at another time next week at the regular meeting to talk about those as, you know, if things are voted on and go a certain direction? Will there be other mitigating strategies that have to be considered, or are we comfortable with the strategies we have along with your other recommendation at this point?
I think that the other mitigating strategies are already included in the safety plan, and I don't think there's anything that would need to be added at this time.
Okay. There was a question about contact tracing, and I've seen some things recently that I guess we even said in a quote that we're not contact tracing, which I didn't think was correct, but I saw that pop up recently.
So right now, we are
We're
not
not.
contact tracing.
Okay.
We are building a team to be able to quickly, in the near future, be able to start contact tracing again.
Sure.
But with the number of cases that we have currently and in a mask optional environment, contact tracing does become quite a bit more difficult. In an environment where most people are wearing masks, when you conduct contact tracing, a nurse would, say in an elementary school, go to the teacher and ask, of your students, are there any of them who are unable to wear a mask or who struggle with wearing their mask during the day? And the teacher would be able to provide that information. In a mask optional environment, the teacher really isn't able to monitor who does or does not have wear a mask when they put it on, when they take it off. And so it goes from asking the teacher about the students in the classroom to really, you would need to go to each individual student to try to gather that information about their mask use to determine who did or did not have contact with the person who had tested positive.
When you talk about for the recommendations on the 6-week temporary mandate, what would we use? You say 6 weeks or earlier. What would we use to stop that from going the full 6 weeks?
And I think that it is something that we would like to have a hard and fast, here's a number, here's a very clear black and white when we would start, when we would stop. I think what we've learned is that things change so quickly with this, and there are things at times that we can't anticipate or can't quite know how they may play out. So in talking with Dr. Michael, we've discussed that it might not be a situation where there is one rule of here's where this starts, here's where this ends, but instead it would be looking at all of the available information to determine when we have cases that have slowed to a number that we're not seeing the level of spread within the school, and we are able to respond to those situations, and it does seem a more controllable environment.
And so with that, I assume that means we would have to come back in 6 weeks and visit this again. Is that what I'd understand?
So,
Or it would just run out?
so Mr. Byer, you know, that's up to you all. All right? You know, some districts that have done this have granted that authority to the superintendent and said, you're going to make that call based on health services and so forth. Some other districts have made it a board piece. So it would be really up to you all as a board, how you wish to proceed. I think a common misconception is that I could do this on my own.
Sure.
This is outside of what I can do.
Correct.
I can't institute a mandate like this on my own. It takes you all to do it. So therefore, you're also setting the rules around it.
Okay. Last question I have is, Ms. Kelly, you mentioned the outside medical advisory board, or our medical advisory board. I think that's one piece that I haven't necessarily seen in this presentation is what are we being advised on outside of, I mean, I know there's a lot of people that are in that board, and I would be interested to hear what their input has been to this process.
And their recommendations have been that every person within a school building wear a mask.
Plain and simple.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byer. Ms. Huey?
I have a few questions, and they're just all over the place. Back on the testing issue, you said that the supplies were in for that, and so it would be a central location for testing. That meant that the parent would then sign the forms to allow their child to be tested. What about, would we have it open to parents, to community, or only to our students for testing, students and staff?
So these tests were provided by TEA and Texas Department of Emergency Management, and actually we have them in the school clinics already. So they're available to students, employees, and school board members. But they do have very specific guidelines on who is able to be tested, students, employees, and school board members.
If a student is 18 or over, they would not need a parental okay, though, would they? Or would that still apply?
Typically, we have still asked for parent
Okay,
consent, even
great.
if a student is 18 or over.
Okay. Mr. Hilliard brought up the thing of promoting health in our schools, and I want to get some clarification on that because over the years I've seen many, I think we've been a great leader in promoting that. But I mean, not just our nutrition services and what our children are served at the lunches and things like that. But I'm thinking of like Colonial Hills. It's gained state and I think national recognition for some of their health initiatives.
Miss Huey, I wish we would have had Rachel Naylor here this evening to speak to that because we
Absolutely,
do a
yeah.
tremendous amount
Yeah.
within our schools about teaching kids about healthy lifestyles.
I kind of felt, and then with Go Public, we promote the Heroes for Health, where we have the first responders and the military and everyone come into our schools and demonstrate for our children, you know, healthy lifestyles and good choices. I think too the prevalence of the community type gardens, that the students are learning so much about nutrition at such a very young, more than I knew at that age, on nutrition. So I think we've done an outstanding job there, and I'm very grateful for the team that keeps that going. On the medical exemption, and you talked about a provider or nurse practitioner signing off on those. Would there be a limitation on, I mean, would there be a criteria for the provider, a specialty? Like, could it be any medical person that may not have any clue about respiratory issues or anxiety issues, or just, I mean, would there be any criteria for that provider?
So a medical provider licensed to practice in the state of Texas, which is the same criteria that we use for accepting orders for students who are receiving medications or treatments in the clinic. So that's medical doctors, doctors of osteopathy, nurse practitioners, physician's assistants. So there is a group that is able to appropriately write for that type of information.
Okay. I just want to make sure that it's someone who is familiar with the safety of our children and not just, just doing some type of blanket. I want our children taken care of. Back to the R0 thing, and you were talking about, and Dr. Micah was talking about the impact on the staff. So if a child comes to campus, they're positive, and that R0, whether it's 5, 7, or 9, that's not necessarily going to be another child. It's going to be a staff or that child's family, which then has an even bigger impact because the parent can't take care. So that's very concerning to me. So I guess part of where I'm going with that, and maybe Dr. Mitchell can up on this, last year we got high praise for the mitigation practices that we were doing on the campus, the electrostatic sprayers, the everything else. And there are some parents that are concerned that that has gone away or has been decreased. Where do we stand on those other things besides masks
Those things
on our
are
campuses?
those things are still in place, and we have the ability to go in there and electrostatic and clean the areas that need to be cleaned, but nothing's changed.
Because I've heard both sides of it. The impression of, oh my gosh, the custodial staff is so incredible. They're constantly in the hallways wiping down everything. And other comments about, what happened to the hand sanitizers? They're not out there anymore. So
No, they're definitely out there.
okay, so I just didn't know if we need to get more information out there about that, because it can't just be the one thing, masks or hand sanitizer, or it's, whatever we're going to do. We did so great last year. Of course, our children weren't on campus, so that, that was another part of it too, or not all of them. Another issue that's been brought up, and I don't even really know how we could even consider it or do it, if it's doable, and I guess, Dr. Micah, this would be at you. And there's been suggestions that we have, when you were talking about the campuses and maybe quarantining or closing a classroom or a campus or whatever, could campuses be a masked or an unmasked campus, or a class could be a masked or an unmasked class? So that if someone wanted their child in an unmasked classroom or vice versa, because I can't figure out how it could even work, but I want to throw it out there because it was suggested.
Sure, and Ms. Huey, I've heard that as well. That is a huge challenge and a huge staffing issue, because not just that, but we've never segregated children in schools for clothing or anything like that. So you're going to start placing them out, and there are just a lot of challenges to that. I understand the rationale from some people who are thinking that, but that's tough. Think in high school.
Mm-hmm.
Think in a middle school. Even think in those elementaries that rotate classrooms. It would be a tremendous challenge to try to do that.
Okay. And I wanted to thank Nurse Kelly too for providing data. I think it's invaluable to depend on science and data, and I really appreciate all the numbers that you've brought us, not just for the district, but for what's going on around us in the community. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I just have 3 questions. The teachers and staff, Dr. Micah, that are contacting COVID and have to stay home, how are they affected as far as pay?
Yes.
So that's a great question. So we are working right now on looking at bringing back that type of COVID leave. We just have to work through some some issues with our HR and such. So I would be anticipating that coming. What we would do is bring it to you all, and should you pass it, what we would do is go back in time and reinstate it for folks that did it. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Okay, and then Nurse Kelly, you talked about that cycle in a classroom. Have we seen the cycle in a classroom where we have a COVID outbreak, I guess, or a case, and then that student is homesick, and then we come back and it's in that same class a week later, and that student stays home, and then we come back and the next week we're in that same class?
So we have seen where a student in a classroom is positive, and then they were in the classroom during their contagious period. Once they're identified as having COVID, then they stay home. But then the next week, 2 or 3 other students have tested positive. Now, the initial student who had COVID, when they return, if they are exposed to someone new who has COVID, they don't have to quarantine. They're not going to be in this loop of having to keep going home because they've been exposed based on the immunity that they have for a period of time after they've had the virus. So if someone has had COVID within 90 days of being exposed, so if they had it in the 90 days prior, they do not have to stay home once they've been exposed.
Okay.
But the other people in the classroom could continue to be impacted.
Okay, and my last question is, we rely so on parents to be forthcoming about the health of their children. And oftentimes children arrive to school and about an hour later they have 101 fever. And so are you seeing students with some COVID symptoms coming to school?
Yes, and I think a lot of that is because of how difficult it is to determine what should be done in that situation. I think there's a lot of confusion. Parents just aren't sure, should I keep them home because they woke up with a sore throat? I think it's probably okay. So yes, we are seeing that. We are seeing that some of the people who have had a positive COVID test, when we go on to ask about the symptoms they've had, some of them have been on campus for several days experiencing those symptoms before they had a test and were identified as having COVID.
Okay, those are all my questions, and I thank you very much. And Dr. Micah, I think you have another presentation?
Yes, in the spirit of what Mr. Lopez was explaining, that this is fast and furious, there's been an update legally that has gone on. Mr. Lopez, would you mind addressing it?
Thank you again for the brief time. Again, as I explained earlier, this is all in real time. So the Texas Supreme Court issued an order a little while ago, and you heard me talk about the Austin temporary restraining orders. One of the motions that the governor had filed through the Attorney General's office was to the Texas Supreme Court to have those orders stayed. The Supreme Court denied that motion. So those Austin temporary restraining orders are still applicable, and the Texas Supreme Court denied the request to stay. So those are, again, remaining still valid and applicable statewide. So just wanted to give you all that information because, again, as I said, these orders keep coming
All right, so what
pretty
does that
fast.
mean so far as?
Well, it means that the temporary restraining orders issued by the Austin District Court are still valid, and therefore the governor is enjoined from enforcing GA 38, at least for now. Like I said, he asked for a stay from the Texas Supreme Court of the effect of those orders, and the Texas Supreme Court denied it. So I have not, the Supreme Court has a page where it has released orders and opinions, and it just printed what it did. I have not had a chance to actually read, or I don't know if they're going to issue an actual order opinion, but for now they went ahead and denied the stay. So
So I just want to make sure I'm very clear on this. So in very simple words, the Supreme Court has said that at this point, the governor's order cannot,
That what it said is
Reinforce.
basically that the Austin temporary restraining orders that enjoin the governor's enforcement of GA 38, the Texas Supreme Court was asked by the governor to stay the effect of that order.
okay.
And the Texas Supreme Court just maybe 15 minutes ago posted it and said no. So those Austin orders remain in effect. Of course, as I said, that could change tomorrow, that could change next week, but just wanted to make sure you all had the latest information that I had. So unless there's any more questions, I know there's a lot to get to, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trevino. Are we ready? Mr. Lopez, pardon me, I did it again. No, you're fine.
Oh, okay.
You're fine. Okay, we're going to move to the public comment portion of the meeting. We have 151 speakers this evening. No, please do.
Nurse Kelly, I know you have a lot to do. Please go on home, okay? Thank you.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. At this time, the board will receive comment from those individuals who signed up to speak on the agenda item tonight. Speakers will be called up to speak in the order in which they appear on the sign-in sheet. We want to hear from everyone who signed up. As I said earlier, we understand that the community is passionate and has different viewpoints on the agenda item this evening, but we want to remind everyone to act in a respectful manner, particularly when someone else is speaking. Please do not disrupt any person providing comments to the board. Anyone causing a disruption or not complying with our expectations will be warned, and if they persist, will be removed from the meeting. This is to include the community members that are waiting in other rooms. Once you have completed your comments, we ask that you return to your seat or area from where you were watching the meeting so that we can accommodate all speakers. Due to the volume of speakers, our board policy BED local, each speaker will be given 1 minute to address the board. I would also remind everyone that you can submit written comments to the board at any time by email at board@neisd.net. Ms. Hui, will you please call up the first?
Madam Vice President, before we
Yes.
get started, can the secretary call maybe 3 names at a time so that they're ready, or how can we do that? I don't know if we have a way to do that so that if people are coming from upstairs, we're not having to wait. I don't know if these lists are posted throughout the building or not.
I don't believe they are.
Okay.
I can do that, but can we clarify then too that as the person comes to the microphone, that they do state their name for the record, because there is a recording being made of this, and we want to make sure that I'm
We have it
getting the
in
right
order.
people up
We have
there
it
and
in order.
everything else.
Yeah. I don't know if we have the ability to do that or not, but I think that would be good
I mean,
to.
that is.
I
that
think
is our
it's a great
normal
idea.
procedure. That is our procedure, but I do know it causes some confusion. So I just want to make sure that we reiterate that when you do come to the microphone, please state your name.
State your name so that we can follow that.
Yeah. All right, the first 3 people, Bill Librera, Crystal Keene, and Brandon Broom. Whenever you're ready.
Hi, I'm Bill Librera, and I'm really shocked at what I heard today. I'm hearing 6 weeks to slow the spread. It would have been better if she said 15 days to slow the spread. And what I'm hearing also is I'm hearing this attorney come out every 15 seconds to 15 minutes telling us there's going to be a change, there's going to be a change. And you're considering playing ping pong with our parental rights. Every 3 days, every 6 days, you're going to say, hey, you know, we got to change here. And Dr. Micah, he says they've never segregated anybody, but what they want to do is they want to turn away student who doesn't go to school with the mask passport. That's exactly what it is. It's a passport. And I'll tell you what, you're saying it's safety. It's not safety. You want to know why? If my kid shows up to school and says, I want an education, but you put the mask on me for my safety and for the safety of everybody here, you won't do it.
That's your time, sir.
You won't do it.
Crystal
You can't do
Keene.
it.
Hi, my name's Crystal Keene. The school board must not come between the parent and child relationship by imposing unlawful mandates and flip-flopping. It is up to us, the parents, to make decisions for our children, not the board. Last year, mitigation strategies were in place. However, I received letters weekly of positive COVID cases at my child's school. I am a nurse, and I have personally seen fully vaccinated people admitted to the hospital with severe symptoms. I personally know people who have worn their mask at all times when out of their house and contracted COVID. The presentation given is debatable. We now know PCR tests are not reliable per CDC guidance recently released. Humans get sick. COVID will never go away. This virus is not a death sentence to most people. Healthcare is not the responsibility of any ISD. It is up to us, the parents, to decide the health care for our children. During Bexar County's court hearing, one of the plaintiff's witness testified her husband, who was the fire marshal, wore a mask all the time, and he ended up getting COVID and died. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Brandon Broom.
Yeah, I'm Brandon Broom. I'm a practicing physician, board certified in Texas. I'm a lifelong scientist by my profession. And so as part of that, I have researched over the last year countlessly on COVID, the treatments, the options. There's over 70 scientific studies on masks and respiratory viruses, not bacteria, respiratory viruses, such as coronavirus. I printed 20. I'm going to leave them here, okay? There is not one study, not one, that shows that masks have been effective ever for respiratory viruses, okay? There's not one, okay? So it's not out there. So here is 20 out of 70 that show that they don't work, okay? And this is evidence. And my plea to you is respect both sides, okay? I'm a medical doctor. I get my evidence from journals. I have access to them. Some people don't. They get their information from somewhere else. But there's enough of us that are aware of this. Your job is to supervise the education of our kids.
That's
We
your
get
time,
to we
sir.
get to choose the protection of them as parents.
The next three are Jacob Keating, Deanna Fensel, and Nina Librera.
My name is Jacob Keating. Dear board members, educators, parents, and NAISD parents. As a parent of two students at Bulverde Creek Elementary, I just want to state that my family's position regarding the matter before this board. My wife and I care deeply for children and other children in our school district. Their health, education, and development are our highest priority. It is this reason that has led me to completely oppose any mask mandate by NAISD, Bexar County, and the City of San Antonio. First, the evidence shows that children are not as susceptible to COVID-19, and the likelihood of serious infection and death are extremely small in comparison with other age groups in the population. It's CDC information, as the distinguished trustee over there pointed out. Out of 610,000 deaths in the United States, primarily in the 65 and above age group, less than 400 have been in children. But we have continuously, throughout this pandemic, public health policy has been focused on children, on closing schools, on lockdowns, on mask mandates. And I ask you
That's
to
your
please
time, sir.
reconsider. Thank you.
Deanna Fensel.
My name is Deanna Fensel. I have two children at Bradley Middle School. The mask on, mask off mandates have become a circus. We aren't laughing. The week before school started, I emailed the principal at Bradley, let her know my kids were not going there with a mask on. She called me up, told me that the way she was going to deal with it was take the kids in, separate masked children from unmasked children. She would leave my kids outside without a mask, and they would not be able to participate in the first day of school activities. I found this to be tremendously disturbing, upsetting, and sad. I emailed you, Ms. Winkley, but you didn't respond, which I wasn't surprised at. My children are the most precious things in my life to me. Segregating and ostracizing a child because they honor and respect their family, morality, and belief is devastating to me. Parental rights and consent don't pause between the hours of 7 and 3. These are God-given rights and will not be taken away. NEISD is a monstrous disappointment to me this year and my family. All of you have shown us who you really are. It's time to look for a place for education that is accepting to diversity of thought, respectful of parents' rights.
And the next is Nina.
Okay, as a reminder, please do not applaud. Please do not react. Just sit silently. Yes, you don't call people's names out. You just state your opinion and your comments, and we move on. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Nena Librera. On Monday, Dr. Micah, you put out a statement saying rather than putting our community through constantly changing guidance, as legal proceedings continue, we will continue to strongly encourage the use of face coverings while we wait for the Supreme Court to decide whether today's temporary injunction is enforceable. The next day, you called for an emergency meeting. Is it to go back on your word? We as parents ask, stick to your word and let us parents be parents.
I'm sorry, the next name is kind of illegible, but I believe it's Peter and maybe it's Kendrick. Then Will Kaywood and Sharice, I'm going to apologize for mispronouncing, maybe Roar Allegrini. So I believe it might be Peter.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm Peter Kendrick, thank you. I'll provide these links to your email site that you provided, including vaccines from a wide body of national and international doctor groups and associations you won't hear on the mainstream or the social media platforms. I ask that they be posted for all to see and all that's provided by all of us here today. We must have transparency, authenticity, and accountability. Given the assault on trust law and order in our society and institutions, let the turnaround begin with us, we the people at the local level. After 18 months of hearing from Dr. Fossey and the medical establishment, the current NIH director just confirmed in his statement that support for masks is purely anecdotal, not based on medical science studies. And I expect Governor Abbott's prohibition to stand eventually. Irrespective, it's vital we understand the truth of what's really at work here and know and follow the real science. I will provide us. Okay.
Thank you.
Will Kaywood.
Good evening. I'm Will Kaywood. Ben Franklin once said, "Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." In the case of school mask mandates, I would argue that a great liberty has been taken away from parents. That liberty is our God-given right as parents to make a very important decision as to what is best for our children's health. I would also point out that the temporary safety afforded children by wearing masks is very much a topic of scientific debate and may in fact be a harm. We, the parents, can make our own decisions if masking is best for our children. That is a responsibility given us not by the United States of America, but Texas, Bexar County, the city of San Antonio, or by any ISD. It is a right given by God Almighty. Dr. Micah concluded his parent message dated August 6 with the following statement, quote, "Our schools will continue to provide an educational environment that respects each other's decisions. Mask mandates do not respect the rights of parents. Mandates force compliance to the decisions of others. No mandates." Thank you.
Thank you.
Sharice something? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay.
My name is Sharice Allegrini. I'm an infectious disease epidemiologist. 15 years ago, I was very pregnant, and I stood in this building and worked with the NEISD staff and leadership to do pandemic planning. Now that child that I was pregnant with is on the Lee campus. We've learned a lot during this pandemic, and what we've learned is that COVID affects children and affects them very severely. In public health, we have to rely on layers of mitigation. That includes vaccines, that includes masks. Every child under the age of 12 is not eligible to be vaccinated right now. They are relying on the mask to protect them. It reduces the risk that they're going to be infected, and it reduces the chance that they're going to infect somebody else. My child participated in the vaccine trial because she wanted to help protect others her age. She's fully vaccinated, and she wears a mask all the time when she's on campus and anywhere in public. This isn't about my child. In public health, our obligation is to protect the health of the entire community. I ask that you focus on protecting the community. Thank you.
The next three are Nathan Anderson, Caitlin Wilkie, and Rachel Cardon.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Anderson. I first of all appreciate you all letting us have this time to speak. I echo the sentiment of a lot of the folks and the families here tonight, and I want to state my opinion. I'm a former law enforcement professional and have an extensive amount of knowledge in numbers, and I can tell you for a fact with absolute certainty that the numbers on the CDC website that many of us keep referring to are inaccurate. They're inflated, And if you look on the CDC website, I would encourage anybody to look beyond the homepage. There's a hyperlink on there, and you can find that there are reported numbers, which is what we always hear, right? And then there's a few columns over by state, and you can see the confirmed numbers. Many of those columns are blank, and a lot of them are less than reported numbers. All right, so please go on there and do your own research and stop listening to all the regurgitated information. Let the parents speak. No masks. We're tired of it. We spent the last year dealing with this, and you know, I swore an oath, just like many of you elected officials up here, to serve and protect this country, and we're just tired of it. We spent the last year, 2 weeks, and turned into a year and a half. No masks.
Caitlin Wilkie.
My name is Caitlin Wilkie, and the district communication and decisions regarding COVID-19 and safety in our schools makes it clear that choice is your core value in any ISD. To be clear, as a school district, you do not have the choice about whether or not to create a safe learning environment. In fact, under your picture on the webpage, it says that you will create a safe and secure environment for my child. You do have the choice to provide clear, accurate, and timely data. You have a choice to update the COVID tracker daily and by campus. You have the choice to connect with other districts, Austin, Dallas, Paris, and so on, to implement clever and legal ways to have a mask requirement. You do have a choice to hire campus leadership that responds to parent concerns, unlike what is happening at my child's school. You do have the choice of which legal entity to fear, the governor's office or the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights, when they claim that you have denied FAPE to our students. You do not have the right or the choice to endanger children, particularly those that have no choice about vaccination. You actually really don't have a choice to give parents this choice, because legislation about public schools has never been written by parents directly. It is not how modern school has been conducted. Parents don't do drop-off procedures, organize safety drills. Please have a mask mandate.
Rachel Carden.
Hi, I'm Rachel Carden. I'm a parent of 4 NEISD students. My youngest is a 4th grader at Castle Hills Elementary. As you know, Castle Hills has been in session for a month. We have more than 30 positive confirmed COVID cases just among students in the school right now. We are scared and frustrated as the district continues to sit back and watch as student transmission continues to spread within the school. How many teachers and children need to contract COVID-19 before you reevaluate your lack of mitigation strategies? There are at least 6 students in 1 3rd grade classroom at home right now fighting this virus. Many more are voluntarily quarantining due to close contact. Castle Hills is averaging between 75 to 85 absences daily. We have so many kids that are missing days of school without even having the option of virtual instruction to support them. This is not an abstract what-if scenario. This is happening right now in one of your schools. If you're choosing to make my school a cautionary tale, I implore you now to do the right thing. Please do not fail the rest of the district as you have failed Castle Hills. Please implement masks.
Greg Harris. And then after that, Vernon Merrill.
Hello, and thank you for having me here. I appreciate everyone's time. My name is Greg Harris. I'm Rachel's husband. We have 4 kids in the district. One of ours is at Castle Hills, like she mentioned. I didn't even want to come and say much, but I decided to after hearing everybody speak. About the mask not working and letting particulates such as viral contagions through and not bacteria, that's true. But what's not said about this is when you sneeze, when you cough, and when you breathe in other people's sneezes and coughs, there's less likely the transmission of that if you have a barrier in place. That's not being said by the studies. It's just the fact that the particle can go through, okay? I can go to places in South America that have malaria, but if I go there, would I want to take the medicine that reduces my chances of getting malaria? Yes. Would I want to go ahead and drink the water from the ponds, or would I want to bring my own water? I'd probably bring my own water. And would I want to sleep outside without mosquito nets? Probably not. But you can choose to. I just wouldn't, right? So that's my thing about masks. Next thing. The parents, that's a minute.
Sorry, it goes fast. Vernon Merrill.
Hello, my name is Vernon Merrill. If someone would have told me that I would be fighting an oppressive regime who want to force my daughter to wear a face covering, I would assume it would be the Taliban. But this isn't happening in Afghanistan. This is San Antonio. This is United States of America, the land of the free and the home of the brave. We are not free if parents do not have the ability to make informed decisions concerning our children's health. And we are not brave if we cower in our homes and force children to wear a mask when, according to a British study, their chance of dying is 2 in a million. For those who are adamant about masks, there's absolutely no reason why you can't allow your children to wear masks. That's your right, just like it is my right if I want my child to not wear a mask. And I would just ask that y'all follow the Constitution and err on the side of freedom. Thank you.
The next three are David Beach, Leanna Bena, I'm sorry, I can't read the last name, and then Sean Reed.
Hello, my name is David Beach, and if this board is considering to overreach parental authority and mandate masks for all, I assume this board realizes that you'll be doing these volatile meetings every 4 months. I mean, I'm sure you realize that there will be a new virus, variant, strand circulating until infinity. So unless you want to constantly implement mask mandates back and forth, keep it simple and allow parents to initiate masks for their children, period. And where are the testimonies from like Kamal District School Board, where they bravely determined parents controlling their children's safety to compare some of these numbers? And where is the testimony of professionals who can refute these ridiculous masks for kids by these always fearful people that can highlight the incredible detriment of the social and psychological well-being of child development by wearing a cloth mask hiding all their important facial expressions? Where is that? So because of this board has not earned the right, due to the negligence, to fully discover the social development harm of our children, to implement by overruling parental consent, to implement a ridiculous mask
That's
mandate.
your time. Leanna, and I'm sorry, I cannot, it might be Benavides? Okay, I wasn't sure.
Hi, my name is Liana Benavides. My two children go to Johnson High School. It is impossible to socially distance at Johnson High School. During passing periods, they are crammed together like sardines, and there's lots of inadvertent touching. My girls wear masks. Masks are most effective when everyone is wearing them. Respiratory droplets spread everywhere, simple coughs and sneezes. The Delta variant sticks to you like Gorilla Glue, and it will infect you whether or not you are vaccinated. Dr. Douglas Massengill, a fellow superintendent, said, "In the end, it will be impossible to know if we overreacted or did too much, but it will be quite apparent if we underreacted or did too little. You were elected to ensure my children can be in a safe and secure educational environment, and I expect you to live up to that promise. Thank you."
Sean Reed.
Thank you for your time. I am new to the school system. With my child is just starting kindergarten for the first time. Very happy with that. So to avoid repeating a lot of what has been said already, I will just say this. Masking should be up to parents, because if you want your child to wear a mask, that is fine. No one's saying that's not allowed. If you don't want your child to wear a mask, that should also be equally fine and acceptable, as it is a parent's choice. Just like with the flu seasons we've had in the past few years, if a child was sick, had to stay home, parent's choice. If the child was exhibiting symptoms to avoid getting other people sick, parent's choice. In my own time going to high school, I saw people voluntarily wearing masks because they were sick. That was a choice. What this comes down to is parents want the choice to continue their right to parent their children in a free and safe country that we've established for 200 plus years, that personal freedoms do matter. If you are afraid for the virus, take precautions. That's all this should come down to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And welcome.
Paula Hilliard, Adana Sherman, and Pilar Cantu.
Paula Hilliard, and I just wanted you to know there was, about an hour ago, about 100 people outside in the heat that weren't being let in because your overflow rooms were totally full. There has been a chair available that I've let people know, but they have not. One person has not been allowed to come in. But just so you know, parents are passionate about this. I recommend, maybe since you brought this up about the health thing, there has been no health tips that I've seen about like vitamin D, how that can build your immunity. Maybe the trustees could get onto the principal's newsletter so you know what's actually going out to the kids and to their parents. But let's see, I really came to initially, except after hearing all that, I changed my topic. I just wanted to tell you that we've been praying for you. We pray for your wisdom. We pray for your compassion. This is hard on you guys, and we get that, but it's hard on us when we see our kids cry when a mask mandate's implemented with no notice, and they're weeping because finally they were going to have some joy and be normal children again. And you're taking my kid's childhood.
Thank you.
Adonis Sherman? I know Adonis was here. She must be in the overflow room.
If I could ask if any of you have spoken already, approached the podium, if you would mind filtering out so those that have not spoken yet could come down, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Winkley, could I recommend maybe Mrs. Hugh, you call like the next 15 or 20 people?
Yes, she is, Ms.
Okay,
Hilliard.
perfect,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
All over.
Yeah.
Thank you all for putting in a long time tonight.
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
Okay, Ms. Huey, if you'll name the next,
Okay.
let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Just so that they can
Let's
start
just,
coming down.
let's
from
do
the other-
18.
About
18.
Okay, I'm going to call the rest of this page. That's what I'll do. Okay, Adonis Sherman will be the next when everyone gets downstairs. Then Pilar Cantu, Kathleen, can you figure that one out? Sarba? Okay, Sarber. Bethany Adrian, Leah Shaw, Carrie Collins, Robert Lamb, Martha Morse, that's Dr. Martha Morse, Abra Schnar, Chrissy, can you see that number 29, Chrissy? All. Amber Elder, Ashley Bucks, Julie Beetlestein. Adonis is in the room. Okay, Adonis, you're next.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir, do you mind sitting down until she's done speaking? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thank you so much for your patience, everyone. We're glad you're here.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Micah, and community guests. My name is Adonis Sherman, and I'm the local president of the Northeast Education Association, speaking on behalf of our membership. We're asking the board for consideration for implementing a mask policy for all employees as well as students. We have had several documented positive cases on Northeast campuses this past week. These campuses include Castle Hills Elementary and events like Lee High School and the Roosevelt Convocation. The Delta variant is affecting educators and students at a rapidly rising rate. We need to think about the health of our students who are vaccinated or not, learning in enclosed spaces, sometimes without great ventilation, and all of our certified as well as classified personnel. Other Bexar County school districts have started to implement mask policies. We encourage Northeast to listen to the doctors and scientists and the experts as well as
Thank you,
educators
Adonis.
and the community.
Thank you.
Pilar Cantu.
How you doing? I'm Mr. Pilar Cantu. I'm here to speak on the obvious that I've yet to hear anybody speak on today, which is I understand we want the safety and the health of all the students at Northeast, the city, keeping them healthy, masking them in class, mask mandates. Great. But the obvious is masks in class, but let thousands of student athletes in the afternoon go knock the spit out of each other. Volleyball teams, marching bands, dance and cheer. It doesn't make any sense. And I guarantee you this fall season is gonna be far worse than last season because the state and the country is open. Who's to say that a student athlete is gonna go to a Cowboy game where tens of thousands of unvaccinated and unmasked people are gonna be crammed in a stadium, and then they come to team practice on Monday and Tuesday and just pass what they just contracted. So either 1 foot in and not have 1 foot out.
Thank you very much.
Kathleen, I'm going to guess Sarba?
Sarber, yes.
Okay, sorry.
Hello, board. My name is Dr. Kathleen Sarber, and I really appreciate your time, so let me hear my voice.
I'm a lieutenant colonel and an ear, nose, and throat doctor in the United States Army, and I just moved here a few weeks ago, and this place is already blowing my mind. I have something that I wrote, and I'm going to submit it so you can read it later. But people are equating liberty and justice for all, which is in our Constitution, to liberty and justice for you, and that is not the way our Constitution is written. What the governor was given the order, the law says it may suspend a regulatory statute that prevents, hinders, or delay necessary action in coping with a disaster. Well, necessary action is masking, social distancing, ventilation, and hand hygiene. So I don't know how that is a legal order. I also gave an order and an oath to the Constitution, but I don't follow a legal order, so I hope that you don't follow them either and you do a mask mandate. Thank you. I also brought my own literature that supports masking.
Right there.
Please don't comment. One more, and I'm going to ask you to leave.
Bethany Adrian?
May I approach the board? I have some literature for you guys. Who should I give it to right here?
Thank you.
I have a folder for each one of the 7 of you if you'd like to look over it later. My name is Bethany Adrian. I'm a school nurse for NEISD. I stand here tonight recognizing that the CDC puts out that 350 COVID-related deaths in children since the start of the pandemic are what have occurred. We have responded with fear to what's going on in our community for far too long. Masking children is in direct opposition to the data. 0.008% of COVID in children ends in death. This is illogical, and frankly, it's ignorant. I'd like to look at the harm that masks do in fact cause. Any and everyone with their eyes open recognizes the rapidly growing and devastating number of youths experiencing self-harming behaviors and suicidal ideation. The CDC openly reports that depression and anxiety have spiked 300 to 400% since the start of the pandemic, to include a stark rise in child suicide. I have seen firsthand the daily battles our students are facing with this. I refuse to be a part of robbing one more child of the opportunity to see and share a smile. We have collectively taught our children that every human interaction poses a threat to their health and safety. That is toxic.
Leah Shaw?
Hi, I'm Leah Shaw, and I'm the mom of 2 students in NEISD. I'm also a graduate of NEISD, and I worked in the public schools as an educational diagnostician and as a licensed specialist in school psychology. I know many parents and teachers who cannot be here, but who are concerned with the safety of our schools due to Delta and the fact that our children cannot be vaccinated yet under 12. This board can take measures to ensure safety, including masks, more virtual options, space between students in the cafeteria, maybe even eating outdoors. I'd be happy to volunteer to help with that. Many districts have adopted mask mandates to protect their students. We know all those districts, I don't have to say them. Last year, my family spent countless hours at the hospital because of our son's diagnosis and treatments of Wilms tumor cancer. And we won't risk him having more pain this year, so we are not sending him. However, a lot of children are still getting these illnesses. They need the space in the hospitals. They need to be able to be seen, and they need the support. Now, our hospitals are currently being overrun with over 500 children with a typical stay of 4 days, and that is increasing. So I just want us to choose to model compassion and respect towards our community healthcare workers, towards our teachers, and towards our students, especially those teachers who have compromised immune systems
That's time.
and
I'm
babies
sorry.
at home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carrie Collins?
Hi, my name is Carrie Collins, and I am the parent of children who attend NEISD schools. I am holding a petition that I started, which has garnered over 2,700 signatures by the people of San Antonio who support mask mandates. I am here to deliver these signatures in person to the school board. Also, I am absolutely appalled by the school district's failure to require masks. Without vaccine eligibility, our children are the most vulnerable population exposed to COVID. Based on science, we know that masks greatly reduce the spread of COVID. So my question is why? Dr. Micah, why have you failed to protect our
You
children?
can't call out a person. Okay.
If masks are not mandated in school, The blood of the children of San Antonio will be on your hands. Do you want that on your conscience? If the answer
That's the time.
is no, the solution is simple. Mandate masks.
That's the time. Carrie Collins, I'm sorry, that was you. Robert Lamb. Forgot my check mark.
Good evening, Board. My name is Robert Lamb, and I have an amazing daughter that attends Castle Hills Elementary School. And then right now, she's sitting at home under quarantine because 2 of her students or classmates became down infected with COVID, and both of them were not wearing a mask. My daughter wears a mask every day. As a parent, it's my responsibility. It's my oath to take care and do everything I possibly can to protect my kids. As administrators, as teachers, as board of directors, it is your job, it is your moral responsibility, your ethical responsibility, sometimes your legal responsibility to do everything that you possibly can to protect these children. That includes during this pandemic. This is a difficult choice, I understand that, but wearing a mask makes a difference. Why do you think that doctors, nurses, paramedics like myself wear masks when we're around COVID patients and around people? Because it makes a difference. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Martha Morse.
I am Dr. Martha Morse, a retired child lung specialist. I practiced for 33 years in San Antonio. I dedicated my life to helping children. It is in that spirit that I come to you tonight. What we know about COVID now is light years ahead of what we knew 18 months ago. We know that COVID can be a serious illness in children, particularly children with lung disease or other diseases. It is now known that masks are one measure in the battle against COVID that helps to mitigate the spread. 2 major scientific bodies whose priorities are community health and child health have examined the data and put forth the guidelines for schools to operate during COVID. Universal masking indoors for people over the age of 2 is one of the measures now recommended. I have brought you the statements from the American Academy of Pediatrics and the Center for Disease Control. If you wish to make an educated decision in the interest of children in the community, the data is in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Abra, I'm sorry, it's Schnar maybe?
Hello, I'm Abra Schnur. I have 2 children at Castle Hills Elementary. I believe NEISD and Castle Hills did a great job last year at mitigating risk on campus. However, I naively assumed that those practices would remain in place. With the onset of the Delta variant in our region and school starting, I realized how mistaken I was. The district had not maintained status quo, but tried to revert back to pre-COVID times through inane wishful thinking and positive thinking. The intentionally crafted narrative of the district is tone deaf to the real, not perceived pandemic, hypocritical to other regulatory practices at school, and dismissive of parents trying to ensure the best health and safety practices of their dependents, both children and elders. As a board, your mission is that our children will receive the finest comprehensive education in a safe and secure learning environment. You are failing at this mission. Many do not feel safe, and our secure learning environment is on the brink of collapse if more cases happen at our school. We have been the test school the last 2 years, and that's not fair to our elementary school.
Thank you very much.
Chrissy, is either call or maybe all?
Christy Cully.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't read it. I'm
That's
sorry.
okay. This issue has far superseded the issue of mask versus no mask for me. My immediate concern is with my freedom as a parent and your lack of respect for our governing authority. How am I supposed to explain to my middle schoolers that they can't defy authority at school if the school district is defying the authority of our governor? Our kids are watching and they are taking note. I implore you not to engage in that hypocrisy. Do as we say, not as we do. I just strongly encourage and advise parents to mask their children, but do not take our freedom away to choose. We will get through this, but what rights will we sacrifice in the meantime?
Thank you.
Amber Elder.
Hello, I'm Amber Elder.
First, masks are ineffective, as we just saw a moment ago from a parent. Their child contracted COVID while wearing a mask. 6 weeks proposal earlier has no ending criteria. Freedom is what sets America apart, and we must fight for freedom at every turn. My family and I will fight a mandate with legal action. If a mandate passes, I plan to file a lawsuit, and I encourage others to do the same. Look at all the doctors and nurses here tonight giving their testimony against masks. Thank you for speaking out against the mask mandate. Parents need to decide the health care for their kids, and school districts' job is to educate. You all took an oath to follow the law, but to not pick and choose the laws that fit your agenda. No mask mandates should be a parent choice. Thank you.
Ashley Bucks.
I'm Ashley Bucks. I have 3 kids in Northeast schools, elementary, middle, and high school. History has proven that liberty is lost one right at a time. People are bullied into thinking every restriction is just a little thing and not to worry about it. Well, I refuse to sit by and be silent. I refuse to allow my children to be harmed because the school board thinks they have the right to overrule my duty of protecting my children. Our country was founded on individual responsibility. We are responsible for our health and our welfare. The government and schools have no right to dictate to parents how to keep our kids healthy. Today you mandate masks. What will it be tomorrow? COVID is not going away. Are we going to be required to mask up forever? This is just ridiculous. My daughter has friends who wear masks, and my daughter chooses not to. It's a non-issue for them, and I don't know why we as the adults can't be as mature as our children and allow the freedom of choice to be a non-issue with us as well. Schools should be concentrating on educating our children to think critically. They have no business telling families how to think about health, religion, or politics. Our country was founded on individual rights and freedom from governmental tyranny. We seem to be forgetting some of our basic rights, and I sure have not.
That's time.
Thank you.
Before I call the next one, let me call the next page so that people can start coming down. Starting with number 33.
And we're going to filter out again like we did last time. Thank you so much for coming this evening, and we appreciate you opening up a spot for people that are upstairs wanting to come downstairs to speak. Yes, if you have spoken, so that we can let people that have that are waiting upstairs come and sit down until it's their turn. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it.
Okay, it's Benjamin Elliott, Brittany Heller, Rodrigo Bergette. Oh, okay. Now I see it. Daniel Morales, Jean Jones, Mike Vallejo, Gabriel Ontiveros. I'm so sorry I'm mispronouncing these. Brent Walters, Will Garrett, Shanna Ryan, John Branch, Caroline Greenfield, Amy Bienvenue, thank you, Richard Bustos, Michael Doolittle, Monique Doolittle, Robert Patillo, and Kristen Hall. That's numbers 33 through 50. And then once we get settled, after everyone is seated, the next speaker is Julie Beatleston.
Okay. Okay.
Are you Julie?
No, I thought 33 was next, Benjamin Elliott.
No, well, that's coming up. You're coming up next, yeah.
Misunderstood.
Okay, sorry.
And just to let everybody know, Sandy, before you start, we are going to take a 5-minute recess between this next group and the following. So Sandy will call you down. Miss Huey will call you down. Pardon me, Miss Huey. And then we'll have a 5-minute break and we'll resume. Thank you very much.
Okay, this is Julie?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, Board. My name is Julie Beatleston. I have been a critical care nurse for 20 plus years, and I've also been a mother of 5, and I also have, I'm an Air Force veteran. So as a parent, I should have a choice, just like I had a choice to sign on the dotted line and to protect this country. I should be able to send my child to a school no matter where I'm at, to have the rights that I've been granted and I fought for this country, to be able to not have to wear a mask. And we haven't discussed this evening, which I find very interesting, the recovery rate of children if they do get it, which is 99.85%. We continue to talk about how if they get it, well, we have flu seasons every year.
We never masked a year ago or 18 months ago, and we were watching these children go out of school and come back in, and they would be out for 3 days as long as they didn't have a fever, and we were back in school. So there was a recent.
And that's your time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to do this next page. Okay, just want to get clear there. Benjamin Elliott.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Elliott. I'm the father of 3 children, 2 middle school children and 1 elementary school, all 3 boys, NEISD students. I'm not a medical professional, I'm not a scientist, so I'm not here to talk about data. But one thing that is clear is that there is conflicting data. There is no unanimous consensus on the science or the data. And the idea of a mandate to me is insulting as a parent, because a mandate tells me that the school board, the Bexar County, whoever's imposing the mandate, does not think that us as parents are intelligent enough to make the best informed decision for our children based on our beliefs, based on our research, and based on our experience with our children. Masks last year, I had a kindergartner last year. He did not go to Northeast ISD because there was mask mandates. Had him in private school. He's a kindergartner. I wasn't going to send him to kindergarten in a mask. My middle school children did go to school.
That's your time.
And got migraines.
Brittany Heller.
Good evening. My name is Brittany Heller, and I'm the parent of 2 NEISD elementary students. I am here to urge you to implement a mask mandate in all NEISD schools. Most every adult in America has the opportunity, the freedom, and the right to help protect their health through vaccination, except our youngest citizens. Until our children are able to be vaccinated themselves, the least we can do is create the safest school environment possible. It is the inherent responsibility of us, the adults, parents, teachers, staff, and administrators, to put the health and safety of our children beyond everything else, including our political beliefs and our personal comfort. Yesterday, my daughter came home and told me that one of her teachers had switched around, the seating assignment, and she now sits in the very back row between 2 unmasked students. She thought about telling the teacher, but then she thought better because her teacher doesn't wear a mask. Neither of her teachers do. She does not feel safe at school.
Thank you.
Rodrigo Brigetti, doctor, sorry.
Good evening. My name is Rodrigo Burguete. I'm the parent of 3 children at NEISD. I am also a pulmonary and critical care physician and have been working in the ICU during the entirety of the pandemic. I have cared for several hundred COVID patients, and I would like to speak in favor of the district enacting a mask mandate. As of yesterday, 4 districts in Texas have been forced to shut down due to COVID cases among students and staff. It is illogical that if the goal is to keep schools open, that we would make the situation worse for ourselves by not mandating the measures that would help mitigate that risk. I accordingly concur with and support Nurse Kelly's recommendations. As legal counsel advised, the children's safety should be at the forefront of the board's decision, regardless of where the legal landscape ultimately gets settled. As she mentioned, the goal is to keep schools open and keep kids and staff healthy. If we are concerned for kids and teachers, custodial staff, and drivers, it would make the most sense to follow the recommendations of the Medical Advisory Board and as Nurse Kelly highlighted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Daniel Morales.
My name is Daniel Morales. I have 1 son in NEISD right now, and I've heard a lot of people talk about options and choices getting taken away, but as of right now, for the parents who have immunocompromised children, parents who are children that cannot take those risks, there are no options. There's no virtual schooling. Right now, they're going to school and there's no social distancing. A mask is the last layer, and we know masks work better from me giving it to you. Surgeons wear masks to prevent from giving germs to patients they're operating on. I don't have an option for my son, and many parents don't. I get the conflict. But what if the people who are against masks are wrong? What if this Delta variant, we cannot compare it to the last one, goes through this school system and we're wrong? If I'm wrong, there could be consequences. But if they're wrong and you vote and you don't uphold this and children die, even one, it's at your feet.
Thank you.
Jean Jones? We'll give her a minute.
So repeat the name.
Jean? No? Okay. Mike Vallejo?
Hi, how you doing? I'm Mike Vallejo. I am the parent of 4 NEISD students. I came here with a speech I wanted to prepare, but given that it's only a minute, I want to thank Dr. Micah for that first letter he sent out to the parents to start the school year. I don't think it should have been revised. I think tracking kids and notifying parents and counting cases is only going to lead to a school shutdown. I don't know why we continue to pretend like COVID is something that it's not. We know what it is. We're 500 days into this pandemic, and there will be a new variant and a new variant and a new variant. But to date, there have been less than 400 deaths. 400 deaths of children. As tragic as that is, 3 of my kids are in the age group of 10 to 14 years old. There have been more than 500 suicides in the year 2019. I mean, what? I know the nurse's argument is that, yeah, low death, but we don't know the long-term effects. Well, what are the long-term effects of masking our kids, forcing vaccines on them, and all the other stuff?
Thank you very much.
Gabriel Ontiveros?
Good evening. I'll try to be brief. I noticed that most of you are wearing masks, with a few exceptions. My name is Gabriel Ontiveros. I'm the parent of a senior at ETA Magnet at Roosevelt and a 6th grader at KSAT Magnet. I also have a 2-year-old at home. My 6th grader and 2-year-old are ineligible for vaccination because of their age. I'm here today to advocate for the district to mandate masks for the protections not only of the students, but staff and faculty. Whether you do this by obeying the county's health district mandate, by acting against the governor's executive order, by updating the school dress code, by any means you have necessary or available to you. I agree with the opening of schools, but only if it can be done safely. In the absence of a mask mandate, I don't think it's safe. We know this variant is different. Your own data today told you that. We know it's affecting more unvaccinated people, and a large population of your students are unvaccinated. I'm going to ask you today to do what you know is in your heart. You know what the answer should be. I hope that you have the courage to implement it, the courage to challenge ignorance and political will, and the courage to lead. I'm going to leave you with the words of John Lewis. Sometimes you have to get in a little bit of good trouble. So I'm going to ask you to do that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brent Walters?
Hi, I'm a parent of 2 kids, an elementary school and a middle schooler.
Could you state your name? I just want to make sure I got that right.
It's Brent Walters.
Okay, thank you.
And when the initial order came out from the city that masks were mandated, all the excitement that they had about the school year was gone. We rushed through Meet the Teacher night, a new middle school tour, just to get out of there. They were miserable. They weren't even looking forward to it. The elation when the order was lifted Sunday night for that first day of school is worth any chance of what this virus can do. When you look at the statistics that were shown, the percentages are lower. When pressed on numbers, she mentions that she needs more concrete data. Sorry, I'm losing track. More reliable data, but you're still asking for a mandate. They're creating a COVID response team now when we're a year and a half into this. And I don't think masking is good for our kids' well-being, their education, or their will to learn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Will Garrett?
Good evening, Will Garrett. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board today. In your code of ethics, there's a portion that talks about students and doing what's best for them, and I think that's at the core of what we're discussing. What is best for students? I think putting COVID aside, we can all determine that masks are not what's best for students. I was disappointed nothing in Nurse Kelly's report talks about mental health, long-term developmental growth that's being stunted by numerous global studies on what mask and masking of children do to them. And if you look at the data, I know it's been talked about a lot. You'll pull up any 11th grade science teacher from across the district. It's called a randomized controlled trial that produces statistically significant data. Not a single one of the data that sits on the CDC's site tonight, that is the background for their guidance, is either of those things. They're observational data. So I completely disagree that your decision tonight is about ignoring ignorance. In fact, it's, in your own words, following data and science to make the decision. Our friend earlier had 70 studies. I have 50, encompassing 1,600 pages that are all RCTs with statistically significant data, and what that tells you is masks are not effective in preventing the transmission of COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shanna Ryan.
Hi, my name is Shanna Ryan, and I just wanted to say facts matter and perspective matters. The Bexar County COVID dashboard, which is shown here, represents the facts of the entire county since March of 2020. It's updated publicly and daily, and everybody can see this. It looks scary. These lines reach up to this very top line. That looks frightening. That top line, though, is only 4,000. It's a low number. And in Northeast, we have 65,000 students. What I did was I took a snapshot, similar to what Nurse Kelly did, of 2 dates of each month from March and then all of August of this year, but from March 2020 over. And I tracked it against our entire community of Bexar County. Now this looks blank, but the data's down there. It's teeny, teeny, tiny. This is over our entire community of Bexar County. And remember too, their survival rate's 98.6% of those that are infected. Facts matter and perspective matters. This is what is getting screamed at you, but this is what is really going on. And I just want to say we all have choices to make, and I respect other people's choices, but I can't make those choices for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Branch.
I want to thank you for allowing us to speak.
Could you state your name, sir? Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, John Branch.
Thank you.
I got excited. So thank you. And I came here because I wanted to be heard, but more importantly, I wanted to understand. I wanted to understand what the people behind me wanted to say. I also wanted to understand how y'all make your decision. I think y'all did good doing a presentation. I had a bunch of questions I wanted y'all to ask, and you didn't get all of them. But yeah, I thought the presentation was good. I think part of our conflict is we're getting different information from different sources that are leading us astray. So it makes your job hard. So I want to thank you for doing your best. I do have an opinion on this, so I'm going to give you a couple of my thoughts. Nobody likes to wear a mask, or nobody that I know does. I don't know anybody who enjoys it, but if it saves lives, shouldn't we wear them? And from my understanding, the more who wear masks, the better it is.
Thank you very much.
Caroline Greenfield.
Thank you, ma'am. Carolyn Greenfield. 5 refrigerated mortuary trucks are on their way, sent by FEMA. It's fueled by millions who remain unvaccinated and the highly contagious Delta variant. My elementary schoolers and my 2-year-old can't get vaccinated, and they suffer if the school's close. Superintendent, members of the school board, your duty is not to yield to the tyranny of the majority or those voices who are loudest and angriest. It is to exercise your reasoned judgment for public safety and public health. Your oath to the Constitution, let's talk about the Constitution. It's a social contract. It has checks and balances. And it is one of those reasons is to check on the unbridled authority of populist, self-serving politicians. Parental rights, to the extent there is one, individual rights sometimes yield to the public good. You can't yell fire in a public theater. You're only entitled to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures. That's the social contract. Any risk of a Supreme Court decision that alters the landscape weighed against the risk of our friends and kids in a body bag.
Thank you.
Amy Bienvenu, sorry. Amy? Is that Amy Bienvenu?
Bienvenue, yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Wow. My name is Amy Bienvenu. I have 3 daughters at Castle Hills Elementary. I want to say that they are doing an awesome job. I love that school, and I was proud of you for representing choice. I also want to say that we're Texas, not California. Go Larry Elder. My 3 daughters are healthy, not masked, not sick. They are unvaccinated and not sick. They don't have hepatitis A, B, C, or AIDS, or another disease that if another student had, they'd have more rights. We have a religious belief that strongly prohibits us from wearing masks. They never once been sick, or not once, but they have a fever maybe once a year for a day and a half without medication. I run an in-home daycare for 8 years, a licensed in-home daycare, and I could tell you, I feed them mostly organic food. The parents love that. We play in dirt, they dig in sand, we run around barefoot all day. It's kind of amazing. I'm 35 years old. Did y'all know that the average 6-month-old has had more doses of vaccines than the average 35-year-old? There's no way that's time. 49 by 5 years,
That's your
69
time.
by
Wally,
18.
I'm sorry. Chief,
I would like you
please.
to follow the thousands of doctors. 1 second, please.
No, ma'am, your time is up.
Oh my gosh. Please don't push me.
Richard
FLCC.net,
Bustos?
C19protocols.net, FlemingMethod.com, MyFreeDoctor.com. Please listen to Dan Ball.
Thank you very much. Your time is
Listen
up.
to Dan Ball's speech of OAN. That was amazing.
Excuse me, sir, will you please leave with him? Yeah. Thank you very much.
So I'm Richard Bustos. I don't know how many of you guys actually have students in NEISD, but I just want you guys to stop playing politics with our kids. Stop messing with their mental health. You guys are thinking about sicknesses that everybody's recovering from. They're not dying, they're just getting sick. You guys are wearing masks. God gave us an immune system. We can eat right. Just do the right thing. Stop thinking with your emotions. Use your reason. You guys are out in public. You see what's going on. It's not that bad. That's all I've got to say. I'm just tired of this.
Thank you.
Michael Doolittle.
Michael Doolittle, who's going to pick up these tabs for this 500 some kids I'm guesstimating who are going to go need medical exemptions to go to school tomorrow or next week? Anybody with asthma at work can't wear a respirator because that disqualifies them. You're covering your face mask, I'm pretty sure disqualifies that also. So any child with asthma should automatically be medically exempt and not have to get a letter from their doctor. My other son, $500 an hour to go see his doctor. Who's going to pay that bill for me to get his medical exemption that I already got last year and I got to fill out a new form for him? Who's going to pick up that tab? Working at a nuclear power plant where they fired 3 people for having their mask below their nose. We still had an outbreak of over 200 and some people with the fear of being fired for having your mask that far. Surgical masks do not work.
Thank you very much.
Monique Doolittle.
Hello, my name is Monique Doolittle. I would like to remind you that my children are given to me by God. With that, He has also given me the power of discernment to make the best decisions for my family. You took an oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, the laws of the U.S., so help you God. By violating both my parental rights and my God-given rights, you are neither protecting or defending the Constitution, the law, or God's word. I take responsibility for my children's health, not the school district, not the health department, and definitely not a politician. This mask is considered experimental, as you've seen the data, does not support it. I want to reference the Nuremberg Code of 1947 that has been ratified by the 1964 Declaration of Helsinki and further codified in the United States Code of the Federal Regulations. This law is very clear. It is unlawful to conduct medical research, even in the case of an emergency, unless steps are taken to secure informed consent of all participants. I stand before you today saying firmly based on my protected right by both law and God, I do not consent.
Thank you very much.
Robert Patillo. Robert? No one more. No? Okay. Kristen Hall.
Thank you very much. My name is Kristen Hall, and I'm a speech pathologist, and I have a child with a 504. I want you to consider the educational implications that wearing a mask has on our students. It does cause every sound that you are making to be muzzled. It also reduces the high frequency pitch sounds that we create when we speak. when we speak. And that does cause a difficulty for children with any kind of difficulty understanding whether you have a hearing impairment or you have a induced hearing impairment because of a mask being worn by the person speaking. You do not get to hear every single thing the person is saying, and you cannot read their lips, you cannot read their facial expression, and you are reducing the education of our students by mandating a mask. I ask that you consider the educational implications that this has long-term on these kids, along with the mental implications and the social implications. It is very important for our kids to understand how to work and interact with one another socially.
Thank you. Sandy, will you call the next page, and then we will recess for a quick break.
Starting with number 51, and I'm sorry, that's illegible. Dr. Micah, can you read that one? Number 51?
I think it's Kelly.
Maybe Kelly, okay?
Kelly.
Yeah, I'm going to guess it's Kelly, number 51. Christina Grossman, Isa Ramirez, Ruben Ramirez, Liliana Ramirez, Shalane Vickers, Christy Martin. What do you think? Ina? Pons is the last name. Maya Fragoso, Monica Ramirez, Patrick Ramirez, Courtney Rosen, Lauren Hilliard? No. Miller? Milliard? Janine Sears, Natalie Godet, Jay Simmons, Matt Ella, Teresa Tenhalf. Okay, that's through 68.
Okay. The board will now recess for a 5-minute break. It is 8:34. Thank you for your patience. Pardon me. We will reconvene. It is 8:40.
And the next one is Kelly. And Kelly, I'm so sorry. I cannot read your last name. And I think it's Kelly. It was number 51 on the page, if anyone knew your number. Can't even read the address to see if that would help either. Yeah. No? Okay. Christina Grossman. Christina Grossman. That one I can read. No? Okay. Isa Ramirez? Or Isa Ramirez?
Are those already done? He's 73.
No. We're not there yet. We're on 53 now. Ruben Ramirez?
I'm worried that.
It looks like they all from the same family. They are all at the same address, so they may have left. And Liliana Ramirez. Okay. Shalane Vickers?
I know we have the wrong people. Yes, because I saw Shalane Vickers outside.
Okay. You want to try Shalane Vickers outside?
Shelly Vickers?
Just real quick, just raise your hand if I call your name. Christy Martin. Yeah, they must have brought the wrong page down.
Were your names called?
Upstairs?
Upstairs?
Huh, okay. Hang loose, we're gonna get them down.
That's the
Okay.
same list.
Do I approach? Is it perfect?
Okay, and what's your name, ma'am?
Shellen Vickers.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
We got
so
Shellen. Okay.
My name is Shelly Vickers, and I teach junior and senior English at Madison High School. Earlier this week, as we were welcoming our new students into our classroom, something magical happened. Students were actively engaging in conversations with each other. Ag students, athletes, band kids, they were all coming together so hungry for interpersonal communication and human contact, and they all found complete satisfaction learning new things about each other. But here's the thing. The students that were participating in the conversations, they were all maskless. Every single
student. There were students wearing masks, sometimes listening, but mostly isolating. The students that were actively engaged and honestly interested in learning had freedom of expression and voice. All we heard last year was how far behind academically our students were falling, and there's huge gaps in their education. I can already see how several of my students will hide behind their masks this year, reminiscent to the ceiling fans that I stared at on Zoom last year. Education should be our main goal. Please, can we stop the mask mandate whiplash?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Grossman, that page, they just brought them down. They're all out here right
Oh, okay. All right. So the wrong page got brought down. Okay. So let's try if there's a Kelly out there. And is it Shalene? Shalene, if you'd like, you're excused. And yeah, after you've spoken, if you want to leave the room, that would be great, so that other people can rotate in. Christina Grossman.
Good evening. My name is Christina Grossman. I am a California refugee. Last time I checked, I'm in Texas. And I do not believe that any official elected should have the decision to mask our children. I do not have a child in this school district. I am fortunate enough to have my child in a private school. I am here to support the other parents and taxpayers of this city. That's why I'm here. Nobody should be masking our children. Last time I checked, there is a survival rate for these children that is greater than for the adults. So please reconsider, do not mask these children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Isa Ramirez. You might need reminders to mind the names too.
May I begin?
Okay, good.
All right. Good evening. My name is Isa Ramirez. I'm not asking for any type of permission, and I'm not making any apologies. I am not asking for permission for my kids to have access to unrestricted breathable air. I am demanding that the majority of y'all, not you, sir, thank you for standing up for us, but I'm demanding that you relinquish your unconstitutional attempt to usurp our parental rights. So far as I see on both of my daughters, my twins' birth certificates, mother listed, father listed, NEISD is not on here. You have no right to usurp my parental rights, which have been given to me by God and this nation as well. Just look at our Constitution. If you'd like, I could send you a little copy because it seems like no one here has read it. My family did not flee communism from Cuba and go 90 miles in shark-infested waters, and I did not study in law school for you to come and tell me what to do with my children. If people are this worried about this disease, they have the right
That's
to
your
mask.
time, ma'am.
Have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ruben Ramirez.
It's Robert.
Excuse me, sir, in the back, in the plaid shirt, will you please refrain from any motion? Thank you.
How you doing? My name is Robert Ramirez. Thank you for having me here. Just let you know, how's my wife? I'm a vet. Both of us are vets. Once again, appreciate y'all having us here. So I was part of the first infectious disease response unit, started back in 2018 here in Texas. So I've been into every nursing home more than once, been to the border, been to cities on the outskirts of San Antonio. I've probably touched more patients than anybody in this building, both on the testing side and vaccination side. From the first Diamond Princess and the plane that landed to the first couple that came to San Antonio, me and my partner went and, assessed them, tested them, and screened them, make sure they were fine. I can tell you, statistically, the masks have been around, studies have been around for decades showing the masks are irrelevant. They do not work. Something like this, a surgical mask, after 2 hours, it's no good, it's of no use, and when you put on the next mask, it has more bacteria than the first, okay? 85% of mask wearers that are religious mask wearers come down with COVID. When they talk about asymptomatic spread, that's 0.7%. It's irrelevant. It's
Liliana
benign.
Ramirez.
So masks don't work.
Hi, my name's Liliana Ramirez. I go to Tex Hill and I'm in 7th grade. Last year, all year, I had to wear a mask and I couldn't breathe. I was a track runner. I had all A's in elementary school, and I started getting depressed and I started having anxiety. I've never had that in my life. I couldn't touch my friends. I couldn't talk to my friends. Apparently, I couldn't leave my house unless I was going to school. I couldn't do anything. Now, I can't run on the track for more than 5 minutes without having to go like this and try to breathe, because I can't breathe. So my friends wear masks. My friends are vaccinated. Why do I have to be? Why do I have to listen to my school instead of my parents? My parents have more authority than anybody over me. I have to listen to my parents. Everybody I know has vaccinated masks. I don't need to be masked or have be vaccinated if my parents don't tell me I have to be. My teachers wear it, and y'all are gonna separate everyone too?
Thank you very much,
Sorry, Christy Martin.
Hello, my name is Christy Martin. This shouldn't be a question of political and religious beliefs or based in conspiracy theories. Most people here aren't qualified to speak on science and medicine. You can find any information to fit the narrative you want to paint. What we do know is that schools across the country are opening without mask mandates and other measures and are seeing devastating results. Our children are sitting ducks. We send our children to school to learn with the minimum expectation that they have a safe environment to do it. Do I believe a mask mandate should be put in place as one precautionary measure? Yes. Do I think it should stop there? Absolutely not. Why is our children's safety up for debate here? Childhood deaths from COVID-19 may be low, but when it becomes your child, that is the biggest number that matters. One child death that could have been mitigated is too many. I come here as a concerned mother, and if this is about wanting choice, until we are given the choice to give our children under 12 the life-saving vaccine, I expect the school and you all to do everything within your power to keep them safe while they're there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe it's Erica, you think? Dr. Martha? Last name is Pons, P-O-N-S. I guessed right.
Erica Pons. I am a mother and a teacher who has had enough with mask mandates on our children. Per CDC, the PCR test, which has never been FDA approved, has been recalled due to faulty results. The PCR test cannot differentiate between the flu and COVID. The CDC has stated multiple times that children are least vulnerable and least transmissible. The fact is, the flu kills more children each year. The fact is, masks inhibit children to breathe correctly, think, and develop, especially those with special needs and speech delays like my son and many others. Children need to see face and mouth movements and not be subjugated to fear tactics. There have been multiple reputable studies brought to your attention on grave consequences masks will have on our children's physical and psychological development. You just choose to lean left and disregard the parents' rights and choice for their own child. Make no mistake, we will vote out those who continue to put politics before our children. For the adults who are hiding behind your masks, stop being afraid, stand up for our kids. We already know that the flu kills more kids. That's a fact.
Maya Fregoso.
Hello, my name is Maya Fregoso, and I would like to say, as a teenager who almost took their life to suicide, and I had strong depression since the age of 10, mask mandates do not cause higher rates of suicide and depression in children. More students and teenagers got depression has been worse because of being at home with families. No reach out to friends or resources to help them. Masks did not cause the problem, except people refusing to wear them. Please mandate masks. I would like to speak on behalf of students who have committed suicide and parents who have lost their children to teenagers that need help getting better. As one of the only students talking today, please mandate masks.
Thank you, Maya.
Monica Ramirez.
Hello, my name is Monica Ramirez. That was my daughter Maya. I'm a proud mama bear to that girl. I love her with all my heart. She's my treasure. So I'm here tonight to ask you to please instate a mandate for masks. We do know that they work. There is evidence that they work. There was a lot of division tonight that I've been listening to. But we all, in the end, want the same thing for all of our kids, for them to be safe and happy. So I think a mask mandate, even if it's temporary at this point, let's try it out. Let's see if it works. Because I think reasonably we can assume that it will. People have been talking about liberty and freedom, and I am all for that. I've always been kind of a limited government person, but I know that our liberties and freedoms come with responsibilities, ethical and moral things that we need to do to protect each other. We're all in this fight together. And I love everyone's child as much as mine, and I really do. I want all our kids to be safe. So please institute that mandate. We cannot stick our heads in the sand. We know that this variant is new. We don't know a lot about it. We need to just do what we can to keep the kids safe. Thank you
very much.
Patrick Ramirez.
Hi, Patrick Ramirez here. That was my wife right before. Our stepdaughter has not gone to school so far this year because there is no mask mandate. So I served this country too. I saw a few people come up here and say that. I fought for our right to have freedoms as well. Wearing a mask is not easy. It's not easy for our kids. I want everyone to get educated, but we should not have to make the choice to keep our daughter safe by keeping her out of school when she needs to be in school. It works both ways. If children don't want to send their kids to school with a mask, they can take their kids to K-12 like we're doing. But we shouldn't have to do that. Online is not the way to go. Last year, y'all know how many kids did not do so well with online education. Let our kids get back in school safely, get us time to figure it out so we can make things right for education in the future. It's going to be more than 6 weeks realistically, probably months, but let's do what's right. Get them back in school safe and sound. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Courtney Rawson.
My name is Courtney Rosen. Schools are and have always been in the business of setting standards and expectations. Schools require childhood vaccines against polio and measles. Schools require uniforms and implement dress codes. Schools set behavioral expectations for the well-being of all individuals in the schools. All adults that are working with children are mandatory state reporters. When a teacher sees a child is endangered by the choices that his family makes, she is required to report that to the state. Schools have always come in between families and children when the child is endangered by the family's choices. Families and schools should have the same goal: to provide a safe environment in which to meet the educational standards, allowing for children to grow into healthy adults.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lauren, and we're not sure the last name. I can't tell. Sorry. Yeah.
Take your time. You're fine.
Hi, I'm Lauren McLeod. I really just wanted to say our own governor who has set these policies has now been contracted with COVID. He has the benefit of having and the privilege of having access and resources to Regeneron antibody treatments now that he's sick, which many of our NEISD families may not. I'm currently aware of one parent in my son's dual language program at Coker who has tested positive. He's our neighbor. And his daughter is the only person in Miss Garcia's kindergarten class that doesn't wear a mask. So now she, and you guys, talk about contact tracing, start talking to them now because they're positive. She's getting tested today, but the father is positive. And our own Metro Health is saying that we had 20,000 cases in San Antonio as of Monday. Your nurse said that Texas has the most pediatric cases in the country. I grew up in Florida, where my friends and family there are seeing similar results under DeSantis, who's similar. And the sheer amount of and lack of empathy and kindness that I've seen from the people here that are unmasked is disturbing and ridiculous.
Thank you.
Janine Sears.
Good evening. When the CDC, our nation's leading science-based, data-driven organization, is recommending masks in schools, we should listen. As an educational body for pre-K through 12th grade, you as a district should take to heart that the American Association of Pediatrics has also recommended universal masking. The Delta strain is hitting people harder and requiring more and more people to be hospitalized. Our healthcare systems are becoming overwhelmed and running out of beds and staff. This means that if you have a heart attack or in a car accident, you may not be able to get medical care because all of the staff is inundated with COVID patients. As a parent, I cannot imagine a scarier scenario than my children needing medical care for any reason and not being able to receive that help. Our children need to be in school. It is in their best interest to return to the classroom and learn together with their peers. However, we cannot send them without protection. One of the most effective ways to prevent spreading COVID is universal masking. We are already seeing school districts having to shut down due to the spread of COVID. Masks are a simple solution to help prevent the same.
Thank you.
Oh, she did. Thank you. Yeah, I missed it too. Yeah. That was Janine. Was that, do we know that was Janine Sears? Okay. Yeah, I was so busy hitting that. Okay, all right. Natalie, good day.
Okay, so before I want to get started, I want to point out
If
some
you,
of the...
could you say your name, please?
Oh, Natalie Godoy.
Okay.
Before I get started, I want to point out some of the leading causes of child fatalities here in the U.S., just to get some perspective. Car accidents, suffocation, drug overdose, drowning, fires, heart disease, complications due to obesity, cancer. COVID does not make the list. There is a reason why when asked how many kids have died from COVID, she could not give you the answer. If this was really about our kids, she would have had that answer immediately. Living in fear is not the answer. Do you really believe that parents would send their kids to school without masks, without actually doing the research? That we don't care, that we would deliberately put them in danger? I've had enough of the hypocrisy. We are not number one in the country when it comes to education, so what makes us parents think that you suddenly can be trusted with leading our children with health? The choice should always be up to the parents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jay Simons, or Simmons, sorry.
That's the second time.
Okay.
We're all good. Good evening. My name is Jay Simmons. I have a 6-year-old grandson who goes to first grade this year. He calls me Sarge. I don't like Grandpa. I never liked that, so he calls me Sarge. And he reminds me by saying that all the time, that the 20-plus years I served in the military. And it reminds me that what I did that for is to give all of you and everybody a choice. That you can decide what you want to do in this country, good or bad. You can make a good call or a bad call, but that's what I think that we did that for. And every person in uniform is doing that today. So I believe that we should be focusing on the choice and the education part, because my grandson thrives on the education when he can see people. I know that the numbers are bad. COVID's a bad thing. I'm not saying it's not a bad thing. And everybody should have a choice to make a decision. But at the end of the day, it comes down to a choice. And that's what I fought for, that's what you guys should fight for, and that's what everybody else should be able to make for themselves based on the data. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Eller.
Good evening, Matt Eller. I have one child up with Northeast ISD. I just got stationed here, 17 years service at this point. To everyone that was talking about liberties, I think that they will be pretty surprised if they find out that the state of Texas can actually write them a ticket for not buckling in their child. So I look forward to the protest on those infringement of civil liberties. So in regards to, I'm almost tempted to say no to masks because a lot of these people aren't going to take this seriously until someone in their family dies. And that's probably the only way this is going to happen. But the problem is that the government is going to institute, say, gatherings in regards to, say, schools. They need to make sure to protect not just those at the gathering, but any consequences of it. If they infect, or if they catch something and they take it home, that immune compromised relative might be killed. So if, say, there's a class of 10 students and one wears masks because they have an immunocompromised relative at home and the other 9 don't wear masks, that kid will get infected. That kid will take it home. And that kid will remember, even though it's not their fault, they killed their parent. Mask, pretty simple. Mask.
Thank you.
Teresa Tinhalf.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Teresa Tinhoff. Thank you for offering our community a chance to officially weigh in on this topic before making a decision, either way. From the start of the pandemic, the topic of masking or not masking has been very confusing due to mass fear of the virus, bipolar messaging from politicians and the CDC and the NIH that flip-flop on the public whether masks are required or not required, or on if masks even work at all. Scientists argue on which data is to be trusted, so the concept of follow the science becomes a daunting task to discern which information is reliable or not. This leaves our school district trying to operate in a tug of war between legal powers of the state and the county. Given all the confounding factors of the situation, it is my personal suggestion that each school might implement a colored gradient representing different threshold levels of COVID cases present in that school, and then based off that gradient of color, the parents and the children can then make their own decision about whether masking or not. Each child and family is different, with different needs, values, and strengths. So, thank you very much. No masks.
Thank you.
And I'm going to guess that this next page was already called down since we seemed to, okay, since we got our pages off there. Alicia Hansen? Maybe not.
I don't know because Sandy called.
Uh-huh. Well, I think this man over here said he was number 71 or something like that, so hopefully, yeah, okay.
It's been a little confusing. Supposedly they were calling my name a lot, and I have been upstairs, so
This
it's
is
kind
your-
of a
this is your
reminder of what
first
this
call.
last 18 months has been like, to be honest. So I wrote this stuff down, and
If
of
you'd come up and say your name?
Oh, sorry, Alicia Hansen. I have 3 kiddos. They are not in the NAISD school district, but my husband is a teacher in the middle school and a science teacher in one of your schools. And really, we are faced with just having to decide whether he's going to walk away from his job, what he loves doing, because at some point you have to ask, when is enough enough, okay? Viruses have been around for ages. They're not going anywhere. They will be here forever. We can't keep doing this. If we continue with the mask mandate, then it becomes vaccines, then it becomes this. We are overstepping people's right to decide. Health is not a one-size-fits-all. We don't get to mandate what other people do with their health. What I've heard from everybody speaking is that, oh, you guys will be to blame. No, you are not to blame for whatever people decide. You are not to blame. Yes, you have this weight on you right now, but guess what? I feel encouraged knowing how many other parents are passionate about this. We came and we want to fight for what's right, and we ask that you do the same thing. Really listen.
That's time.
Thank you.
Barry Blanchard? Okay. Jack West?
All right. How y'all doing? Jack West. Counterfactual. Now, I fear coming in here, I didn't know if you guys had made a decision on this or not already. I thought you were going to hear us first, which I do appreciate you letting us come in and speak with you for sure. But now I've heard that you guys have already made a decision. This is just a formality. I hope that's not the case. So counterfactual. Whatever decision you have made or are gonna make, I just hope it's not counterfactual. And the facts are, and you've heard a lot of it already, that masks, they don't work. We know that. We know that masks are harmful to children as well. So you put a mask mandate on, not only are you not really helping them, you're harming them. We know that as a fact. Brown just came out with a study where IQs drop. We know the carbon dioxide levels. Also, another fact is that children, they do not contribute much, if at all, to the spread of COVID. And we also know that the Delta variant is less deadly than the flu. That's all fact, which points to there's no way there should be a mask mandate. So don't do it.
Thank you.
John, maybe Seldridge?
Wooldridge, John Wooldridge.
It's a W, okay, thank you.
Yeah. So unfortunately, Ms. Ramirez, she stole my paper, I think, but thank you for the time to be here. I had had to kind of start over from here. First and foremost, you guys have heard, I'd hate to be in all of y'all's seats. I mean, you're going to be wrong, you're going to be right, it doesn't matter. But the problem I have is it looks like I have about 12 confused individuals that I would assume are probably vaccinated that don't know whether the mask works, doesn't work, the vaccine works, how far to sit apart. I mean, it's like you guys are overstepping on trespassing into our side, trying to tell us how to parent our children. And if the majority voices are heard, it seems that there's a 70% that does not want the mask tonight versus a 30%. And it seems like it causes friction because I feel like these people that want a mask are trying to take away my right as a parent to take care and raise my children how I see fit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Trish Florence. Trish Florence. Mm-hmm.
She didn't answer.
Okay. Michael Harris.
What number am I on, Sandy?
74.
He didn't answer either now.
Okay. James Benfield.
Still no.
Okay. I'm sorry, I can, maybe Herta? Athens? Last name is Athens.
She didn't answer.
All right. Laurie. Oh, boy. Anybody got that one? Laurie, is it? Okay, you win.
My name is Laura Gita. Thank you very much. New information on Delta requires updated safety standards from what we knew even 2 months ago. That's how science works. That's why the CDC updated their guidance. Not all parents are having their kids tested, especially if asymptomatic. That means numbers are underreported. The science has shown that even a light case of COVID can result in long COVID, complete with organ failure and serious neurological diagnoses. Adults, what I've heard most tonight, adults do not like to be told what to do. And yet for kids' safety, parents are told they have to buckle up their kids in the car. You as a parent may very well allow your child to drink alcohol at home or smoke cigarettes, but when they come on school property, they are not allowed to do those things. Letting a mix of children in the same classroom be a mix of wearing masks and not wearing masks has the same effectiveness of me making sure my kid doesn't defecate in the pool. If somebody else's kid defecates in the pool, everybody has the common sense to clear the pool.
Time.
Thank you very much.
Kim Gerber.
Good evening. My name is Kim Gerber. I have 2 little ones at an elementary school here, and I feel like there's been so many facts, and I just want to scratch what I wrote and speak from my heart, because when we got initial communication from the district, it outlined, we do not think it's our place as a board, district leadership to come between a parent and a child. And I think that was close to the exact wording. And I just can't agree more. Obviously, I don't know that there's a way to find a compromise in this. I think people are going to be where they fall on the spectrum. But I am begging you, I entrust my kids to you for a great education. And I have to say, they are getting it. We love our school. I love our staff. But I am not entrusting you to make these kind of personal medical decisions a year and a half into a pandemic. And as someone who is such a huge proponent of public schooling, from the bottom of my heart, I am prepared to pull my kids if the mask mandate goes into effect.
That's time.
Thank you.
Zach Davis.
Zach Davis. I have 2 children in Northeast ISD. One of the things that makes our country great is our freedom to choose, our freedom to question authority, our freedom to think critically, analyze data, and make the best decisions that we can with the data available. Governor Abbott's prohibition of these mask mandates was his effort at allowing us to exercise our ability to think critically, dig up our own facts, make our own decisions for what's best for our family and our children. And
unfortunately, that doesn't align with the political agenda of some activist judges and mayors across Texas. And so they're trying to tell us all what we can and can't do and how we can raise our children, and, you know, what we can say goes in our family. And that's unfortunate because the facts just don't bear out that this is very deadly for children. It's more deadly for them to get the flu, more deadly for them driving to school in the mornings. So, you know, while a lot of school districts are going against the governor, I encourage you guys to think critically, allow us to have our freedoms, and allow us to make the decisions on what's best for our families.
That's time. Austin, maybe Liao. First name is Austin. Nope, okay. Maybe Seal here. Selena Aleman? Or Selena? Selena? No, didn't answer? Okay. Trey or Troy Micklitz?
You did good with the last name. Troy Micklitz. I have 4 children in the Northeast school system. My wife and I are absolutely against the mask mandate. Would like that for you guys to know that's where we stand. You've had a lot of facts and opinions thrown at you today. We are on the side that it is our choice and that you should leave that up to us. That if masks work, then you should have that option to wear it. And I am upset with the fact that as a school board, you think you can supersede a governor's mandate and a Supreme Court ruling. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer Lambert? All right. Brittany Hennessy? Julia Acosta Kester? Got one? Okay. No, the center one, ma'am.
Good evening. I've been here for a while. Good evening. So, ability, freedom, and choice.
Could I get your name, please?
Yes, Julia Acosta Kester. And I'm going to speak on the pillars of ability, freedom, and choice. I have the ability to be here today because I'm not an NEISD family who needs to depend upon our public transport system. Where are their voices tonight? They're not here. I have the freedom to speak for more than a minute, but not here tonight. Yet, I don't have the freedom to send my child with a mask to school, and other peoples have the freedom to send their child unmasked even though it's unsafe. I ask you, other districts have led the way. We don't have to be the coward in the corner anymore. We can do the mask mandate. Other people have paved the way for us. I understand that some people defy what medical science is. However, the superintendent's message just 2 weeks ago was, we are going to support, we are going to stand by masks. It is proven. Cases are rising. We are there. Our children are being infected. I am standing here for Castle Hills families who cannot be here tonight because their children are infected and their family are infected. Think of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Miller? Okay, is everyone brought downstairs now? Is that, okay, do we know that? Okay, I didn't know if we needed to wait for someone to come down. Thank you. Joshua Richardson? Okay. Jose, and I will mess it up, Idar? I-D-A-R.
Say Idar?
I think that's what it is. IDAR is what it looks like. All right. Karen Villarreal. Brianna, maybe Hurst. Okay. Veronica, maybe Bellard. Okay.
Hello, my name is Veronica Bellard, and I am certified to teach in the state of Texas middle school math. I am not currently teaching because there is not a mask mandate in the school. I do have a 12-year-old who was virtual all year last year, and she begged me to go back in person this year, and I agreed because she is now vaccinated, and I thought there would be a mask mandate. Her principal was kind enough to agree to allow her to eat lunch outside, but as we know, there is no way to distance all those children inside the cafeteria safely while they are unmasked and eating. I've looked at the statistics for Houston ISD, Dallas ISD. On their dashboard, the number of staff that they have out sick is astronomical. And I know because I have subbed in different districts that we do not have enough subs to cover this. We don't have enough bus drivers to cover bus drivers that are going to be out sick. If the entire cafeteria staff catches COVID, who is going to cook the meals and serve the children? People are not looking at this from a logistics standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ellen White. Henry Alexander. Sarah Bow. Sarah Bow.
Bo.
That's close. Justin Budd.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Justin Budd. I have a daughter in the NEISD. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for allowing me the opportunity to be up here and speak. I also want to thank my Lord for giving me the opportunity to be a father to 2 children and giving me the opportunity to have the choice to choose what I need to do to fight for my kids. I do not believe in this mask mandate. I have watched my children have a lot of anxiety, have trouble dealing with this, and I just want to say that I appreciate all the work that y'all do, but this cannot go in place. My kids need to be able to go to school and do what they need to do and grow up in the way they need to grow up, and it is my choice as her father to raise her in the way that I want to. So it should be my choice and my wife's choice to send her without a mask. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ramona Lampler.
Good evening. My name is Ramona Lampley. I'm proud mom to 3 children under 12, 2 of whom are in Northeast ISD schools. I'm also a professor of law at St. Mary's University, and I'm the former Associate Dean of Academic Affairs. I've walked a few days in your shoes, and I thank you for your service. I know how hard this is. My going motto last year was when you're faced with a series of really bad choices, you have to choose the least worst one. And as a parent and as an administrator, I implore you to invoke the mask mandate. We have the best evidence that masks work because you all were able to keep our kids in school in person all year last year. That meant the world to my kids. It meant the world to my kids. Masks don't matter to my kids. They've adapted. They're easy. But catching COVID, that will matter. No one here tonight has talked about the emotional and economic devastating consequences of hospitalization or quarantine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Alice, it starts with bar, I'm gonna guess.
Hi, yes, I get that a lot. I'm Alice Barsumian. I'm a physician, infectious disease physician, and I'm active duty Air Force stationed at Brooke Army Medical Center. Thank you so much for allowing us to have community comments. I have 3 children in NEISD. All are under 12 and unvaccinated. I too want the schools to stay open for in-person school, and our track record, your track record of keeping our kids safe last year was phenomenal, with very minimal school transmissions. We heard some very devastating stats about Castle Hills tonight. We heard those earlier this week from Dr. Micah's email, and it's clear that the current strategy is not working. Our hospitals are filling up. We're requesting refrigerated mortuary trucks. This is now not the time to experiment with our kids when we already know how to keep them safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chris Hennessy. Chris, I think it's, yeah, Chris. Chris Hennessy. Okay. Tristan Budd.
Good evening. Thank you guys for letting me speak. I want to thank my God, Lord Jesus Christ, for placing me here at this hour. I'm going to say this simply, and I hope all of us can hear this with a narrow conscience. I believe in freedom. I believe in morality. I believe that this mask mandate narrative is just political deception. Regarding moral choice, I don't understand why our children in our public schools are being forced to wear a mask. The COVID virus has only a 0.05% death rate. This goes against our constitutional right. It goes against our individual rights, and most importantly, it goes against our God-given rights. I also think it's ridiculous that you guys think that you can intercede into the affairs of mask mandating our children. That is why we have Governor Abbott. He is in charge of the state. Just as a president is in charge of federal affairs, so is a governor in charge of state affairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lauren Madrid.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Madrid, and my son started first grade at Bulverde Creek Elementary on Monday. Just the night before, I made him cry because I told him how COVID is very easy to catch and kids are getting sick. As a matter of fact, in the past 24 hours, 11% of COVID hospitalizations in San Antonio have been children. I wanted him to understand the consequences of not being safe, and the safest thing for him and all NAISD children is to wear a mask. My son and everyone in his school cannot get the vaccine. With thousands of kids in school, social distancing is a logistical impossibility. The most effective and least disruptive way to protect these kids is with masks. On Saturday, a 13-year-old in Mississippi died 1 week after testing positive. A 12-year-old in Dayton, Texas died of COVID last Tuesday, 5 days after showing cold-like symptoms. My fear is being one of these parents of these lost children. My fear is that you will not act until I am one of these parents. Last week, you reported 122 COVID cases amongst NEISD students when the majority of NEISD schools were not even in session yet. So I will leave you with some questions. How many more positive cases will it take for you to act? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Talon Bayer. Talon.
No.
Talon. Okay. Brandon Phillips.
Good evening. Brandon Phillips, parent of 2, taxpayer, voter, and a veteran. I want to remind each and every one of you on this board that y'all did take an oath and the ramifications for violating that oath. By what right do you have to impose medical decisions on our children? Answer, you have none. You do not have more authority over our kids than any of the parents do. Whether you believe in masks or not, vaccine or not, COVID or not, is not the question. In America, everyone has the right to believe and to speak these beliefs. Again, you do not have the right to medical mandate on our children. This is a form of tyranny, and I may remind you educators, tyranny is what our forefathers were escaping and fighting against when they founded this great nation. Lastly, the shame of all this, it seems, is that this whole challenge has become political. The shame, in fact, is the fact that they're using our children as bargaining chips or pawns in this game of power control. May God have mercy on their souls. They are going to need it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Josh Munch.
Good evening, Madam President. I'm Josh Munch. Now, after hearing the lawyer, I find it funny that all the court cases are being generated from Democratic-controlled cities and counties. And those are the ones pushing the scare tactics and towing the Democratic Party line. They know most people will not take the time to look up studies and facts surrounding COVID and masks. I would like to pose the following 10 questions to the board. Do used and loaded masks become sources of enhanced transmission for the wearer and others? Do masks become collectors and retainers of pathogens that the mask wearer would otherwise avoid when breathing without a mask? Are large droplets captured by a mask atomized or aerosolized into breathable components? Can virons escape in evaporating droplets stuck to a mask fiber? What are the dangers of bacterial growth on a used and loaded mask? How do pathogen-laden droplets interact with the environmental dust and aerosolized captured on the mask? What are the long-term health effects, such as headaches? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Juan Rodriguez.
Hi, good evening. I'm Juan Rodriguez. I joined the rank of veterans who have come before you, and I thank you for the opportunity to be able to express our concern. So my concern deals with the last 18 months we have been dealing with this pandemic, and it hasn't changed. It hasn't gotten any better. We have been wearing masks, we have been kept at home, and nothing has improved. 6 weeks is not going to do it. 6 months may not do it. 6 years may not do it. So when is it going to stop? Some people are afraid, and I understand that. But if you are afraid, there are resources for you. There is a vaccine, there are masks. Wear the mask. If it protects you, wear it. For anybody who believes that the mask doesn't help, we don't have to wear it. If yours works, I don't need to wear it. I also ask for, we talk about the physical health, contracting COVID. We're all going to get it at some point, most likely, just like the flu. But when it comes to the mental health of children, yes, some people have said here before that I just heard a few minutes ago about it not affecting them. It does. Thank you.
Ron Scheib, maybe?
Close, Scheibe.
Okay.
My name is Ron Scheibe. I have 3 daughters at Castle Hills, 4th, 2nd, and kinder, and it's not a joke over there right now. You see, I have my mask because I'm an adult and I can make my own decisions. I also am responsible for making decisions for my child, and my wife helps with those decisions as we do that. We chose to get vaccinated, and we maintain how we are around. Mr. Hilliard, you asked a question earlier today of one of the people speaking of, do we as parents, if we send our kids to school, do they have the ability to do that at school? I can tell my 5-year-old to wear her mask, but when I reach out to my school administrators and give them permission to remind my child to wear her mask, all 3 of my daughters, and I get in response, when masks are optional, it is impossible for teachers or staff to make sure all masks are on. This is optional and many students are not wearing them. That's putting a medical decision in the hands of a 5-year-old. It doesn't have to be a mandate, but Mr. Hilliard and Mr. Micah, empower them to let the leaders at the schools
Thank you.
make it work.
Stephen Thompson.
We do have 3 that we called that are here now.
Okay.
Thompson, Lambert, and Atkins.
I'm sorry, what was it? Thompson?
Lambert, and Atkins.
Goodness, okay, that was a back
They
yet.
were before. Yeah, I think so.
Well, Stephen Thompson's coming up next. I hadn't even called him yet.
Lambert is 86. Atkins is 76.
86, 76. Yeah, I found her. Yeah.
still waiting.
And has
Is there enough
everybody,
to bring them in here?
is everybody in here waiting to speak still? Yeah, I don't know what happened. Are you waiting to speak, ma'am? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
So it was 70, what was the third one? Yeah. Yeah, Thompson I haven't called yet, though. Yeah, I got those 76 and 86, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I had, Thompson was.
Hi, I'm Hedda Atkins.
Okay.
I'm a nurse practitioner and a nurse doctor that works here in San Antonio. So I see COVID every day. So it is a real thing. You're right, not everybody dies. Some people just can't breathe. Some people have nausea and diarrhea for a really long time. Some people have depression. But what I do know is that communities are complex places, right? Where the children that go to school, they come home. They come home to families. They come home to grandparents. And those people have diseases that put them at risk that they don't want or ask for, like cancer. Also have a mother that currently needs a bone marrow transplant. We currently have hospitals too that can't do elective procedures, right? So you have a whole community that's interconnected and it needs your help. And I often have this conversation in healthcare about what we have to do and what we want to do. They don't often match. And so nobody wants to wear a mask. I don't want to mask my kids. I don't want to mask my husband, who's a teacher in the school district. But we need a plan to move forward. And there's clear guidance from the CDC, right? Just this week, new studies came out that talk about how masks should be a part of that in order for us to keep our schools open. Because I think everyone agrees here that we want to go to school. We want our kids at school. We don't want them home isolated and depressed, right?
That's time.
Okay, thank you.
Sometimes it'll ding and sometimes it won't, okay. And then I think the next one, shoot, hang on just a second, was Jennifer Lambert.
Hello. Personal choice is the cornerstone of our country.
If you'd state your name, please.
Jennifer Lambert. I thought
Thank
you did
you.
already. If we lose that, then what's the point of having an education system at all? As parents, we must be able to choose for our children. Simply put, we do not co-parent with the school district or the government. COVID and its variants are not a pediatric issue. They have a survival rate of 99.98%. We need to stop exploiting the children. We need to stop spreading unrealistic fear to our children. Getting sick isn't a death sentence. It's actually very vital for their immune system. Masks didn't work in the first time around. Why do you think they're going to this time? Which are you more afraid of? Not you. Voters or COVID? Because you should be more afraid of the voters. We are going to organize, and we are going to vote you out if you mask our children. We do not bow down to anyone but God. You say Governor Abbott's orders are an overreach of power. Well, that's exactly how we feel and view what you're trying to do as a school board, trying to enforce masks on our children. It's our children, our choice.
Thank you.
Stephen Thompson.
Good evening, thank you. I'm Dr. Stephen Thompson, and I can't give you any more scientific evidence that you haven't heard tonight, but I can talk about the focuses of our school district. The number one of which, identified by our superintendent, is social emotional learning, which does not mesh with masks. I can talk about your students, two of whom are my children, and one of whom had to seek professional help last year because he went from being an energetic, bright, and confident child to self-harm behaviors with anxiety and depression. I can talk about my wife, who's one of your teachers and a phenomenal woman who has loved every day this week of teaching her kids, but today learned she's getting pulled from that and she won't connect with them anymore because she's going to be a virtual teacher, which everybody's saying isn't even an option. So I'm not sure what's going on there. And I also want to say that no mask mandate doesn't mean no masks. And both of my kids, if asked to put one on by a peer, would put one on because they care how the people next to them feel. Thank you.
Dave Housley?
Housley, that's right. Dave Housley. I'm a father of 4, and they've all come up through this great district. And I appreciate this forum that you've opened up tonight. I keep hearing tonight about safety. And as a father of 4, nothing I want more is for the safety of my children. And I look at the numbers. Do you know how many children aged 0 to 17 in Texas have died from COVID? You should know that number. Do you know how many number of children we have in Texas? We're talking about safety for our young people, ages 0 to 17. And the number is 99.999%. And I ask myself, am I living in the twilight zone? We're talking about safety for a disease there's near zero risk. We live in an upside down world. An upside down world. And then we want to talk about a health intervention for something that these young people are not even at risk for. You all are educated. When you make decisions, do you use logic and reason and rational thought, or do you use fear and emotion?
Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Bernardo?
Hi, I'm Dr. Christine Bernardo. I'm a hospitalist and I take care of COVID patients. It is my reality every day. I have never seen such carnage in my 24 years of practice. I have never filled up this much death certificate in my whole life. The highest I've seen was 43 COVID patients in a day. I thought I also died, but apparently I did not. Since I'm not a pediatrician, the youngest patient I'd seen was 18 years old. She ended up with a tube in the neck and unable to walk. I had a patient who was the #1 wrestler in the United States. I changed the sports for HIPAA. When I discharged him, he had to be on oxygen, and every breath he took was an effort. I have a 40-year-old right now with a COVID-related massive stroke. These are people younger than you and me with no previous medical problems. I think the main issue is there is no cure. There's Tamiflu for influenza. There's antibiotic for pneumonia. Another main issue is vaccines are not yet approved for most children. We have to make do with what we have. This virus will not discriminate whether you're 18 years old or 15, or whether you're strong or not.
Thank you.
Riley Gaston?
Hello, I'm Riley Gaston. We have been living with this virus now for over 1.5 years as a country. Despite taking drastic measures such as lockdowns, curfews, school closures, and mandates, this virus has proven one thing. It does not discriminate whether you are at home, work, school, masked or unmasked, vaccinated or unvaccinated. Therefore, at some point, we have to resume our normal lives. Last year, my 7-year-old would get off the bus every day wearing a damp mask, sometimes inside out. I can only imagine all the improper things that occurred throughout the day in regards to his mask hygiene. Teachers do not have the time to make sure proper mask etiquette by each student is being followed, nor should they. But you cannot tell me that wearing a dirty mask for over 7 hours is good for these small children. Our kids need normalcy again, and we need to stop teaching them to live in fear. If you take this right away from us as parents, I am afraid of the precedents this might potentially set for other rights we still have. The decision the school board makes is a sense of precedent, and I hope you think long and hard. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I cannot read the next one, but the last name looks like starts with Pan. Ah, okay.
Hi,
Yeah.
thank you so much for having us. My name is Dr. Brenda Pandya. I am actually an anesthesiologist here in town. The one thing I want to say is that everyone keeps talking about safety of masks and wearing it all day and bacterial infections. I wear a mask every single day for 8 to 14 hours a day,
pre-COVID. I've never been sick from a bacterial infection. I can wear a mask all day. Nothing happens to my oxygen levels or my carbon dioxide levels, which, by the way, I'm monitoring on my patients all the time who are all masked. So I want to say that those things, that's just not factual at all. What we do know is that our kids that were home and masked and socially distanced and appropriately cohorting last year, we actually didn't have a very high, drastic rise in COVID. Something was happening, right? We were doing the right things. It wasn't just the mask alone, it was everything else with it. Right now, we don't have vaccines for the little ones. For my 5-year-old who's in the Northeast ISD district. So we talk about freedom of choice. He doesn't have one. He relies on me. He relies on you. Who's going to take care of him when he goes to the hospital? I took an oath. I took an oath to my patients to take care of them to the best of my ability, despite age, race, or creed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jocelyn Rodriguez.
My name is Jocelyn Rodriguez. I can only pray that our words and opinions are truly being heard and considered when I think it's clear some of the powers that be hold pretty obvious opinions. I don't know if anyone else has caught some of the things the lawyer mentioned, such as Bush appointed, he's a good judge. Those were red flags to me. I don't identify with the political figure side. I simply believe in the truth, and I think fear and fear propaganda have been propelled too long. Our constitutional rights are slowly being taken away from us in a problem, reaction, solution manner. Are we really going to look at data that has been admitted inaccurate and continue to make an educated decision? Continue to use inaccurate tests to save money? The biggest joke of all to me is tricking people into thinking they have no symptoms, that they need a test in order to tell them if they are healthy. I'm sorry, but if fatigue is a symptom, we are all chronically ill, and a mask is never going to be a solution, nor is poisoning humanity with ingredients that have been listed on the FDA website to include aborted fetal cells. Please do your research and do not be an order follower. Even if masks may not be harmful to some, I think it is clear that they are not necessary in order to help a problem that is being propelled with fear.
D. Do you have a guess?
Hello,
D?
my name is
Okay.
Dee. I am a local RN.
Would you state your name, please, ma'am?
Dee Miller?
Miller.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm a local RN. I wanted to thank you for this opportunity first and foremost. I'd like to tell you that I am a hospice nurse, and I have seen what COVID has done to my patients. My patients don't have the luxury of going to an ICU and staying there. They come home and they die short of breath, and they die extremely alone because of the fear of the family. My patients that are in ICU don't have the privilege of having a nurse by their side. They get to die behind closed doors, and they get to die completely alone. I have a special needs child and my high-risk mom, and I pray to God that any ISD will instate the mask to protect them. Our golden generation has fought for our freedom, and I believe that this is the least that we can do to protect them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Angie Aramburu. Angie? Is everyone in now?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Angie? No? Okay. Connie? Connie? Saniel, okay. If you'd say that on the record, thank you, I appreciate it.
My name is Connie Saniel. I am a mother to 5 school-age children. My husband is a physician assistant. He has done rotations during the pandemic in the emergency room and has seen COVID patients, and we do not support a mask mandate. We do support a parent's right to make an informed decision that works for them and their children. As the nurse stated, not much is known about the long-term effects of the virus, but we have lots of current information on the ill effects of mask wearing, as many tonight have already stated, so I'll address some other issues. The nurse mentioned, she's gone now, that children can opt out of wearing a mask with a medical exemption. My children attend school unvaccinated because the state of Texas allows for all 3 exemptions. Why are those same exemptions not afforded to me regarding a mask? You mentioned that we've never segregated kids in school before, but actually we have at a very, very evil and disturbing time in history, so shame on you for even suggesting that as a good option. And last, the attorney asked, does the governor have the authority to bar mask mandates? The real question is, does the city and
That's
school
your time,
district
ma'am.
have the authority to mandate masks?
Allison Miller.
Allison Miller, and I'm also speaking on behalf of a mother named Cambry Clark that I met in line 5 hours ago, and she had to leave to pick up her kids. I don't see this as a debate on whether face masks work or not, though we've heard compelling arguments tonight that they don't. Parents are entitled to form their own opinions, and they should be able to make a choice. What about parents who smoke? Do you have the right to tell parents that they can't smoke? Of course you don't. What about parents who let their kids walk to school alone, or eat junk food, or have too much screen time? At what point can you step in? You cannot. They are our children. And I don't say this to slight parents who smoke or who let their kids walk to school. I say this to point out that there's inherent risks in every decision that we make every day for our children, and that is our decision as parents to make. It is not yours. Please respect the Constitution and give me the right to make the best decision for my son. Thank you.
Mercy Gutierrez.
Hello, my name is Mercy Gutierrez, and I wanted to state that everything that this professional stated, there was no sources, there was no citing, so anything that you would read from that could have come from anywhere. But I am going to state some sources from the Texas Education Code. Section 37(7)B says that you are not allowed to impair the student's breathing by obstructing their airway, placing an object in, on, over the student's mouth or nose, and it says mask over the student's faces. So if you would want to impose that all children wear masks, you're going to be breaking your own TA code right here. I'd also like to state the fact that the CDC website says that PCR tests, no good. They cannot differentiate between the flu and COVID. In 2018 to 2019, there was over 400 deaths of children, and there's been more deaths of the flu than there have been of COVID. And even so now, the numbers that we have from the CDC are slighted because the PCR test can't differentiate between the flu and the COVID. So I ask that you listen to the people that are here and give us the choice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carla Brennan.
Ms. Brennan, will you pause for just a second? I'm going to ask everyone to please refrain from any gestures, any comments, any smirks. We're here as a community. We may have different opinions than each other, and we just don't want anybody to feel uncomfortable. So please just keep your comments, your gestures to yourself. Thank you.
I'm Carla Brennan, and I have a junior at Johnson High School. I'll get right to the point. Masking kids is nothing short of child abuse, because forcing kids to wear a muzzle for fear of a virus that poses no threat of serious illness or morbidity to them is not only wrong, it's unconscionable and foolish. We are the adults. We're the ones who are supposed to assuage the fears of our children and assure them that there are no monsters lurking under their beds or in their closets. Instead, it's the adults who are forcing children to cover their faces for the purposes of comforting the very people who ought to know better. We are frightening them into believing they're being stalked by invisible menaces lurking in the air and that everyone around them is sick and a potential threat. What kind of psychological damage are we doing? Are we inflicting on them by doing this? Why are we satisfied to place this burden on children? It's not to keep them safe. They are safe. It's not to keep the adults safe. They can get a vaccine if they want to. No, this is about making people feel better and to protect others politically. In the words of Nelson Mandela, he was right to say, there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than that in which it treats its children. He was right.
Kim McDonald.
Hello, my name is Kimberly McDonald. I may not be a doctor and talk all smart, but I do suffer from something called common sense. And at this point, I do realize that this is a joke. I want to talk about one student in particular that's very close to my heart. She's like a daughter to me. She's a sexual assault survivor. When she was sexually assaulted, the perpetrator put his hand over her mouth and kept it there. The whole time he kept it there, she couldn't scream, couldn't talk, couldn't get away. 16 years old when this happened to her. Last year, she didn't go to school because she did not want to put the mask on her face. We don't always know why people don't wear a mask. You want to judge people. This year, she is excited. She is on campus. She can smile again. She is free. Everybody wants to point the finger. You're a Trump supporter, you're a conservative, you're a QAnon, you're this, you're that. No, that's not it. We care about our children. I've raised 4 children to be healthy teenagers. I don't need you to tell me how to raise my kids or what is best for their health. We need to be able to send them to school without a mask. Thank you.
Thank you.
Derek Demet.
Good evening. My name is Derek Dement. I'm the father of a student at Castle Hills Elementary. I'll not waste your time with personal anecdotes or internet research. Actual scientists have done the research, and it backs mask wearing, and it admits that the Delta variant is spreading more rapidly and is more lethal. What I will say is that in my own firsthand experience as a parent of a Castle Hills Elementary student, we have seen what is happening when a mask mandate is not in place. The virus is spreading at a rapid rate. It's affecting our students and our teachers and our staff. I hope that you take swift action across the district to prevent what's happened there from happening across the entire district. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Melissa Pfeiffer.
Hello, my name is Melissa Pfeiffer. I've been an elementary school teacher this is my 26th year in NEISD, and I'm here to advocate for my students. My students don't have the chance to get the vaccine. My students need protection. I'm asking the board to please mandate masks for our little ones. I wear a mask for my students. I'm vaccinated. I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about them. It can be deadly for them. And for those of you who say it doesn't hurt children, tell that to my son's friend who lost his 9-year-old daughter in February to COVID. It does hurt children. It does kill children. And if it's only one, isn't it still worth wearing a mask to save one child's life? It is to me. And I think if that was your child that you had lost, you would feel very differently about them wearing a mask. Please mandate masks to save our elementary school children, at least, who don't have the choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly Buckingham.
Hello, I'm Kelly Buckingham. I'm a mother of 3. I'm here to speak for our children who have been subjected to this political theater of being forced to wear masks that do not prove to protect them, but have been proven to harm them physically, mentally, socially, and emotionally. The school board is not a medical board. You should not be forcing a medical device, nor should you be allowed to undermine GA 38. The Supreme Court holds more authority over the school board, and mask mandates are illegal until legal proceedings are concluded. By ignoring the real science of the harm masks can cause, is the school board willing to take responsibility for the damages to each student? Are you guaranteeing they protect against COVID? Why are the other parents who want to mask their children heard and those who don't want to not heard? Are there incentives or federal money given to the districts for going along with this political charade while our children are used as pawns? I implore you to consider every detail before making your final decision, and I pray it is based on factual data about mask effectiveness backed by our governor and not emotion. Masks don't work.
Thank you.
Monica Guevara.
Hi, I'm Monica Guevara, and I have 2 kids in NEISD. I grew up in NEISD, and I moved my kids into NEISD from JISD because I didn't like how they handled some issues going on over there. There is plenty of evidence, data, science, common sense, and basic human decency proving that masks don't work. We've all seen it. Just look at all the cases last school year with kids wearing masks, including both my own children getting COVID, as well as myself with asthma and multiple autoimmune disorders. I am one of those immunocompromised parents, and I am responsible for my own health as well as the health of my own children. My children and I even live with my high-risk parents who didn't get it while we recovered. One of them is in the 7th grade special ed speech therapy program who needs to see his teacher's enunciations with their mouths to learn how to speak properly. And my 9th grader whose acne cleared up over the summer with no mask and who is super excited not to have to wear one at Johnson representing the Spirit program after her therapist called an emergency suicide prevention family meeting during last school year after evaluating her. Thank God she is still here and thriving. It's child abuse when we force children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Taylor Troy.
I'm Taylor Troy. Masks are being talked about as a personal health care choice, but they are a public health issue. Insistence and reliance on personal responsibility will be limited to the least informed and least responsible among us. Last year, my 3 Coker Cubs had no problem wearing masks to school because we wanted to protect their teachers, lunch workers, bus drivers, janitors, and administrators. This year, COVID is different. The script has flipped until kids under 12 can be vaccinated. For my children's mental and social health, please keep schools open for at least the option of in-person instruction. Please use this legal opportunity to implement your recommendations that Nurse Kelly presented tonight, including universal masks, to keep the schools safe for students, their families, faculty, and staff while they're open. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daphne Mendoza, I believe Dickerson? Okay, sorry, couldn't read it.
Hi, my name is Daphne Mendoza Dickerson. I'm a mother, I'm a wife, and I'm a U.S. Navy veteran. I hold multiple degrees, including a Master's in Intelligence and Analyst, and I work as a Business Systems Analyst for the Department of Defense as a contractor. I pride myself in doing my research, analyzing data points and statistics, and not going by what the media cherry picks to regurgitate to the public. I was advised under my undergraduate and graduate studies not to ever reference what public media says and to go by peer-reviewed studies and statistics. This is something I've taken with me outside of collegiate study. It's something that I relied on throughout this pandemic. For these reasons, I ask for you to not have a mask mandate. I have read, I have done my research. Please let it go to the parents to decide what is best for their children. I have a child, he is speech delayed. He needs to see his teachers, he needs to see other students. If you want to wear a mask, I am fine with it. Other people want to wear a mask, that's fine. The teachers don't want to get it, they have the vaccine. They don't want to get the vaccine, that's fine too. But it should be our choice. It should be always our choice. Thank you.
Autumn Hernandez.
Good evening. Given the majority of the board members
If
are
you'd
wearing
state
masks.
your name.
Sorry, my name is Autumn Hernandez.
Thank you.
Given the majority of you are all wearing masks, thank you, sir, for not wearing yours tonight. I understand this is nothing more than a formality. I have 3 children here with NEISD, 2 of which are unable to wear masks due to anxiety and severe skin disorder. My middle daughter even has a 504 in place. She didn't even make it through the first day of school without being harassed and bullied by another 7th grader. Look at what you are teaching these children. Shame and discrimination, both of which are now the new peer pressure. Along with the district is also segregating children based on nothing more than a false sense of security. And we have heard this earlier from Francis Collins, somebody referenced him, Director of National Institutes of Health, admitted there is no data. I can provide you data. In fact, I've emailed you all, and I have packets here with 80 links that prove masks don't work.
Thank you.
Winter Rain.
Hello, my name is Winter Rain. I am an ASL student at Douglas MacArthur High School. I came in this year thinking it would be better than the last. Well, I was wrong. Turns out due to the majority of the teachers wearing their mask, I can't hear them. I'm hard of hearing. It's very hard to hear them under a muzzle. And I'm afraid I might fail those classes and not make it past high school. I'm aware that last year we all had to wear masks at school, and all I got were emails saying that those who were at school got sick. I am also aware that there are other sicknesses other than COVID, and people aren't dropping like flies, as the news says. Please, let us be free and let us choose a choice. I'm also not a fan of teachers harassing us who don't wear masks. Thank you.
Thank you, Winter.
Gemma Berlanga.
Hi, my name is Gemma Berlanga. I am an infectious disease doctor. It is that bad. You know, one of the other guys said, it's not that bad. It is. Inside, it is. The rooms that are made for 1 patient have 2 vented patients. The nurses that are made to have 1 or 2 patients have 3 critically ill patients. It's bad. The numbers that people are quoting are associated with the Alpha variant, not the Delta variant. The Delta variant is different. The AAP quotes 1 to 2% of the child COVID cases will end in hospitalization. That means there's 40,000 students that are unvaccinated in elementary and NEISD. 1 to 2% will be 800 students will need hospitalization. Some of them will die. And the studies do show that masks work. In fact, I know they work because we use them in the hospital every day, and I don't get sick. So those children, they don't have that option because they can't get vaccinated. Everyone under 12 can't get vaccinated. Until that happens, best if we mandate the mask.
Thank you.
What do you think, Belinda? I think it's Gonzalez is the last name.
Belinda?
Maybe Belinda. I'm sorry, I can't read it.
Hello, my name's Belinda Gonzalez, and I just have 2 points for everybody here today. First of all, I am against the mask mandate. I really feel that it's a parent's choice to make, especially when the CDC recommendation, what they show on their website, says that they recommend a universal indoor masking, and I believe that the governor's order does allow parents or people to choose if they want to wear a mask or not. My second point is that why isn't the school district focused more on the health, treatments, remedies? There are websites like American Frontline Doctors, All American Doctors, what is it? Anyway, what they do is a COVID-19 treatment protocol that they can use.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And by the way,
Cole Ingram.
Trump won.
Sorry, she's on the spectrum.
It's okay. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Cole Ingram. I'm a parent of 2 Northeast ISD kids, freshman in high school and a 6th grader at Bradley. Y'all have heard a lot of stuff tonight. You're in a tough spot. It doesn't matter what you do. There's information one way, there's information another way. There's not a preponderance of the evidence. There's a bunch of supposition. Do masks work? Some people say yes, some people say no. Are there downfalls to masks? There certainly are. There can be problems breathing. Could there be benefits to masks? Sure, there could be aerosol droplets that don't get through. All I can tell you is what I do, and I don't have the answer, and all the other smart people don't have the answer, is I pray. And what I'm going to do is pray that you folks make a wise decision. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jason, I'm going to mess it up, so.
I'll say it. My name's Jason Yitma. I'm a United States Navy veteran, disabled, and I just brought my kids back to San Antonio, where I'm from, to go here. And I just really feel like I get so tired of all these people wanting to fight over it. I mean, if you look at, for instance, my kids go to Wilshire. I got an autistic 9-year-old and a 6-year-old that's going to 1st grade. 90% of them students already have masks. So why do you care about my kid? I mean, you know, y'all do whatever the hell y'all want, have abortions and all that, you know. And I don't say nothing. I'm a Christian. I don't put my Christian views on you. I'm saying don't put your views on me. It's a free country, and I just feel it's messed up that people get so mad at each other over it. And I'm like, why? We'll agree on about everything else. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir.
Taylor Johnson. Taylor Johnson. That one I could read. Ah. Patsy Esterline. Nope. Claire Barnett.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Claire Barnett, and I am the parent of 2 elementary students in NAISD. They desperately need to be in in-person school for their social, academic, emotional health and well-being. And we're really excited on the first day of school, and I was really gratified to see that the large majority of our campus were wearing masks. The report when I picked up my kids from school were pretty different, though. One of them reported that her teacher wore her mask, and so did almost all the children in her class. The other reported that her teacher did not wear a mask. And while most students came to that classroom with their masks on, many removed them during the day. Role models matter. They matter a lot. And peer pressure is a powerful thing. My child kept her mask on and has kept her mask on, but she's 6 years old. How long can I expect her to stand up to the influence of a teacher in a class that's making a different decision? Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine DeMarnier. Thank you. Oh, and she's not here. She's phonetically spelled it out for me. Ann Sullivan.
Hi, I'm Ann Sullivan. I'm going to take off my mask because I get really nervous when I speak in public, and I'll not make any sense if I have a mask on. I am a mother of 2 children, one in elementary and one just started in middle school. And in the elementary school that my son goes to, 2 kids were sent home yesterday with a high fever. Today they were tested positive for COVID, and they were wearing their masks. So masks do work if everyone's wearing them. Right now I know I'm not, so I know I'm being a hypocrite right now for just a second. But when you speak, germs come out of your mouth, spit comes out of your mouth. If you sneeze, the other person, it gets on their mask, they breathe it in, and they do get sick. My second thing that I wanted to say was, please, if you guys do something with just elementary, because it seemed like that might be a thing that people were pondering at the beginning, please keep in mind that there's 6th graders also that cannot get the vaccine. And please keep that in mind if you do something in just grade level. Thank you for your time.
Josh Vance.
Good evening. My name is Josh Vance. My son has been a part of NEISD for now 4 days. And he's in pre-K, and I've heard a lot of politics this evening. I have heard a lot of what you can do, but very little of what you should do. Putting masks on children this young is concerning. I will have to remove my son from NEISD and put him in private school if you make masks required. I am asking you flat out right here, if I send my son to NEISD, to Oak Meadow where he goes, will you deny him an education if he's not wearing a mask? Something to think about. That is all I have to say. Thank you for all of your time this evening. I know it's late. Have a great evening.
Ben Ross.
Hello, I'm Ben Ross, and I regret to inform you tonight that my kids go to an NEISD school. I'm very disappointed. I will say that this is an argument where I go both sides. I understand things, but I do want to call out the nurse. There were tons of holes. I could sit here for quite some time, but I thought it was very odd that when it was mentioned HIPAA, how many kids actually, and thank you for that question, you're the only one that asked, I think, quality questions. She said that no, I can't tell you how many children went to the hospital and were admitted with COVID. Isn't that a little odd? I mean, shouldn't you have that number? We're talking about children here, right? Didn't happen. What was the other thing? Well, hey, let's just get into this because I think you guys already made your mind up. It's pretty clear. It's pretty obvious. I waited all night. So let's just push Mark Levin's book, all right? American Marxism, because that's what's really happening. It's not just about mass. It's about control. You guys want control. You think you can tell us what to do, and you sit there and be smut about it. No, man.
Ann Fraser. Ann Fraser. Michael Cantu.
Good evening, all. My name is Michael Cantu. Thank you for giving me the time to speak with you this evening. The only criteria that should drive a mandate requiring the wearing of masks should be irrefutable evidence suggesting the efficacy of wearing that mask. Quite simply, no evidence exists to support the efficacy of the mask in preventing the Wuhan virus. I say the mask because which mask? Are we talking about cotton, nylon, neoprene, paper, plastic, a bandana, a shirt sleeve, N15, N95, N225, a clear face shield, World War II vintage mustard gas? The fit, the form, and the function is everything when it comes to PPE. I'm an engineer. I've worn all sorts of PPE. They're all case specific.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Yvette Milner.
Good evening, Ms. Grona and Dr. Micah and all of the trustees.
My name is Yvette Milner, and I serve as the Region 20 Membership Specialist for the Association of Texas Professional Educators, also known as ATPE. I'm here tonight to express ATPE's thanks to you all for calling this emergency meeting to determine how best to keep our students and educators safe in these difficult times. We appreciate that you are taking community and stakeholder input. We trust that whatever decision you make will be the one that best meets the individual and particular needs of the Northeast ISD community. We regret that these circumstances are legally complicated due to ongoing litigation, but we trust that you will do your best to keep your staff and this community safe and provide a realistic and practical plan for providing instruction to your learners. As always, ATPE is here to serve as a resource for you, and we are honored to be the professional association of more than 700 Northeast employees. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Michelle Brodesky, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced that.
You got it just right. Good evening, I'm Michelle Brodesky. I'm a parent of 2 children at Castle Hills Elementary, which has gotten quite a bit of attention this evening. Thank you for your attention to each one of us for all of these hours tonight. I'm here to speak up for a mask mandate. We've heard a lot of pleas to leave this decision up to parents, and it would be nice if this pandemic worked in such a way that we could leave it up to parents' decision, because I also value being able to make decisions for my own family. The reality is that we live in a community where our decisions affect others, and we have to take that seriously. It's a bummer that we have to rely on each other, but we do. We are linked by the air we breathe and by the emergency medical system that we rely on should something happen to any one of us and when we face a medical emergency. The evidence is actually clear that universal masking does reduce spread, but not individual masking is as strong. You've heard many people point out that they know someone who always wore a mask who got COVID. This only reinforces the point that masks work better when we all wear them. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sonia Rodriguez.
Good evening. I'm Sonia Rodriguez. I would just like to urge you all tonight to please instate a temporary mask mandate for schools. I'm a parent of a 6-year-old, and she cannot get vaccinated yet. I will be the first to tell you that I have sent my child to childcare without a mask this summer because the rates were low, the transmission was low. However, Delta is different, and we need to be able to be flexible with that. So like it or not, we're in this together. What we do affects everyone around us. That is part of being in a public space with this virus. I have so much empathy for all of us trying to navigate this constantly changing situation. But as we gain more knowledge, recommendations change, and so does our behavior. Our freedoms in a civilized society stop at the point of causing harm to others, and make no mistake, we've already seen this virus spread at higher rates in schools without masking, and both children and teachers have gotten sick because of it. This board routinely makes decisions regarding the safety and well-being of staff and students in this district. This decision is no different.
Thank you.
Please consider masks.
Thank you.
Graham Landry.
Hello. What was I going to say? My name is Graham Landry from here in San Antonio, Texas. I'm here to represent the teachers, or the large contingent of teachers who have been ignored, ostracized, and threatened because of their views. It's interesting, outside, there's over 150 people waiting to come in. About 35 of them were wearing masks. At some point in time, all but 3 of them removed their masks because they could not breathe. I watched and counted secretly. That piece of cloth you wear over your face, or paper, it collects all the waste material that your body has already rejected. All your nose hairs, your boogers, the snot, everything, they're a vital piece of our immune system. The mask you've been wearing for over 4 hours, all of you, and a lot of people here, right now is dirtier than your underwear. That is how dirty it is. It's a collector. And what you're doing is you're stopping a vital part of our immune system. Parents, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. I'm proud of you. Your kids are watching you.
Thank you.
Stand up. Do not comply.
Sir, that's your time.
Yes, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to them. Stand up.
Sir, that's your time.
Your kids are watching. Make them proud. Thank you.
Gary Schaefer.
Yes, I'm Gary Schaefer. I'm a United States vet. I just retired in May. I was really proud to put my kids back in the school district they came out of. Unbeknownst to the school board, I don't think I'll be enrolling my kids back into in the school district. I think it should be a parent's choice on what they do with their children. I don't tell you what to do with your kids. You shouldn't tell me what to do with mine. I fought the enemies, foreign and domestic. I shouldn't have to come here and fight the bad guy on this soil. It's not what I signed up for. You know, it should be my choice to how I want to raise my kids. My kids look at me and, Dad, are you going to push over or are you going to stand strong? Well, I'm going to be the father to them because I didn't have one, so I'm going to show them what a father is, and I'm going to stand strong for my kids. I expect y'all as teachers and in your position to do what's right and allow the parent to parent their children. You know, it's disheartening. You know, I mean, it really sucks to know that we have to come to this. I've never been to a board meeting a day in my life. I spend a lot of my time overseas, but I just didn't want it to come to this. If masks work so much, why do y'all still wear them?
Thank you.
Maria Murray. No. Elizabeth. There's a note she relinquished her spot, but I just want to make sure. Yeah. Jared Libhart.
Hello. I am a molecular biologist and a chemist, and I actually participated in the H1N1 vaccine right on
Your
the
name,
city
please?
base. Jared Libhart.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
And, you know, back then, things were way worse, but the media underreported it because they liked the president at the time, unlike the fear porn that they've been putting out now. Masks do not work. There is a 2015 NIH study, which any one of you could have Googled if you would have just took the time. NIH paid for it. And it says flat out in the conclusion that cloth masks do not work, should not be worn, are not recommended, and that further research is needed. This was before there was a political reason to say something different one way or the other, like in 2020. So this is back in 2015 that came out. The particle size of the virus is too small. It's like trying to swat a mosquito with a chain link fence. The pore size in a mask is 300 nanometers. The virus is about 100 to 120.
Thank you very much, sir.
Stacy Mahika.
Hi, my name is Stacy Mojica. I'm a mother of 3 here in the NEISD district. Dr. Micah knows how I feel about the current mask mandate because I emailed him right before I disenrolled my daughters from school last week. Even though I work from home and I also have a 2-year-old at home as well, I'm now homeschooling my 4th and 5th grader, 2 different grades, because I cannot afford an expensive private school and we have no other choice. We have no other choice because we refuse to participate in the legalization of child abuse. It is a fact that masks cause carbon dioxide levels well in excess of what is deemed safe by OSHA and the CDC. Why are you all okay with carbon dioxide toxicity poisoning our children? My family and I literally moved here from New York. We are New York refugees to come to one of the best public schools in the country. We chose San Antonio for NEISD. And now my kids can't even go to school here. Thank you so much for your time.
Nancy. Is there a Nancy left? Okay. Alan Betancourt.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Alan Betancourt. I think everybody said it all already. All I know is that my kids were really happy when they came home from school. One of them said, "Dad, my face finally cleared up because I haven't had to wear the mask." But they're at fear that they had to put it on again. I have another one who sees a speech pathologist weekly, and wearing the mask doesn't help them. It's actually retracted last year. I'm asking y'all to think about all of the situations. I know that it's hard. I know y'all have everything in front of y'all. I pray that y'all are able to make the correct decision. But if it is a mask, I will be one of the various parents who pull my children from NEISD. We moved here to San Antonio. We moved here to NEISD because it is one of the best districts in the country. But I'm not going to stand for this. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you.
And that's all.
I'm Stephanie Alexander, I'm number 201. For some reason, you didn't call my name.
Okay, I am so sorry.
No, that's okay.
Okay, Stephanie Alexander.
Yes. Hi. I guess I'll be the last one to speak. I have a 4-year-old at an NEISD school. He wears his mask every single day because I explained to him that it protects others. It was as simple as that. I told him that. He doesn't take it off. If we all had the kindness of my 4-year-old, we would not require a mandate, but we don't. One of the trustees here asked how many kids have been hospitalized, how many kids have died. One child dying is too many. And I think the same trustee also asked, what's the potential legal consequence of this? It's a $1,000 fine. How much is the value of a child's life to y'all? My 4-year-old cannot get vaccinated. Elementary school kids cannot get vaccinated. We are relying on you to uphold the oath that y'all took, yes, but also I think in your standard of ethics, it says that y'all are required to continuously be guided by what is best for all students. Safety is what's best for our kids. We are literally begging you to take every possible protection you can to protect our babies.
Thank you very much. Thank you for waiting. Sorry about that.
Okay, now I think that's it. Did I miss anyone else? I'm so sorry I missed you.
Okay. On behalf of the board, I appreciate all of the emails that have come through the last few days. We had 900 emails come through, and I read 800 of them and then had to stop because it was time to get ready to come to the board meeting. So we thank you so much. We know it's important to hear from our community. And of those 900, 67% were in favor of mask mandate and 33% were not. So I just wanted to share that information with you. A lot of the people that sent those emails that were in favor said that they were not comfortable coming into the board meeting because we don't have a mask policy at NEISD. So with that said, do I have a motion to approve the recommendations of the administration?
So moved. Are we gonna have a discussion on this after the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Was that, I'm sorry, was that you, David?
That was
Okay,
it.
just wanna make
Thank you,
sure.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. And is there any discussion regarding the motions? Mr. Hilliard?
Yes, ma'am, thanks. Appreciate everyone coming. I would say right now, I have concerns about making any decision tonight. We don't have the specifics laid out by the administration besides 6 weeks, and even then it was, the nurses will have some stuff. We don't have any specific metrics or data. It's kind of when it looks good. We still have the significant legal uncertainty that's going on. We haven't seen any of the data or studies. We have a bunch right here we haven't had a chance to look at from our community members whose inputs we want. The social emotional impact of learning, that should be provided to us as trustees to consider this. I would offer a midnight or 10:30 p.m. policy change. It's probably not in the best interest of the community. If we're going to do this, we should at least consider waiting until Monday, not doing it 10:30 on a Thursday night. If we're going to do that, I would be really concerned. We also look at the immunocompromised, special needs, asthma. There's just good points that we as the trustees need to think through if we're going to approve the board to do so, or the district to do something. And if we are going to vote on something, I would say we need to amend it to be 4 weeks only. If we're going to do that. Confirm that it's indoor only. That was, I'm not sure that was clarified, but indoor only. Should start on Monday the 23rd, not tomorrow morning. If we set out a midnight blast, I think that would cause more havoc on our community. And I would stop it at Monday, 13 September, which is the next regular board meeting, every 4 weeks at a regular board meeting. We, the 7 trustees, sit here and decide. Also, it's unfortunate that we don't have all the trustees here. I know that Mrs. Groner couldn't make it, but that whole community voice is not even here to be represented. So for all those reasons, I would move to postpone this until Monday's board meeting, have a vote, or at least if we're going to vote, we don't enact it immediately. Wait till Monday.
Yeah. You can't make a motion when... I'm sorry, Mr. Hilliard, you can't make a motion while there's a motion on the table.
Okay.
So if you'll just,
Okay.
are you complete? Are you finished?
I think so. I would like to hear the other trustees' opinion if we think we should be making a decision tonight And if so, should we be implementing or should we look at the data? I guess appreciate everyone else's input.
Okay.
Well, this
I'm
is-
done.
yeah.
I'm
He can
done.
make a motion to amend, and then we would have to vote on that amendment, and then vote on the original.
On the
motion.
original.
Okay, that,
Okay.
if we, thank you, Mrs. Hugh,
Thank
for
you
that, or
for the
just so I understood the
clarification.
process.
Yeah.
Even while we're in discussion, you can make a motion, an amendment in the middle of the discussion.
Yeah.
We haven't finalized our discussion. Okay, okay, Mr. Hilliard, I stand corrected. Thank you, Ms. Huey.
Do I need to make the motion to amend?
Because we weren't in here earlier, we were kept outside.
He can't participate.
I'm sorry, sir, you can't participate in the discussion. You've already, when, I'm sorry, sir, you had the opportunity to speak during matters from the floor, but you can email the board.
What I want to know is, are you going to have at-home schooling if you mandate it? Because if you're going to claim it's too dangerous, you got to be masked up to be a
Sir, you have to, okay. We're going to move on. You can email us any questions you have at board@neisd.net. Mr. Hilliard?
Yes, I move to postpone this decision until the Monday board meeting, so we
Move
have.
to amend.
Move to amend, sorry, they moved to amend the recommendation to implement these procedures till Monday board vote, so that we can review all the information. The second amendment would be, if we were going to do it, then the 4 items I listed: 4 weeks only, indoor only, not start till Monday the 23rd. Every board meeting, we have to be updated, board approved, no delegation of the board, and I'll repeat this if I need to do, because I know I'm asking, no authority delegated below the board, and we need clear metrics. We can't just have this, we'll do it when the numbers are good, because the community deserves to know what we're using. It can't be just 2 weeks. That's my amendment, sorry.
Okay, can you repeat that, Mr. Hilliard? But
Yes.
if you'll repeat it with
slowly.
precise, yes.
I'm sorry, I talk fast.
It's
Sorry about
okay.
that, Ms. I move to postpone the resolution, my first amendment to it, until the Monday, the 23rd board meeting, so we can review all the information. My second amendment would be, if we vote on the district proposed plan, I would vote 1, 4 weeks only, not the 6 weeks. Clearly state it's indoor only. The mandate would not start till Monday, the 23rd, not tomorrow. Stop November 13th, which is the next board meeting, so that each regular board meeting month we review and we continue to approve or not and get an update. No authorities delegated below the 7 trustees. It sticks with the board. And then we have some clear, definable metrics and objectives, which I know that there are some people who are loath to do that, but we have to have something the community deserves, some reasonable numbers, because otherwise we'll have the moving target. That last part, moving target, doesn't need to be in the motion. Sorry. Clear back metrics.
Can I, that sounds like 2 amendments. So,
They were 2 separate amendments.
So does he need to do like one and then we have to make and
Okay.
then the second part?
Okay,
The second
thank
part.
you.
I mean, is that correct? I'm not.
Procedurally, I want to be correct.
Okay, so but he's allowed, okay. But
I just want to throw it out for. Amendments to not be seconded because of lack of information, because I think there's a lot of questions to Dr. Micah in those amendments. But if as we discuss these amendments, this is a good
Yes.
discussion.
Whatever I want to make sure we're doing the proper procedural thing in the proper order, so whatever is appropriate order.
I've got Mr. Lopez coming in.
Okay, because
to
I
make-
have Robert's
to
Rules
make
of Order,
sure
but
that
it's.
we clarify it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Sorry.
He's coming. Just give him a minute.
Yeah, thank you, because this is not a normal.
This is,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There was an initial motion, and then you have made two amendments. Okay. So the proper procedure would be to go ahead and you make your first amended motion, and then the board takes action or comments first, and then decides whether or not that goes. If that ultimately passes, then there's the motion, it's taken a vote. If it does not get a second or does not pass, then you move on to your next amended motion, okay? And then once his two amendments are done, you go back to whatever the original motion that was made. Yes.
So
Okay.
does there not have to be an acceptance by the person that,
So he is, yes, I believe your first motion to amend, so the board is there a second?
Well, do I have to accept, I mean, do I
The
have to
mo-
acknowledge his amendment?
to
since
his
I made the
motion?
motion?
Do you have to, what now?
Since he made the initial motion, I guess.
You made the initial motion, but then he sought to amend it. So the first thing you do is consider this second amended motion that he made.
He
So that's the
doesn't
first,
have to-
is there a second on the amendment?
Please restate your amendment.
I amend, I request to amend the district proposal to postpone this until the 23rd on Monday's board meeting for a full board vote.
Okay, so that, is there a second to that is basically what needs to be called for.
Is there a second? Seeing that there's none, the motion dies. The
Now
amendment
he's-
dies,
The
pardon
amendment
me.
dies.
The
Now he's
amendment
got,
dies.
I believe, Mr. Hill, you're going to make a second
I have a
amendment.
second amendment. I vote to, or I would request to amend the district proposal as recommended to 4 weeks only, not 6 weeks, indoor only. Start date of Monday, the 23rd, not tomorrow. Stops on Monday, the 13th, which is the next regular board meeting. And we, the board, have to authorize any changes, and we don't delegate any authority, and we have some clear metrics. This is my second amended motion.
Can we have discussion on
Yeah.
that before we make before anybody
Yes.
says
Okay, so
anything about it?
we can discuss, right? I have a question about, because his amendment said, I think he was seeking clarification, well, it sounded like that include indoor, and is the original proposal for, what does that, what does that mean?
It is for indoor only.
Okay. So if it's for indoor only, and if we accept his motion, that,
I just want to make sure, because I didn't see those specific words up there. I know what the CDC recommended was universal indoor, but I want to make sure that we're very clear to the community when we say that.
That's correct. It
yes,
is
okay.
inside district facilities, here, maintenance, wherever, schools, all only indoors.
Did you say something too about the learning situation for speech and?
What?
But that wasn't part of.
That
your
was,
amendment?
that was part of my original concern for not doing a vote tonight,
Okay.
because I know there was
Okay.
conversations about immunocompromised, asthma, special needs, and there might be some things we need to make sure we have the appropriate accommodations. I know the district staff works hard on those things, but to make sure that we're clear because of the issue, especially with the speech pathology, I've saw several emails, several parents, a huge impediment to their speech.
Yeah, because that was some of my questions after, on the original motion, when we go back to that.
Mr. Jarrett, I know you and I have visited about speech, and you were actually looking into some of those concerns that were raised tonight.
Yeah, so actually the special ed department is looking into that right now to see if there can be some temporary removal if it is some issues as far as the muzzling of the voice and the speech and different things like that. So we'll get an update to everyone if you would like.
Because we did that last year, didn't we? We had accommodations for the teachers and the students both.
We had plexiglass and then we also ordered clear face masks and different
Yes.
things of that nature, yes ma'am. But there still was some concern about how the pitch of the voice, and so that's what we're looking into right now.
Okay. Yeah, because I think that's an important, I totally agree. I think that's a really important, coming from our professionals that, yeah.
So we
okay.
would modify what we had in place last year, basically.
They're going to look into it. I don't want to give a definitive answer until
We're
we have-
hoping to modify. We're looking
Yes, ma'am.
into modifying.
Yes, ma'am.
Improving. We're looking into improving.
Always looking for
Okay.
improvement.
And
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Winkley, just to clarify it, because it's not just speech, it's the health component too.
Yes.
So it's not just saying, sure, go ahead and do it. We got to make certain that, whoever's being unmasked at that point, that it's not creating an unsafe environment. Does that make sense?
Yes.
so I have a question. with the current recommendation, the 6 week start, or the 6 weeks mandatory mask, when was that intended to start?
So, we spoke a lot about that, and to some of those points, look, some folks need a chance to get a medical exception, right? So our goal really was to look at Monday as a start time. That way then, to Mr. Hilliard's point, sending something out tonight at 11 o'clock or 11:30 or midnight, I'm not sure that's good.
No.
I would agree with
And
that.
so I think that allows people the time to have that discussion and to prepare for Monday's shift. Trying to implement something that you all vote tonight, tomorrow morning, I'm not sure is going to work very well.
What?
And Rick, I'm sorry, I'm not keeping up on where we are so far as the amendment and.
Well, I'm essentially, it sounds like some of the things that you raised in your amendment,
Correct.
Mr. Hilliard, as I'm listening, some of that may already be in the original recommendation as far as the intent behind it, right?
We just didn't have an action item that specifically
That
listed it,
actually-
so I think that's where I'm trying to get clarification on what
Sure.
specifically.
So should I clarify the ask?
Yes, and actually, if I may, so Mr. Hilliard, you have a list of things that you wanted to amend, right? Okay. My recommendation is that you withdraw your motion for now, for this second, to let them clarify, because I think what I heard is that some of the things that you've raised are already intended. Does that make sense? And then whatever's not clarified here that's going to be part of the original, then you can make another amended motion to add the things that you want to add. Does that make sense?
I will, in that case, I will move to withdraw my second amendment as we have a discussion on the original.
Okay, so he's done that, and so I think at this point, Dr. Mike, if you want to clarify some of the points so that it's clear what is intended with the original, and then at that point, if Mr. Hilliard wants to make another amended motion with things that aren't addressed, he can do so.
Well, wait, I would like to finish our discussion. I think we're going to end up going back and forth again. If you will allow the fellow board members to finish before you make any motions, we're not voting on anything until everybody is done saying what they have to say.
Sure, absolutely. No,
So if you'll just allow us to finish, we don't have to keep going back and forth.
Okay.
Dr. Micah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hilliard.
Clarify.
Okay, I was seeking your direction. I wasn't sure what you wanted. So the ask that we're coming tonight with, because I wrote it down for you, is so we're asking for up to 6 weeks inside our schools and our buildings only. So this is not going to apply to outside. We're also asking, as we move forward, to be able to implement masks as needed past that date, should we see a necessity to do so. A rise in cases, it could be in a classroom only. Oftentimes what you've heard a lot about Castle Hills, what we've noticed with that is once it gets into the room, a lot of times it's localized there. There's not a need to push it school-wide, all right? But should there be enough cases and, that we may need to do something like that. And then the other ask is to begin Monday. And then I know look, I'm a data guy. I like metrics. I love all of that stuff. And I appreciate what Mr. Hilliard is talking about. The one thing that we've learned, and I'm going to take you all back to last year, when we created a safety plan, the team and I really talked a lot about metrics. And the reason we did is we kept saying, okay, if we create these metrics today, this is a new virus and we're going to continue to learn some things. Is this going to be relevant by the next time? So we chose not to put some metrics in, simply to give some flexibility to ebbs and flows as we dealt with the pandemic. Other districts around the state put in very concrete metrics. I think all of you get the principal news. Oftentimes in there you would see where districts were going back and modifying and doing because And it was creating some confusion because parents said, this is what you said and now you're changing it. So for instance, positivity rate was one of those things. And so a lot of people put in positivity rate because really when it began, that seemed to be a huge signifier of an issue. And then you started talking to some folks and that became less of an issue simply because the volume of testing. So, you know, what we would like to do is be able to work with health services and listen to the data that is coming in and then making a decision on when to pull back and when not to, because we had no idea back in June when masks became optional. We watched our data. Now, I'd encourage a lot of you to go out and look at other districts. They didn't continue to report their data. We did. And we were doing that, one, because I wanted to see it. I wanted to see what was happening as we unmasked. Mr. Jarrett and I, Mr. Jimenez and I went out and visited summer school sites to look at how many kids are actually unmasked versus masked. Some schools we saw higher usage, others we didn't. It was kind of all over the place. We were at our high school site, and there were kids that are masked and unmasked sitting together. So we're watching this play out in real time. Then we started having professional development with our teachers, and really as we saw things wane in our community, right? It wasn't as high. I think we heard a few folks talk about that. You know, we thought all the signifiers were, this seems to be getting better. This doesn't seem, so we're watching. We had athletic camps and these things were huge, folks. There were a lot of kids in it. And we were constantly watching for what are these numbers saying. Look, if it were up to me, I would have already implemented this several days ago, just based on what we started to see from Castle Hills. Because Nurse Kelly and I have met with Mr. Villarreal a lot to talk about what we're seeing. And what we saw this time is so different than what you even look at the data on the city site. In the past, and we've gone back and looked at January and February of last year, you see this slow incline. That's not what Delta's doing. It is just like the sharp pitch that shot up. And it really, you heard Nurse Kelly talk about the case counts each. We were watching that every single week to make certain that what we were doing was effective. So we're totally going by the data. And then it just literally seems like a light switch came on. And, you know, I hate that I heard one of our parents, I believe her last name was Schnur, from Castle Hills, say that we're the test school. You know, they weren't a test school. We were looking at this all summer long. All summer long. Watching our staff, myself included, for months being unmasked right here. No problems. And then it hit. And what you hear about that R0, that's what we're seeing is this isn't COVID. This is something different. And I mean that by it's just replicating much faster. And so when we start tying ourselves to things, because I heard someone say this, and you know, it really hit home with me. We're watching science play out in real time. We're not used to that as a society. We're watching it play out in real time. Scientists take years to start proving, you know, Mr. Hilliard, you'd emailed me about causation, right? 100%. I'm that guy. Correlation doesn't prove causation. But right now in the middle of this pandemic, there's just not enough time that's lapsed to start proving these types of things. And so, you know, you're going and shifting. So what we knew through last year with the plan that we got, one, you all approved it. We made some amendments to it, but we got a lot of flexibility in it because, look, I'm going to go back in time. I want you to go back to last year. We were told schools need to stay closed. You all remember that? Mr. Hilliard, but look, you weren't on the board, but you remembered as a parent. We were told, don't open schools, don't open schools. We pushed back. Mr. Lopez and I read some things and we said, no, we can open schools. Schools have to be open for kids, for families. We heard from our parents that didn't have daycare options and things like that. In the face of everyone saying schools were going to be super spreaders, we opened. And I am like, those people over there that created that plan were rock stars. They did amazing work along with Emma and everyone else. I mean, look, for those of you that have been on the board, Ms. Huey, for a long time, that was the first time you've ever seen executive staff present. They were 100% invested in it. We went into that ready to do what we needed to do to keep schools open. Now, did we have to course correct? Yep. Because as we went in, it was new. We'd never done it. We had to start, and that plan allowed us the flexibility to adapt. From my point, what frustrates me through all of this is we have other entities trying to tell us how to do our jobs. We know how to do it. We kept schools open and safe all last year. Did we have cases in them? Yep. Of course we did. Folks, if it's in the community, it's in the school. It always has been that way. Schools are microcosms of the communities that they serve. But we were able to adjust, monitor, and adapt. We saw it in certain classrooms. We had to sit down as a team and figure out how we were going to do it, but we had that flexibility to do it. I love concrete things. But I'll say what I've learned through this pandemic is there's nothing concrete. I don't know what's around tomorrow. It is so frustrating as these folks over here, look, Mr. Jarrett, who is one of the most positive people I know, has said, I'm tired of reinventing school. Because that's how much we've done it. It is constant. But we're ready to roll up our sleeves and do the work. Because that's what's right for kids. We know, we heard tonight, look, the one thing I think that all of our parents that showed up to speak said is they want schools open. I do too, by the way. That's our goal. That was it last year, was to open them and keep them open. I am right now looking at what we see. That is going to be a difficult task. You asked about, the folks in hiring. Look, hiring all summer has been a challenge. Not just in education and elsewhere. I was reading an article the other day on the Great Resignation. Look at food service restaurants and things. This isn't just unique to us. And so, look, I get it. I want to tell our community, here are certain things. But next week, I don't know what I'm going to see. I don't know. Maybe we don't see it as bad. I hope not. I hope not. Last year where we saw it, one gentleman talked about it. It was in athletics. The good thing about this year versus last year is those kids in athletics, hopefully, they got a vaccine. Remember, 7th grade and up is in athletics. It's not 6th. I hope they got a vaccine. I hope we don't see some of those issues that we saw. But I'm just speaking from the heart, y'all. You create such a box that we're going to try to fit in, and we can't get adjusting the moment we see a problem. it's too late. This whole thing through the legal piece that everybody is fighting over. I just want to say, could you just let us do our jobs? Can you let us take care of kids like we have taken care of for a long time? We have done school for a very long time. We know it. But you got to give us the flexibility to do it. You heard it, people talk about it's turned political. 100%. 100%. Politicians are using this to capitalize on all sorts of things. And all we want to do is teach kids. That's it. And we want to be able to adjust so that when a problem arises, we know here's what we're going to do. Now look, are we going to be wrong sometimes? I wish I was perfect. I cannot tell you the number of nights I have not slept this year, worrying that I'm going to do the right thing. Because guess what? I don't know the right thing. I don't. None of us do. You know, we had a speaker last year come in and talk about everybody's looking for the sage. It's the one person that's been there that can tell us how to get through it. I don't know who was around in the last pandemic, but I was not. Nor were any of my staff. So we are literally figuring this out as we go. I said last year to this board, you're going to see plans all over. Don't judge any of them. We are all trying to figure this out. We're judging so much that we're just trying to figure it out. And, you know, look, I've got kids. They hate wearing this mask. By the way, just for the record, so do I. This is not fun. But what I see going on, you know, when Dan and I had to sit down yesterday and talk about if this sweeps through our payroll department, how are we going to pay our people? What's going to happen? How are we going to manage that? What happens if these people all go down? How's that going to work? Because that's what we're seeing. It's not what it was last year. It's just not. So, you know, Mr. Hilliard, I wish I could bring you metrics. I love them too. I do. They make sense in my world. I'm a math guy. I just don't know what 2 weeks from now, what we're going to discover. Because this isn't COVID. This is Delta, and it's acting differently. And again, just look at our numbers on the district site. Kids were unmasked on June the 4th. Our employees were unmasked June the 4th. Nothing shows all through June, all through July, until just recently. I'm going to get off my soapbox now.
Thank you. Oh, appreciate it.
But y'all, I haven't talked about teaching a kid in a month and a half.
Yeah.
By the way, that's our core value. Because we're so busy doing other things. I hate that we have to, I hate that we're fighting and arguing, and but just society in general. None of us like this. This isn't what I think I said it to Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer didn't sign up for this, right? But we're dealing with it. And if we all work together, and Mr. Hilliard, you said it, you know, when you first came on the board, we got to come together as a community. We got to take it on. That's what we need. We need to take it on. This is hard work. Harder than it was last year. I'm done. I'll get off my soapbox.
I think that's an important part about community. It seems to me, my impression, my personal feeling, is that last year when everything hit, we came together, all of us, so strongly. I don't mean the board, I mean the community. And we were determined to beat this, and we were determined to keep our kids safe. And everyone, this district led in so many ways. We were the poster child for the things to do, and we met the challenges as they were thrown at us. This administration did a phenomenal job, but they did it because they had community behind them, pulling for them, fighting for them, believing in them, and they were right. The community was right. This district did a phenomenal job. And to hear the divisiveness tonight is it hurts. It hurts so bad. I want our parents on the team. I want them keeping our children safe. I want them, wherever we go with a mask mandate, I think one of the things I'm fearing the most is the safety of our teachers and our staff. You saw it tonight. We that are sitting here masked were ridiculed and made fun of, and I won't go so far as to say disrespected. I mean, everyone has the right to their opinion. But if that's what we were seeing here, what is that showing our children that it's okay to do? We talk about you have to respect the people's choices in this situation. We chose to wear masks tonight. Mr. Hilliard didn't. None of us picked on him about not wearing a mask. Why in the world aren't you masked, Mr. Hilliard? It's okay. But we had people sitting out here tonight telling us we were wearing filthy things on our face. That's not what the community does to each other. They support and help each other. We heard from so many incredible medical people tonight, and I'm so proud that so many of them are our Northeast parents. Those are the people that I'm turning to for guidance and for expertise. I'm sorry, Facebook and MeWe and all that kind of stuff, nuh-uh. That's not data to me. It's the medical experts. It's the people who are taking care of our children in the hospital and of their families and of their elders. We heard from too many of them tonight, and we heard from emails that they can't be here tonight because they're in the hospitals taking care of these people. We've got to honor what they're doing. I'm so worried that the anger we saw tonight, we've seen in other areas where teachers have been ridiculed, harassed, and physically assaulted for wearing a mask. If we put in a mandate, are we endangering our teachers from these angry parents that will take their anger out on our teachers? That's a big fear factor for me. Our job is to keep our children safe, but we can't keep them safe if our staff is not taken care of too. So do we endanger our staff and skip a mask and put in a mask mandate? Or say, oh, well, somebody's going to go beat up the teacher, so we better not put in a mask mandate. Where's our line there?
So, with the metrics, again, look, because we're literally living this out in real time. I mean, that's literally what's happening. The best I could do, Mr. Hilliard, or hope to do, is to sit with our medical advisory council and say, can you help me identify some key pieces? Because again, it used to frustrate me with the positivity rate, because it always didn't make sense because it was based on the volume of people. So if you're testing less people and more come up positive, is that really that it's a super spreader? Or it always, I don't know, didn't ever sit right with me. Are there some things out there? Yeah, I think one of the big things is, what are we seeing in our schools? What are we seeing there? How many cases? Because again, looking at Castle Hills, man, once it got into a room, it went. And it went fast. You know, I don't,
Well, I
you
think
know, we could see this in maintenance, y'all.
I think we had the start of something in that presentation that we saw, which was at least something that showed, here's the numbers in the schools and the different age groups.
Yeah, I just think people are hearing you, Mr. Breyer. I'm hearing you, but I'm not sure it's going on the mic.
Oh,
Is that
I'm not
is that
sure
correct?
either.
Pull it up, son.
I hear what you're saying.
Okay, got it. Well, I think Ms. Kelly had the start of some data that we can at least look at and sort of fundamental basis agree that it at least starts showing at least number of cases. And I think, I agree, I don't know if we want to get into the specifics of positivity rates and all that kind of stuff, but
I'll
something
offer
that
this.
at least.
No, I agree. I was
at
commander of the
least
military.
gives that.
Operational flexibility is good. You have to have some latitude to move. But I would offer, I guess, my real point would be is the 4 weeks at the board meeting, which we can get to here in a minute, so that we'll have 4 weeks of data, and then if it continues,
Right.
we can do it. But that way, it's on a set schedule when we have scheduled meetings versus maybe the 6-week recommendation. Because I realize that there's some inherent flexibility that needs to happen.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask, because I appreciate you coming up with some sort of flexibility or compromise, but can you explain the 6 week, and I didn't ask Ms. Kelly this, but the difference between something like 4 weeks or 6 weeks,
Well,
that
and
might be a
here's-
difference.
Let me offer this. Look, as a board in 4 weeks, you could kill the 6 week. Do you see? You can vote it away.
True.
You're the board. You can do what you want with 4 votes. All you need is that voting piece, right? I mean, at the 4 week mark, look, in 4 weeks from now, do I have any problem with Nurse Kelly coming back and us showing you all the stuff we have? Absolutely not. Sitting there and having a discussion with her about should this go on another 2 weeks or can we start backing out of it? Because where we want to start is right at high school and start easing back out. Why? Those kids have access to a vaccine. And they have it down into 8th and 7th. We want to start easing it out. Our goal isn't to keep kids in masks. Our goal is to get kids out of masks. That's the difference, I think. We don't want them in masks. How do we get them back out while watching that data? Because again, look, I wish I could have told those Castle Hill mothers. Those sleepless nights as of late are for them. Because I feel like I missed something. And Nurse Kelly has had to tell me over and over again, you watched your data, you didn't miss it. It just reacted that fast. But it's like, that's that operational flexibility. It just happens so quick. In 4 weeks, I think we do come back and sit and have a discussion about what we see. Here it is. We may be telling you at that point, if you listen to her, she said 4 to 6 weeks.
Correct, yeah.
You know, when you read about when this is going to peak and when it's going to decline, and I'm hoping we're close.
So I guess just to clarify what I heard, and Dr. Micah just mentioned it, and that's why I still support the motion or the recommendation, because she said temporary mask mandate for all schools for up to 6 weeks or less. So I think that encompasses that the less could be 4 weeks. Like Dr. Micah mentioned, if there's good data in 4 weeks, and I'm a data person as well. So, I just feel the more information or the more data you have, or it takes time to get good data. If someone comes back in 2 weeks, I don't know if I can trust 2 weeks, worth of data. But it was stated that it would be for up to 6 weeks or less. So I think that covers the 4 weeks.
Because, look, Mr. Lopez talked about it. You see some districts have swung way one way. They have. Then you have some other districts that in our area that aren't swinging at all. everybody's trying to guess at the right answer. I mean, that's ultimately what it is, because just like last year, not everybody was right. You know, and again, I remember last year when we were starting to get ready to phase kids in, and oh my gosh, look at what happened in Georgia. Look what happened in Georgia. Well, we read up on Georgia a whole lot. Made sure to not learn from that and then move forward with it. And it worked. This year we got some places that we got to shore up. This is going to shore it up for a little bit to start making sure that we can get kids. Because look, you know, to the parents, I've gotten some that said, guarantee me. Y'all, I've never guaranteed anything in my life. I can't. What I can tell you, though, is we can do some things to make it better and then be very quick to react, because this virus is quick to start going. COVID was a little slower. Delta's a lot faster.
Is there anybody else? Does anybody else have anything?
No. I mean, other than we're sitting here splitting hairs over
Well, I did want to make some
weeks worth of
I did want to make some clarifications though, because I think it's important that the community knows. We had, in one of the community members that spoke, he stated, "I can't believe you've just created a COVID team." Well, that is not a true statement. We've had a COVID team from the beginning. We just didn't need a COVID team when we weren't having COVID issues and high positivity or high positive rates. So
Added to the team.
yes.
Yeah, this
So
is an
that
addition to the
team was established. I think it's important for people to know that we had one. We just didn't need it at a certain time.
Yeah. And you know, something that, as you talked about that, Nurse Kelly mentioned it, but she didn't really highlight. Did y'all notice the date when Dishes actually added COVID to their infectious disease chart? When did Dishes, so the Department of State Health Services, when did they actually, July the 30th? Y'all, no. Castle Hills opened well before, July the 19th. Do you see? They hadn't even added it. Up to that point, you couldn't even exclude a child till July the 30th. Do you see how this is changing so quick? Like, it stupefied me that how could it not have been added by now? July the 30th. This is how this is all playing out in real time. There's a lot of entities at play here. And I had to get Mr. Lopez. I'm like, how is this not in here? It wasn't. Mm-hmm. So we have school going with none of it. Those are the types of challenges and those operational kind of things that are just difficult that most people don't see, but we're dealing with it. I don't know, probably Dishes is like everyone else. They're overwhelmed. And they just didn't get there. I'm not going to yell or blame them. It just was, but that was a challenge.
The other thing that I thought it was important to know is that there are HIPAA regulations, and the information that you asked Mr. Hilliard, Nurse Kelly was not able to share that information with you because of HIPAA laws, and
that's why I was.
Yes,
that's why
but
a great. You brought up that point.
Yes, yes, exactly. But
HIPAA may prevent.
Yes, but I think that some of our community members might have missed that portion, because he stated in one of the community members stated when he spoke was that it was a shame she didn't know. Well, no, she knows. It's just not information that can be shared with the public. So please know that we do have numbers. The district has numbers. The HR department has numbers. Nurse Kelly has numbers, but it is not information that is shared with the public because it is personal information. So it's important that the public know that we do keep that information private. I did have one question for you, Dr. Micah, and it was the masks as needed past that date. And so I so say we're beyond that 6 weeks and things are back to normal, well, the new normal, and our numbers are down, and so we have a breakout in a classroom. Are you requesting that you would not need to come back to the board, or and that you could implement a mask policy in that particular classroom, or is it something that, and does that mean for a campus as well, or is it just would it come back to the board, or is it something that you'd be able to implement?
So that's what I mean by that flexibility, Miss Winkley, is, again, the goal is to get unmasked, not to masked.
Right.
And so with that flexibility is when we start to see, and by we, I really mean health services, they see it first. When they start to see, this starting to spread in a classroom, that we have that ability to say, let's give it this case scenario. Let's say 4 to 6 weeks. In 3 weeks, everything's substantially better. And we can say, you know what, we don't even need 4 weeks. Let's start unmasking. So we unmask at a high school. Things are going great. And all of a sudden, we can start to see a trend happening. Because again, this happens very fast. What we're asking the ability is that health services can come to me, we can look at it and say, let's, for this fraction of time, this group of kids, theater arts, I don't know. You see that it happens right there. It's not a blanket piece. Now, could it be a blanket piece if we're starting to see it? Our hope with this, by being very targeted, is that you don't have to do it the whole way. Make sense? What we're trying not to do is mask everybody. It's just do it where it's absolutely necessary to control something that we're starting to see happen before it becomes a problem. Yes? Okay.
When you're going over what we're looking at so far as masks, I know that it's only indoors, so our children will be getting a break from the masks when they're outside and things like that. But one of the issues that was brought up tonight was that several times was that masks can get dirty, and of course they're children, that does happen. Is there any way that we could look at having additional masks to where children could change masks during the day, or? I know parents could send 2 or 3 masks. I
Yes,
carry a
ma'am.
bag with
We
me.
have
Yeah.
around 290,000 masks in stock. So the schools, now we're going to order some more disposable because they're the cloth ones.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, ma'am, we have plenty of cloth masks.
Okay.
We talked about that last year towards the end of the year of allowing them to rotate them out.
Okay.
No problem. No problem
Because
at all.
that is a concern for me too.
Right.
It's children.
Sure.
It's
On
just-
our buses,
yeah.
we've got masks on our buses right now for anybody that wanted one. I mean, we have those things. The thing is, and I think you hear some of them. Again, I have kids. Mr. Lopez has kids and a child or several kids in the school system. It started out and then because it wasn't a mandatory thing, the longer in the day, the less that masked. The more that come unmasked, the greater the chance it's going to start going out, and we just can't control it. And look, I'll say it for staff too. Nobody wants to wear this. I mean, to the gentleman who said that, he's 100% right. Nobody, or the lady, I'm not sure, I can't remember which one, but 100% right. Nobody wants to wear it. But if this is what I got to do to get back where I was in June and July, then I'm going to do it.
The lady that said that, she also said, it's not what we want to do, it's what we have to do.
Any more discussions?
No, I mean, other than, I think we have a meeting in the month. We have one Monday, we have a meeting in a month, and then we also have one in 6 weeks. And so, I mean, if we want to try to amend that to look at things at the September 13th meeting, I don't think that's an issue. I think that would actually be prudent to see where we are. We'd have a few more weeks of data, and we can look at it again in 6 weeks too. You know, we can
Give the community an update. You good?
Yeah,
Right.
I really agree with Mr.
I
Hilliard
think
on
that's
that.
not an issue at all.
And even if Monday night, this coming Monday night, if there's just some kind of.
But I think between now and Monday it'd be pretty. It
Not
might
as
be
an
pretty
agenda
quick,
item,
but
maybe some type of just a.
As long as we have
an
agenda
update.
items so we can discuss it as
Correct.
a board, that would be good.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Even if it's something on the
And-
website to let people know what the numbers are. I know that you're doing, I mean, just to keep it, make sure that people know that those numbers are out there.
Numbers are always posted. What we always try to do is
I know
give on
that.
Monday.
Let's-
Sometimes
yeah.
it's Tuesday. It
So-
just depends.
So to that point, I don't know if, because the motion on the table is for 6 weeks, I don't know if you do want to offer an amendment or if we just want to all sort of say it's 6 weeks.
We're gonna have it on the agenda.
We'll
We'll
make sure
just,
it's on the
let's
agenda.
proceed, I think, with the original.
It does.
Says
It
up to
does.
six,
Yes, I would
6
just ask-
weeks or less.
Yeah.
So for clarification, what are we putting on the agenda for Monday? Just an update, or
No, I don't-
what are we doing?
I don't think there's anything from Monday.
Mr. Hilliard,
Or
did
in
you
4
want something on the
weeks,
agenda
or-
for Monday?
It
I'm
was-
sorry, I thought you mentioned.
No,
something
yeah,
about-
realistically, if it's going to affect Monday, we could have it as a discussion point if it's needed. I'm not even sure. I'm assuming the agenda actually posted already, or posted tomorrow
Oh,
night. So
yes,
I don't know if it's worth having because it also,
No, it's tomorrow.
it's worth at least having it as an option and we can not necessarily take action, but just so we have that ability to talk about it. In case there's the change to any of the legal decisions, it gives us flexibility. So I think we should have it on every agenda as a discussion point, would be my recommendation. Obviously, it's up to
I
the
don't,
board.
I don't have a problem with that. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah,
I think we can just put COVID-19 update. Now, Mr. Lopez, if they're gonna vote though, we'll visit, because if you're gonna act on something, we're gonna have to put it as an action item.
Understood.
If you're gonna, just a discussion, so would Monday night just be a discussion?
Discussion unless we find something obviously tomorrow with any
Right.
of the court
Right,
decisions.
right,
That's
right.
that's the
Yeah.
biggest thing, is to have the flexibility.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and obviously, I mean, I've been checking tonight, even if I've been standing here, because sometimes some of these courts release orders at night. But yeah, I'll definitely, of course, keep everyone apprised of legal developments. I mean, if y'all just want to have it as a discussion item or even an action item, just because you have something as an action item doesn't mean you have to take action, right? So you all can always have it on the agenda in case there needs to be something. And then if you don't want to take action, then you just say no action necessary.
Can I just say that I really appreciate all the medical people that sent us data. I printed off quite a few of the emails, and it was what was so encouraging that they were all Northeast parents. So we have a great group of parents in this district that are really caring about our children.
Ms. Turner, since we just went over the agenda this morning, can we go ahead and we'll work with Mr. Lopez and get something added for Monday, okay? All right, just make sure we note that. It's late and I know, I don't want to forget it in the morning.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. The motion passes. Yep, hang on. Next item, adjournment, and the time is 11:22. Yeah.
Not even the longest board meeting.